And yeah, they won the game, but it does feel like a bit of a dysfunctional mess.
And as you mentioned, he's had his issues prior, right? I mean, he had a run-in with Mark Turgeon a couple of years ago on the sidelines. They were yelling and shouting at each other. Then, obviously, the big one with Wisconsin and their, Greg Gard and Joe Krabenhoft, and obviously the slap that happened in front of everybody that got out there. So now he's kind of on a zero-tolerance policy. What does this mean if you're Michigan? Your AD War Manuel's already dealing with enough stuff going on with football. He does not need this. They do not need this when it comes to basketball. Again, at the end of the year, could they part ways with Jovan Howard? Absolutely. Do you want to do this in the middle of the season? Probably not with one of your own who's just, again, coming off heart surgery, Doug.
Well, I mean, look, that's the easy out for them is take care of himself with the health stuff, right? That's the easy out to it. The other easy out that I think most people thought when his time in Michigan was up was he'd go back to the NBA. Okay? But you've gotten this kind of weird spot to where we're like, he's healthy enough to go chest to chest with his strength coach, but he's not healthy enough to coach. Like, what's going on there? And are there legitimate opportunities? And here's the other part. If you fire Jovan Howard, like, again, they've mended fences with the Fab Five, but you're probably going to lose the Fab Five in terms of them coming back around. No matter how many nice things you do, no matter how many jerseys you hang up.
You're going to lose this. You're going to lose this, too. You're going to lose a lot of money coming in from some of those guys that have been given it.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what their NIL situation is. I don't know if any of the Fab Five, if Jalen has given any money. I don't know if they're able to generate money. Again, that has to be, believe it or not, that has to be the number one thing that athletic directors and search committees think of at the high major level. Okay, how does this hire affect the NIL of the school? Right? Because if you can't get people to donate NIL, you got no program, you got no shot. You can't compete. You just cannot. So that's.
And remember, Doug. Let's also remember, like, Jovan Howard, as you mentioned, was super hot a couple years ago. He got, in the bubble, they were in the Elite Eight. They were close to getting the Final Four. It looked like they were going to hit the Final Four. And now I think when you look back on it, you say to yourself, okay, how much of that was John Beilein's culture and players he left behind? Now, obviously, he brought in Hunter Dickinson, who was terrific for a couple of years there. But, I go back to what I go back to, which is those former NBA players with $100 million in their pocket. Now, it's a little different now, and I want to get into this at some point on the show deeper. It's different now because of NIL, that if you have it, you don't have to work as hard as some of these other guys. But you need NIL, and if you could sell NIL in the NBA, which Jovan Howard can sell the NBA, but he's lost his momentum. They've lost that last year by not getting to the NCAA tournament, and now he's lost all of it because – again, there are a lot of people when I talk to within that program right now, Doug, who are frustrated with Jovan Howard, who are frustrated with some of the arrogance of Jovan Howard within that program. And John Sanderson certainly seems like one of them.
Well, so you bring up a great point, right? So what happens when you lose momentum, right? Because it used to be you'd lose momentum and maybe you could lose recruits. Now it's not really that way. Like, players, do they want to make the NCAA tournament? Yeah, but they always feel like you can flip the program. The problem is when you lose momentum, oftentimes you'll lose donors in the NIL, and if they pull back, now you have no shot of flipping it and fixing it anyway. So that becomes a major issue.
All right, meanwhile, let's get on to some positive news. Bronny James made his debut over the weekend against Long Beach State at home. Great to see him back in the court. Great to see him healthy. He had 4 points in 17 minutes, but the Trojans lost in overtime to the Beach, Dan Munson and the Beach. What was your overall takeaway from Bronny's debut, Doug?
Everything I thought. Look, I think he's on this team at this age. He's got to be a role player, come in and bring energy, make an open shot, get a steal, get a block shot. Not overhandle the ball. And, somewhere in the 12 to 15, 18-minute variety is about right. The issue becomes, does it? I hate the old distraction thing, but it's true. Like, the best teams have one agenda, and that's winning. And don't get me wrong, I believe Bronny James is about winning, but there's a lot of other attention that diverts players' attention from what's actually taking place. And how does it upset the apple cart with how much he's playing versus how much he's actually earned? But I will say this: I haven't listened to everybody talk about it. Here's the one thing that I find to be amazing about Bronny James. Now, I don't know when he collapsed, if it was in the Galen Center or the practice court, which is right next door. But can you imagine a kid who, like, it wasn't that long ago, stopped breathing on a basketball floor and then you just go out and play? Like, that's really hard to do, you know? So he's, by all accounts, a really good human being, a really good kid. And to emotionally come back from collapsing and not show at least any outward signs of PTSD, it's amazing. My question to USC is it a good thing to add another quality player with a name that outsizes his actual capabilities at this point? And does it take away from the one agenda that you have to win, and that's only being about winning?
All right, so given the circumstances, I thought he was terrific in his debut. He was poised. He moved the ball. He defended. You know, the only thing he doesn't do consistently, like, he doesn't make shots, you know, maybe as much as people think, but he blended. He blended, Doug. That's what he does. He's not a lottery pick. I don't think he's a first-round pick. I think if his name wasn't Bronny James, he'd be a hell of a 4-year college basketball player who you would see get better each year. He's not. Yes. His name is Bronny James. And again, LeBron wants him in the NBA as fast as humanly possible so he can play with them. But ultimately, again, I think he is all about winning. I don't think a lot of his teammates are going to be like, oh, man, this dude's playing 16, 17 minutes. He shouldn't be. I think he's going to earn it because, again, he's got a high IQ. He doesn't get rattled. He does all the little things. He doesn't force stuff. He makes his teammates better. He doesn't act like, you know, he's something more than you know, a regular college basketball player. It's not his fault that LeBron's on the sideline watching him and people are paying attention. I think, again, I think you got this a little bit wrong. I think he's going to be fine for the chemistry of this team.
I mean, listen, I may have it wrong, and I agree with you in your assessment of how he plays. We both agree, by all accounts, he handles himself well off the court. But in terms of the, you know, like, it's the bottom line business. Long Beach State is not particularly good this year. They came in a full house and beat you. So that shouldn't happen. One thing with LeBron, can we not have our own entrance during the national anthem? Right? Like, you want to have your own entrance and walk in, that's fine. You're LeBron James. You've earned that. Can we wait till the national anthem is done? Because I've gotten several texts from some college. Yeah. It's not, though. It's really not. Like, when he was hurt.
Has he done this before? He's done this before? I've never seen him do it during the national anthem.
No, I've never seen that either. And so some of that is also security, to be like, hey, Mr. James, give me a second, wait till this is done. Yeah. But when he's with the Lakers and he's been hurt, especially the first couple times he's hurt, when he hurt his groin, he would wait till the game started and then have his own entrance. It was a thing. And it didn't make them happy either. So, look, it's a different deal that you got to deal with. And I can't imagine being Andy Enfield. You're like, look, I got to win a game. I got all this other stuff to worry about, and I got to figure out, like, how to manage LeBron James. And even when he's hands off, which by all accounts, LeBron's like, I ain't going to tell you how much to play my kid. You're not going to hear from me. Still LeBron James. So you still got to kind of figure that out. And there may be a little growth process in there. But that was not a good loss. I agree with on all accounts of how he played. But they got to all play better with him. They got to be better because of it.
All right, so while Bronny came back, there are some other key players that are missing time due to injury, one of which is Tyrese Proctor at Duke, who I do not expect to be back on the court tonight against Hofstra. I think it's going to be a couple weeks, probably before the Australian sophomore point guard is back from the ankle injury. Luckily, it's not as bad as they feared it could be, which was a fracture. It's a bad sprain, is what I'm told, according to sources. But Proctor wasn't playing great to begin with, Doug. And now you go with Jared McCain. Now you go with Caleb Foster, Jeremy Roach. Your backcourt is small, but you know what they are? They're dudes that are going to attack. They're going to attack. They're not going to be passive, and that's what Tyrese Proctor had been.
And I think, look, part of this, we're talking about this with Bronny, is the same thing. Like, you're 19, it's going to be hard in college basketball. Okay, it just is, because you're playing against 22, 23, 24, sometimes 25-year-old guys. This could be the best thing that happens to Duke, right? Because they need Jared McCain to play better. They need all of those freshmen. They need to figure out how is Roach going to play with the freshmen. They might have too many guys, and we're playing too many guys. That doesn't mean that Proctor doesn't come back and he's not the starting point guard, but it gives you much more confidence in your freshman and to play without him at times. So if there's a time to work through different lineups, last week was dead week, where they have they have usually very little practice. This week is finals week, where it's a mix and match, and then you have some big games. This is the time through Christmas break, especially now that some of these schools are getting away after this weekend from conference play. They have the conference play early, and then they don't have it until the 6th of January. Now's the time to work through some things. So it's, again, not the worst thing in the world for Duke, a team that has a ton of depth. But there's other teams, though, they've lost players that it feels like it's going to dramatically change them in the second half of the season.
Where I think this can help is if they win without him, Proctor maybe comes back a different dude. Maybe he comes back a little hungrier. Maybe he comes back thinking like, all right, I can't be cool. I got to go get my minutes back, because he was anointed, and he had a really good second half of his freshman year, but he was kind of anointed by a lot of us, myself included, in the offseason. And now maybe it's like, all right, I got to be a little bit of a different player. I got to be a little bit of a killer rather than just kind of being passive, laying back, shooting, because he is super talented. All right, Texas Tech loses Devin Cambridge. He's out for the season with a knee injury, transfer from Arizona State. Really good piece for the Red Raiders and first-year head coach Grant McCasland. I'm not sure that Texas Tech was going to be a player even if they had him at full strength this year. I think they're probably an NIT team at the end of the day. Where do you see more of this program now and where it goes forward with Grant McCasland, especially, again, with this year being not a throwaway year, but a year in which I don't think they're going to do a whole lot?
Well, I'm going to disagree with you. I mean, like, Joe Toussaint's having a great senior year, and we're going to talk about some other transfers upcoming. I want to mention him. But Cambridge is a big-time scorer. And, you throw in Warren Washington, who's like a fifth-year big guy as well. Hasn't played as well offensively as you would like, but shot blocker, rebounder. Texas Tech, to me, was an NCAA tournament team before this injury, and now this changes them dramatically. The other part to it is that maybe us basketball nerds get into is you look at some of their wins and some of their losses. It's like, okay, they beat Michigan earlier this year. Their final resume is not going to be strong, right? It's just not. They should have probably beaten Butler. They lose in what was that, double overtime on the road in the Big East Big 12 Challenge, right? And so that win for Butler is a great signature win. But by the end of the year, it may not be a quad one win, because I'm not saying they're going to tank. Like, I think Grant McCasland's a pretty good coach. I think they'll be stable. They'll be fine. But it definitely changes them, And with the league, where you have some other injuries in the Big 12, but you also have like Kirk Carissa coming on board to West Virginia. Now, are they better than their resume? Because you add a player, whereas Texas Tech loses a player.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me is obviously, in order to have them be an NCAA tournament team or anything close, they got to finish in the top probably 6, maybe 5, even in the Big 12 with their, again, they're not conference resume.
Wait, what?
Just not being that strong.
Jeff. They're getting 7 or 8 teams. 7 or 8
But
teams.
their non-conference resume isn't strong enough. There are other
Doesn't
teams.
have to be.
Let's say Oklahoma. Let's say Oklahoma finishes behind them. Let's say Oklahoma finishes behind them, Doug. They've got a much stronger non-conference resume.
Fine. You're not wrong. The problem is, here's the great thing about the Big 12. Almost every game is a quad one game. So there are no bad losses, and they're only good wins.
Yeah.
So you can rack up. I mean, it's like an unfair advantage. That's why these conferences should play more conference games, because it rigs the system where they're going to get more quad one wins and the resume looks better. It's hard to deny that they're probably better. So I agree with you. Their non-conference isn't great. Doesn't look like it. But they're all banking on the fact that All we got to do is pluck off Kansas once or Baylor, or work down the line, or Texas or Iowa State, and they all become elite wins that no one else has, that you have multiple opportunities to get when you're in the best conference in college basketball.
All right, coming up, we hit the transfer portal. Find out which names have been making an impact this year. That and more here on Goodman versus Gottlieb. All right, welcome back. Goodman versus Gottlieb, Tuesday afternoon. And, man, the transfer portal, as we know, this past offseason was humming. And it is in college football right now. But a ton of impact guys all across the landscape of college hoops have been making an impact. There are a few that we think should be getting a little bit more attention than they have gotten. Because, again, listen, everybody knows about Dalton Connect by now, right, at Tennessee and some of those big-time guys. But we're going to give you a few under-the-radar guys. And I'm going to give you one that I played a little blackjack with down in the Bahamas a few months ago, Doug. That's B.J. Mack. The whole South Carolina team was down there. And B.J. was not the greatest blackjack player. He won some money. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but he didn't really know how to play that well. Kind of one of those lucky guys early on that learns how to play and wins and then thinks he's going to win every time. But he's winning on the court right now. And so is South Carolina. The Wofford transfer's averaging about 16-6. And big boy who comes in and has really helped South Carolina out to an 8-1 start, Doug. And I don't know if they're going to continue this. I hope they do, because I think Lamont Paris is a good coach in a tough situation. We saw with Frank Martin, who preceded him. Not an easy job, but B.J. Mack's been awesome, and nobody's talking about the impact that he's made down there in Columbia.
Well, you mentioned Oklahoma, and they've had an incredibly resurgent season, right? And they have several transfers, and they've really changed the way they play. But Javion McCullum's the guy, the straw that stirs the drink. And he plays some point, he plays some two. He's averaging like 15, 3 assists, 3 rebounds. He's fearless. He defends. He'll create, and he can shoot the ball well. And then, he's the one guy who can go and get his own shot. They got Otega Owe is like a undersized 4 who's been there. I like John Hughley's doing well. That's the transfer from Pitt, the big man who can score with his back to the basket. Latrey Darthard, who's a great shooter from Utah Valley. So they have a team full of them. Jalen Moore from Georgia Tech. But Javion McCullum is one of the elite guards in the country that people are just now figuring out, because he's now gotten to the high major level after transferring in from Siena.
All right, I'm going to give you one. And he was around my parts last year and didn't play a whole heck of a lot. Didn't do much at Boston College. TJ Bickerstaff, kind of a combo forward, who now transfers to James Madison. And it's not any coincidence that JMU is one of 7 unbeatens left. We're going to talk about that in a minute. They're 9-0. And Bickerstaff goes from where he's averaging about 5 points a game last year for the Eagles in the ACC to now averaging 16.6 and almost 9 boards in 23 minutes for Mark Byington and JMU. He's been huge for them, second on the team in scoring. And again, obviously we know his lineage with his dad. But Bickerstaff's been awesome so far at JMU.
Have you been to JMU, their new arena, their facilities?
No, I have not.
Awesome.
Really?
Yeah, that arena is big time, and it's right there on campus. It is big time. Yeah, that is a Big East caliber arena, right? It is. It's obviously newer, but nicer than Cintas. Doesn't have this history of not as big as what Creighton has, but a little bit smaller, probably. I think it's like 15,000 seats. It's really nice. Really, really nice. All right, I got one for you. And look, I'm going to be a homer. I'm wearing an OSU sweatshirt. And they're struggling, although they're starting to look better as they've gotten their full allotment of players. Javon Small from Oklahoma State. He transferred from East Carolina. And what a lot of people are starting to figure out is that if you go back to the COVID year when these guys were seniors in high school, a lot of them had screwed up their recruiting, right? They may have gone to a place because they saw it on a Zoom. They may not have been recruited as hard because the summer before was canceled. There's like so much. And Javon Small is one of those guys. South Bend, Indiana, and he's tremendous. 17 a game, 5 rebounds a game, 5 assists a game. And look, he missed what would have been a game-winning layup against Southern Illinois, and they've lost. Of their 5 losses, 4 of them are by 2 points or less. But he's quickly becoming not just the star in terms of being their best player, but establishing himself as more of a leader. Like, I get it. You don't have to. There's no hiding from their resume. They'll likely win these next 4 games in the non-conference. It's still a disappointing non-conference. But in a league where you have you have Jameer Nelson Jr., elite transfer guard at TCU. Joe Toussaint, who's tremendous, a guy who couldn't score at Iowa, started to score at West Virginia, now averaging 16 a game at Tech. So in a league where you have some of the best point guards in the country, like, why is this league so good? I would say threefold. 1, incredible coaching. 2, they have enough NIL and they have really good players. And then 3, most of the schools are really good at point guard. I mean, think about it. Like, we know Kirk Risa has his flaws, right? Not a great defender, not really a penetrating career, but he's an elite shooter. And he's probably on paper the 7th or 8th best point guard in this league. I mean, That league's unbelievable. And Javon Small fits into that upper half. And how his team evolves around him, I think, is to determine how we view him in terms of the best point guards in the country.
So I was ready to say that kind of the Thad Matta era at Butler has failed. I didn't think Thad had enough left to deal with NIL and all
It's
this stuff.
year
Butler's
two.
a hard enough job. I'm just saying, I didn't think this thing was going to be successful. I didn't think Thad was all the way in mentally to wanting to do this again, and then you throw all the NIL in there. However, Thad has hit it in the portal, right? He got Pierre Brooks, didn't play a lot last year at Michigan State, and now he's leading the team in scoring, shooting the hell out of the ball. So he gets a high major guy who kind of comes down a level, if you want to call it that, to Butler. It's not really down a level, but
okay, yeah,
a little bit, down a quarter of a level. And then he goes to get a guy from Northeastern, which to me, again, if you want to go to the portal and go get a guy from a mid-major, go to Bill Cohen, go to Northeastern, because he's always going to find guys. And we saw Tyson Walker obviously go from Northeastern and now start Michigan State. And now he gets Jamil Telford, who most guys, when they go from the mid-major to the high-major level, most of them, you can cut their numbers in half. Well, Telford is basically averaged 16 a game last year at Northeastern, the CAA, and is doing it again right now in the Big East. They're 8-2, Butler. So right now, Doug, you can say Butler is in the equation for an NCAA tournament berth. Again, Thad Matta, an unbelievable coach when he was healthy, mentally and physically. Maybe he's starting to get a little bit of that back. I don't know. But these two guys.
Yeah, so I think you missed one of the transfers that's really helped it out. Posh Alexander's been terrific, especially after those two losses. And Posh, the New York City point guard, but he's a kind of a grown up. And you look at it, he's still not a great shooter, but he creates. He's big and strong. He's a grown man. So yeah, I mean, look, I understand what you're saying about the NIL. But I don't think Thad would have gotten back into it if he wasn't willing to accept that this is the way it is, right? The Butler way of doing it, and Butler's taken transfers before, but the Butler way of doing it has to evolve, has to change. By the way, again, while we're talking transfers, remember Cal was, and they're not great this year. Butler just beat Cal in double overtime, but Fardaws is playing well there, and so is Jalen Tyson, who came over from Texas Tech. Jalen Tyson, since getting cleared as the double transfer, has been tremendous for Cal. So, look, I think that transferring has never been all bad. I can speak to it. I was a transfer at Oklahoma State. We took a lot of transfers back before it was cool, right? San Diego State, where my brother was when they first built it under Steve Fisher, they built it with transfers and guys that people missed on. So you have to be creative. I do think there has to be a balance of a couple things. You have to have some program guys. You have to have some second, third, maybe fourth year within the program. So the coach doesn't have to put down the culture and how we do things at every stop. It's just too hard. And that's what you're seeing. Maybe that's the most, we talked about Oklahoma, a brand new team outside of one guy. Two guys back, two starters, but you know how hard that is to install a culture when you have all new guys and the team before wasn't any good? It's nearly impossible. So you have to have, and then you have to have, like you said, the right amount of, all right, high major guys. There's a reason they didn't play, but they usually have high major bodies and they have a high major talent. Low major and mid major guys, you have to properly evaluate. Why are they a low major? Right? Dalton Knecht, for example, was it because of how he was recruited or wasn't recruited? Because he can't guard anybody? Because he's in between positions? What is it? And then you have to figure out how it blends. And even then, you get into campus, the lights are on, the popcorn's popping, and things look different when you get to real games. And then when you get to conference play, now it looks even more different because it's a lot more physical. So when we point out these transfers, and on the other hand, and Jeff, I don't know how you feel about it, I hate the current system. But I do think that it's fixable. I do think that if we can get back to where kids had to sit out a year, if we can get back to where there's some form of, hey, you got to actually play before you get paid for NIL. I think those two things can, because we say the transfer portal's bad. There's nothing wrong with the transfer portal. It's that you don't have to sit out It's that you can transfer in conference. It's that there is absolutely no loyalty from either side, and it doesn't build what you ultimately want when you're finished playing, which is a great college career and a place you can call home that can help you get your first job or your next job or whenever you need help. That's what we've eliminated from college basketball.
All right, coming up, there's just a handful of teams, actually 7 undefeated right now. We'll let you know which one will be the last team standing in a few. And for those football fans out there, you can watch tomorrow's Stars of the Game right here on Stadium. Be sure to tune in on Monday, December 18th for the U.S. Army Bowl. See football's best young talents on one field, and it will be streaming for free right here on Stadium. All right, welcome back. There are just 7 unbeatens left in Division I men's basketball. You see them there: Arizona, Houston, Baylor, Oklahoma, Clemson, JMU, and Ole Miss. All right, Doug, I don't know if you've had a chance to break it down and look at all the schedules, but I'm going to give you kind of the next big game for each. All right, so Arizona's got Purdue this weekend in Indy. I think they go down there. Houston has Texas A&M in Houston this weekend. Baylor goes to Detroit and plays Michigan State this weekend. Michigan State's been bad. Still a tough game. Oklahoma has Carolina, I believe, in Charlotte on December 20th. Clemson goes to Memphis Saturday. Those are tough games for all those teams. Ole Miss has Cal, so Chris Beard gets a reunion with Jalen Tyson, I believe, in San Antonio this weekend. So that's why I'm going to take JMU and Mark Byington to be the last team standing, Douglas, because here's their schedule. At Hampton, Coppin at home, at Morgan, Texas State at home before the new year. I think they win all of them. And again, maybe one of these teams, one or two, win this weekend. But I think you're going to come out of this weekend having like 3 teams left standing. That's it. That's it.
Really? Well, I think Ole Miss is going to be left standing. I think Ole Miss, the first potential loss will be Tennessee on the 6th of January. 6th of January. Which, by the way, Houston plays that day at Iowa State. So I would think both of them will fall. Remember, Ole Miss just added Musa Cisse, Oklahoma State transfer, arguably or inarguably the best rim protector in the country. He got cleared, I think, last week. And then you mentioned Clemson. How about now they got to play against Memphis, what is it, next weekend? And
This weekend.
Yes, and Tomlin should be eligible to play. He graduated.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know.
If he's
so for those that don't know, the background is Naquan Tomlin got booted from Kansas State, didn't play at all this year, had a couple issues off the court, and people are now trying to say he might be eligible to play. He just decided he was going to transfer, put his name in the portal like 4 days ago. Is this, first of all, before we get on all these unbeatens, Doug, let's talk about that for a second here. Is that justified? Are you okay with Naquan Tomlin being eligible to play this weekend for Memphis?
I mean, it's the most college basketball thing ever, right? Like, literally kicked off a team by the president, even though the AD and the coach thought he should be cleared to play. Okay? So then he graduates and can transfer and play literally right away, as long as he's cleared. It's insane. That's what we're dealing with.
Where we
are.
Yeah.
Yes, that's where we are. And that's why, and look, he's tremendous. How about Naquan Tomlin? A couple years ago, he was in New York. He wasn't planning on going to college. So he's like, hey, man, you going to play? Like, I don't know. He goes to Salt Lake City, right? Plays well, comes home for the summer. You going to go back and play? Like, I don't know. He goes down to Florida. I think he was at Polk, right? Junior college. Then K-State, they recruited him because they needed dudes. They needed bodies. You know, now all of a sudden you look at where they are. It's incredible, this story. Am I okay with it? I don't know. I mean, if it was my team, I want him to play. You know, why not?
Of course. I just, again, he's had some off-the-court issues. So if I'm Penny Hardaway, how much due diligence did you do on those off-the-court issues right now to bring him in? I'm
sure a bunch. I mean, look, you had to, because I know a couple other coaches, and they all said the same thing, that they felt comfortable having him on campus.
All right, so let's check in on what you all voted on today's poll. Who you think will be the last unbeaten team in college hoops? Arizona, the number one team in the country, getting the majority of the vote at 31%. We'll probably talk a little bit more about this on Thursday, Doug. Arizona going to Indy, playing Purdue. I don't know. I just don't know if my Wildcats are going to come out of that one unscathed.
Well, they looked outstanding this past weekend, obviously. I don't like that schedule for them coming up. So it's one of those, you can sit there and go, hey, they're the best team. I'm okay with that. Arizona being the number one team and being the best team in the country and being the best of the unbeaten, fine with that. The best team doesn't always win in college basketball, especially when you're going and playing Purdue and Indy. That one's going to be really interesting. Really interesting. Look, if I had votes, I would go. I would probably go Clemson 1, Ole Miss 2, Houston 3. James Madison will lose when they go to play Bob Marlin's boys down in Louisiana. You go to the Cajun Dome, you're going to get an L.
All right. There was one issue with this week's AP poll that a lot of people took issue with, though. And Memphis came in behind Texas A&M in others receiving votes, despite just beating A&M at home. My response, the AP needs a complete overhaul, and it does. Here's my problem with it, and I know it doesn't mean a whole lot, but it does to certain people because it's a talking point. everybody loves Monday morning, at noon when it's released, looking at it, and it's discussed. My biggest problem with it, Doug, is you got all these people, and I used to work for the Associated Press, so I know exactly. I used to be a voter, and I'm no longer a voter because I didn't want to be tied down to 4 hours on a Sunday to go through everything if I didn't want to. Here's my problem. Too many of the voters, Doug, do not follow national college basketball. They're beat writers. They've got to get somebody from every state, I think, is the regulation right now. So you got a bunch of people that truly are not following it and are just kind of throwing darts, and on a Sunday they don't have the time, or they don't want to devote the time, or they're covering football too, or whatever. So I think what they need to do is find 20. I think the magic number is 20 people that are following it on a national basis. The Mike DeCourcy's of the world, people like that. Gary Parrish does it every day. Matt Norlander, myself. You've got some other people that obviously follow it every day and are paying attention. Even you. Yeah, even you. I wasn't really going to put you in there, but we'll give you the nod. 20 people that know what the hell they're doing.
Obviously, if you told people the way they do it and you said this is 2020, they're like, you do what? This is so not hard, right? It's so not difficult. There's apps that are already developed, or you can have your own app. You have 20, 25 voters. Heck, you have 50 voters, people that legit cover it. It's a lot like the Heisman Trophy. I mean, that's stupid how it's voted for. Because here's the thing. If you cover a school, if you're a beat writer for a school on a Saturday, that's 4 hours, 5 hours out of your day on a Saturday. Okay? Because remember, you got to be there early. Okay? They all go and get food. And they sit around, there'll be a game on, they'll watch it a little bit, then they come watch the game, take some notes, go into halftime, get a little bit more food, watch some more games come in. Then they got the post-game preferences, then they got to write, okay, or maybe do a radio show or whatever. And then they get home, they're like, hey, my day's done. Now I'll flip on the TV and I'll watch some ball. Well, the problem with that is, do you know how many games there are? There's 360 plus teams in college basketball. And if you're at one game, and I would even say that's one of the reasons that I always felt more powerful in terms of my overall knowledge when I was in studio. I did studio obviously for CBS, for Fox, and for ESPN, because you can watch all the games. Now, you don't have as much granular detail knowledge as you do when you go out and you cover the games. So you got to have a mix of the two, because when you cover the games, these guys, this coach hates his team. This guy loves his team. This guy's getting back healthy, all those other things. But the way they do it is super arcane. And I often, it's crazy to me. I've literally been in the media for over 20 years. I've covered college basketball, covered the Final Four for Westwood One. I've done it for CBS. No one's ever gone hey man, you want to vote on this poll? Nowhere. So I don't even know who does vote, and whoever it is, yeah, you're struggling a little bit. But and when are the votes tallied, and when do they due? Right? It's for news.
So part of the problem.
Who reads the newspaper? You should be able to do it Sunday night.
Yeah. Here's the problem.
Sunday night, because a lot of this is
in order to be an AP voter, Doug. In order to be an AP voter, you have to be a subscriber to the AP. So you got to basically be a newspaper. So if you work for Stadium or the Messenger or whatever, I'm not even eligible now, I don't think, which is, again, just dumb. It's dumb. It makes no sense. It needs to be changed. Maybe I'll do something.
You want to know who the best and most informed voters would be? Outside of analysts, okay? Most staffs, high major staffs, have somebody assigned to the portal. And all they do is watch games and take down names and try and figure out, all right, is he going to be the portal? We can get him. Those are the guys. There's the DOBOs on most staffs know more about college basketball in terms of who's actually good, who's playing well, who's playing poorly than any of the rest of us, myself included. They're unbelievable because it's literally their job to find me the guy. Now, they may not know the highest level because they're not trying to pluck off guys at the highest level. But, and look, some of this is still hard, too, because how do you vote when, a team didn't have a guy the first couple games of the season and they lose a couple games? Now they do, or somebody's hurt. where the game is played, neutral site, home road. The reason that I've kicked your ass in every game we've picked against each other, literally haven't got one wrong, is because you're still operating under it's about who's the better team. Whereas I'm just trying to tell you, a lot of times it's not about the better team. It's about where you play, probably the most important thing, how a team's playing, when was the last game, right? Because teams are tired, how much travel there is, all those other answers. Whereas but again, I'm not some genius. I'll go on a stretch. You may win a game here or there, but there's a
here
lot
or
more
there.
into it.
Well, here or there. What are you burying me on this? I went 8-2 on my picks against Seth Davis.
Seth Davis
on the spread this past Saturday.
Pick against the dude, not against Seth.
All right. Coming up, it's finals week, so we're putting ourselves to the test. It's exam time on the other side of the break here on Stadium. All right, welcome back. Goodman versus Gottlieb here on Tuesday afternoon, and it is exams week around the country. I only know that because my daughter just finished her exams at Indiana today. So it seems like an appropriate time, Doug, for an exam. All right, so I'm going to start with you. I know you didn't do well at your exams at Notre Dame. Did you cheat off anybody? Did you look at anybody else's exam? Now that
at Notre Dame,
we're a little removed.
I will say that Antoni Weish, of course, was at Notre Dame. Now he's back at Siena. When you're freshman year at Notre Dame, you have to take freshman studies, which means you got to take I had to take molecular, like chemical engineering or I took biochem, and I did not cheat off Anthony Weish, but I would not made it survive that course if it was not for Anthony Weish. And Oklahoma State, my teammate Adrian Peterson, I had the second highest GPA. He had the highest, but he had incredible study habits. I did not.
That's Okie State. That doesn't count. That's Okie State. That's easy. All right, number 1, ready? The Big 12.
Wait, dude. Well, hold on. You went to Arizona, correct? Hold on real quick. Let me take the Arizona entrance exam. Wait, let me take the Arizona entrance. Yeah, I'm good.
All right,
good.
Anyway. Big 12 leads all conferences with an 80.3 win percentage. Amazing. Which conference is number 2, Doug?
Wow.
I'll give you a hint. It is not the Big 10.
No. And I don't think it's the Pac. Although Washington's kind of been a pleasant surprise here, beating Gonzaga. I kind of think it's the Big East, but it's a very top-heavy league. But those teams at the top are really
wow. Look at that. The Mountain West is second with a 728 win percentage. I would have guessed the SEC. All right, who are the 3 teams, Doug, from the preseason AP poll that are not ranked this week? 3 teams. I'll give you one. I know one up.
Michigan State.
Michigan State. Yeah. Who else is not ranked?
Michigan. Michigan State. Michigan.
Michigan was not.
Michigan State. They weren't.
No. How about San Diego State?
Miami still ranked?
San Diego State.
San Diego State.
No, look at that. Arkansas, Texas A&M, all out of there from now. All right. Who is the top team in the net with at least 1 loss? Top team in the net with 1 loss. BYU for me. I'm going to go BYU.
In the net?
They were high in the net.
Duke?
BYU. Look at that, Douglas. I got one. All right. Who leads the Division I with 8 assists per game this year? All right. Darius.
I'll answer that next time.
We'll see you Thursday. Goodman versus Gottlieb.
Welcome in to Red Corner, Blue Corner, right here on Stadium. Jake Butt, the Michigan Wolverine, joining me today. All-American twice over, team captain, Mackey Award winner, all-around good guy, accolades galore.
I'm blushing, but it is my honor to join Joshua Perry because he was a captain, but he's also a national champion. And we're in national championship season right now, JP.
Yes, we are. And even though we're in championship season, we got a ton of storylines floating around the sport. We're closing in on signing day here next week as well. We'll get to some of that. Before we do, we want you to make sure that you get involved in this show. You can scan that QR code on the screen, submit your content. We also want you to follow us on Instagram at @redcorner_blue corner.
I got a story for you.
Okay.
Now, they're not in the national championship race, but maybe next year because this team, the Nebraska Cornhuskers, are making big-time moves on their quarterback position. It's generating a lot of buzz around the program. So let's start with Kyle McCord. Yesterday, he visited Lincoln, and today his teammate Julian Fleming will also be visiting the Huskers, but it doesn't stop there. It was reported last night that the #1 high school quarterback in the country, Dylan Raiola, will visit Lincoln this weekend. Program is smoking hot. Raiola's dad played at Nebraska, and his uncle and his assistant coach there right now. He's currently committed to Georgia, but many recruiting analysts are given the crystal ball saying he might flip to Nebraska. Here's the catch, though. Raiola originally committed to Ohio State, later changed to Georgia. Not just that, he's also attended 4 different high schools. So he's been clearly talented, but he's been a little bit flaky. Maybe, I don't know, maybe if that's not the right word. I don't know his character, but he's certainly bounced around a little bit. JP, does that concern you at all for his future at potentially Nebraska?
Feels like a little bit of a flight risk, and we know the mobility that exists within college football today. If I was a coach, I would definitely be concerned. I would start with the high schools there, and I know he's had a very successful high school career. The question is why? And you can understand a kid maybe moving to a different school to get some more exposure. And understand the last move, he moved to Georgia to be closer to the program, try to recruit some of those kids out of Buford there, and didn't necessarily happen. So the movement in terms of high school, in terms of the commitments to colleges, definitely raises a red flag for me. The other thing that I'm curious about is for UGA right now, the state of their program. One of the top dogs in college football. You've got this kid, #1 quarterback in the class. All of this momentum for Nebraska. He's going to visit Nebraska. The recruiting analysts are saying that he's going to flip to Nebraska. Georgia is not losing a kid like that if they really want him to a school like Nebraska. And this is no offense to the Cornhuskers. I think that they are on the rise. They're in completely different places as programs. And I would look at what Georgia has going on right now. You got Carson Beck, looks like he's getting ready to return. And then they've got another quarterback in this same recruiting class that is committed, a 4-star guy. Already signed his letter of intent. He's getting ready to enroll in about 6 days here. You tell me what's up.
Yeah.
It feels like a kid right now that is maybe seeking the opportunity where he might be able to see the field a little bit sooner rather than going to a place where he could be developed and ultimately have better success in the long run.
You hit a great point because we could take a snapshot of both programs, and maybe desperate isn't the right word for Nebraska. They're certainly desperate for a quarterback, though, after what's gone on there, particularly with the turnovers in the past few years, whereas Georgia is a team that's not desperate at all. They can be patient. And I think about this because it's a snapshot of NIL and the transfer portal in general, where culture matters. Georgia has a culture. They have a locker room culture. They have a clear direction for their program that leads to winning. They've afforded themselves the right to be patient and strategic. Now, Nebraska's being so aggressive that they're not just going after the #1 high school quarterback, they're going after Kyle McCord, and I think that just tells you, I think it's a good thing. You know, Matt Rule wants to win. You got to get this thing figured out. But it just shows you that where Georgia's at, where Nebraska's at, clearly, obviously, different places. But you got to get that one figured out.
Nebraska's trying to fill 2 holes right now, which is interesting because they know they need a veteran guy who can go right now. Because what they have on their roster was not good this year. And we both know that. They could not throw the ball effectively. They turned it over entirely too much. That's where Kyle McCord comes in. plug and play right now. But they're also trying to find that quarterback of the future in a guy in Dylan Raiola. And we'll see what happens with his recruitment. And quite frankly, we'll have to see if he pans out there. This is going to be one of the more intriguing things to watch, though, because I think to get Kyle McCord on campus, it's going to come with the price tag. You and I both believe that it's somewhere north of $500,000 as a one-year rental at quarterback. And we'll see if he's able to translate and continue to develop, maybe have to go out there and have some success with lesser weapons at Nebraska. And then for Dylan Raiola, who knows what the asking price is for the number one quarterback in a high school recruiting class. They might have some cash tied up in some dudes, and they got to make sure it hits.
And here's the concern, because if Raiola's transferred, he's been to 4 different high schools already searching for the perfect job. What happens if they get both? I don't know what promises are being made to Raiola, but if McCord comes in, I'd imagine because of his experience, he's plug and play as a starting quarterback unless Raiola's fantastic, right? So you're going to invest some NIL money to him, and then Quinn Ewers, he might bounce anyways. It is just a really tough time in college football, but I really appreciate what Matt Rule's doing. You have to be aggressive. This is what you have to do. There's so few quarterbacks in the college game right now. You got to do it. We got some awesome comments right now, JP. Seems the audience is split on my sweater. What do you think about the sweater? Can I ask your opinion? You're a stylish guy.
It's a great sweater. I told you,
Thank you
when I first saw you today, I'm like, damn, that's a nice sweater. I wish I had one like that, but I don't currently. So we'll have to get that straightened out. I know Mark had a comment up there, really kind of cheeky one. What will Matt Rule complain about if he has the NIL to go get a 5-star QB?
Great point.
Right? I mean, and I think we talked about this when he made those comments. I think he was telling the administration what they needed to do to be all hands on deck. I think he was speaking to some of the donors to that university, what they needed to do to be able to kind of attract the type of kids that they want to have to build the program around at the quarterback position. Maybe some of them stepped up, or maybe he was just lying the whole time, but just wanted to kind of, hedge a little bit.
We're going to transition to Minnesota here in a second, but I think what you just said is a really important point because Matt Rule has been real subtle about his communication. It hasn't been overbearing. He's just planted seeds like, hey, if you don't want to spend the money, tamper your expectations. But Minnesota's a different story, right?
Well, Minnesota is a different story. They've got questions on the NIL front. They've also got questions with their coaching staff. So Minnesota DC Joe Rossi leaves Minnesota. He's headed over to Michigan State. This is one of those intriguing moves because it's not necessarily a huge step up, and it's a lateral move for a guy in Joe Rossi who we both think is a good coordinator. This also isn't the first time P.J. Fleck has had a coordinator do this. He had Kirk Ciarrocca on staff with him at Western Michigan, comes over to Minnesota. Then Ciarrocca gets offered the OC job at Penn State, which is a step up. And so he takes that. That doesn't work out. Ciarrocca goes to West Virginia to be an analyst, I believe, and then Minnesota hires him back. And then he goes from Minnesota to Rutgers, which is not a step up in competition. Some people at the time may have said it was a step back. We don't know. But ultimately, you've had 2 coordinators for P.J. Fleck leave for jobs that aren't technically better jobs. Why would they do that?
Well, I think part of this is the conversation we were just having, right? Where I think it can be a bit, exhausting at times. PJ is a high energy guy, and that works at times, but it can also wear on your staff, right? Especially if you're asking the staff to maintain that same level of energy. I also think part of it is you're demanding this energy and excitement and elite outlook, but yet you're playing extremely conservative. You're not necessarily playing to win. That disconnect can weigh on people. I think it's soul-searching time right now for Minnesota, because one thing I do know, Coach Harbaugh had a saying, when someone would leave the program, whether it was a coach or even a trainer or a player, he would always say, we're going to replace them with someone better. Here's the issue with Joe Rossi. In 2022 and 2021, Minnesota's defense, not littered with 5 stars, 4th in scoring, 6th in scoring, 9th in total defense, 6th in total defense. There's not defensive coordinators that you're going to replace to be a clear upgrade. So the challenge is what can you do to at least match it, right? The program's in a really tough spot, and I don't think complaining about NIL and money is going to serve Minnesota really well. It is soul-searching time for that program.
You know what P.J. Fleck feels like right now? It feels like the things that we were saying about James Franklin in terms of his woes with offensive coordinators. I don't think that the offensive coordinators for Penn State have been a problem because these coaches are objectively bad. I think they have been a problem because they do not mesh with the head coach. Oof. These are people who did not necessarily want to hitch their wagon to that head coach for entirely too long. And what we're seeing with PJ Fleck, and I do think he's a good ball coach, and you're right, he's way too damn conservative for all of the stuff that he talks about. But this is a dude who has offenses that have been effective at running the football. The defenses have been very good, emphasis on special teams, all the things that good teams would typically do. But the coordinators are like, I can't be here. And even if I have to leave for a job that's it's not really a step up, it's about the same as the one that I have, I gotta go. And that's where you have to, as you said, take inventory of what's going on. Is it attitude? Is it expectation? Is it treatment? Is it any of those things? And if it is, as a coach, your job is to adapt. Because as they say, adapt or die. And that's what can happen to the program.
It's an interesting place for Minnesota. They are banging their head against the ceiling. They're banging their head. What do you do to get to the next level? Well, you have to change something, or you're going to go from Paul Chryst to PJ Fleck. You're going to make moves like Nebraska has. So that's the challenge. I think it's really funny to talk about Raiola, the high school quarterback, transferred to a bunch of places. PJ Fleck, a bunch of quarterbacks, a bunch of coordinators have come through. What's that old saying? If you have a friend group of 10 people and you say, hey, they all of them are the issue. They got the issues. What's the one common denominator, right? It would be the head coach or the quarterback. So in this case, you have to look internally, Minnesota, in a really challenging time for the Big Ten Conference as a whole. It's going to get harder before it gets easier. Got to figure out a way to get this program headed in the right direction. But we got some more exciting segments here on Red Corner, Blue Corner. A pair of coaching titans are getting ready to square off in the Rose Bowl. Can Jim Harbaugh get his elusive first playoff win? And has Michigan learned anything from the past few years? That's next on Red Corner, Blue Corner. U.S. Army Bowl, which features some of the top high school recruits from around the country, will be streaming for free here on Stadium. You can tune in on Monday, December 18th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time to catch it.
This ought to be a good one. You played in that game, right?
Oh, yeah. Best good versus good. Little clarity. How good are these high school guys, really?
Yeah, and it's
Who
free.
stands out?
So make sure you jump in. If it's free,
can't beat it.
it's for me. That's what some of us say in the community. We're back here on Red Corner, Blue Corner. We've got some comments. People are buzzing about some of the different topics. One of the topics here is about Jake. It's from Sam and T-Bob. Jake, I love the sweater. And then I agree, Sam Brief was thinking the same thing.
I love you guys, man. This is, you know what? You guys are all right. You guys are the best, actually. You're making me feel great today. Thank you. Thank you. I feel good about the sweater.
It's a great sweater.
Yeah.
It is a great sweater. I think we also have a comment from Mark here. Jake's sweater has drawn more opinion than Florida State's whining about getting left out.
Whining?
Wow.
Mark, I thought you were for the little guy.
Wow.
Whining?
Well, you know what? This is a more intriguing topic than talking about Florida State and their misfortunes there with the college football playoff. Before we get to our next topic here, I wanted to bring this up. Just saw it on the socials, but Emeka Egbuka says that he is playing in the Cotton Bowl, is undecided, though, about whether he's going to come back. Real quick, what do you make of this?
Okay, I commend him. I'm glad to see guys play. I will say, I think maybe he's playing because he was injured all year and he's had a chance to get his body fully healthy. If he can show the Emeka at his best where we thought he was a first-round pick going into the season, that could influence. How he plays in this game, basically, I think could influence his decision on staying or leaving.
Yeah, I think it's an intriguing thing. I think he should come back. And I know he was banged up for part of the year, but he just, even when he was healthy, didn't necessarily look like the same receiver that he did the year before. It's also fairly intriguing to me, too, because we're asking a lot of questions about the quarterbacks here, and Emeka is at least confident enough to give it one go with whoever is going to be playing quarterback, and that'll probably influence whether he really wants to come back or not, too.
Totally.
Is how the quarterback in the bowl game is spinning it. So I think this is something really huge to watch here, both for Emeka and what his future is, but also if he's satisfied with the quarterback play, things might be a little better in Columbus than people originally thought.
That's a big game for many reasons. That's a great point.
It's going to be one of the fun ones to break down. I know, like, people talk about bowl games that don't mean anything. I think that game means a lot to a lot of people in Columbus, and you definitely know in Missouri they care about this one. A game certainly that means a lot is the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day between Michigan and Alabama. I mean, it's going to be one of the most talked about games leading up to it. The viewership's going to be crazy. And they're two of the most recognizable, notable coaches in the game, Jim Harbaugh for Michigan, Nick Saban for Alabama. Saban, you got 7 national titles. This college football playoff thing is something that he's done, and he's done well. For Jim Harbaugh, this will be the 3rd playoff appearance in a row. Have not led for a singular second in a semifinal game. Can Harbaugh formulate the plan to take down the legend?
He has to. He has to. And I could just think about 2021 when they're playing Georgia. It felt a little tight, a little bit maybe shocked by the bright lights that they were there. And then 2022, you listen to the players talk, and I liked the confidence, but it felt like to them they were maybe a little too loose going into the game, almost like they thought it was a foregone conclusion they were going to beat TCU. Now is the time where they find that confidence, but not too tight. They find that happy medium, and they're going to need to do it against Nick Saban. You know, the challenge here, this is so much about coaching in these bowl games because it's like a shooter. When you're hot in the NBA, you don't want to come out. You want to keep going. Michigan's been rolling all season, so they have to find that balance where they can get healthy but still come in focused and hot for this game. These games where you have these long breaks, 100% on coaching.
Yep. I mean, I'll explain a little bit about the coach I played for in college, in Urban Meyer. I thought that he was so organized when it came to the bowl prep. he had a plan. We would break it down into phases. The first phase was about conditioning, just making sure that you kept the shape that you were in during the football season, maybe even enhanced it since you had some extra time. Then there was a phase about development of the young players, development of the veteran guys, and also development of a preliminary game plan. And as it got closer to game week, that's when the game installation would go in, and it was back like we were in a normal game week during the season. And I felt like when we got in that rhythm, it allowed us to grow as a team, but also to lock in. And it didn't feel like we did too much work, but we also felt like we were supremely prepared. And I think for Michigan, they have to find what that secret sauce is. You're looking at a coach who's 1-6 in bowl games at the University of Michigan. Part of that, to me, feels like the bowl plan and the prep going into it. I look on the other side for Nick Saban. This is what he does. Postseason is when he shines. He's, most legendary coach in the postseason that we've seen in our lifetime. You know he's going to have his guys prepared. And I think the other thing that factors in here is time and motivation. Time to develop game plans, time for guys to get healthy, J.J. McCarthy, and then how do you use that time to motivate your team to be the best that they can be on New Year's Day?
I love what you said about those phases, because I was part of the early Harbaugh transition, and I remember when we lost to Florida State in the bowl game, and he said, it's going to be Christmas camp. And there was no conditioning or weight room or young people development. It was foot on the gas, full speed straight ahead. We were down in the bowl game. We didn't even do any of the activities, the bowl activities, because it was all about practice and meeting. We would start our day at 7 a.m. and end at 9 p.m. I know for a fact we went into that game much more tired than we probably should have been. So again, it's about finding that balance. This Michigan team's mature enough where I feel whatever Harbaugh, whatever plan he devises, they'll execute it. The question is the plan he devises the best plan to go forward?
I think he should listen to his veteran guys too. You know, some of the guys who were there for the last couple years, because they can give the feedback on what they need leading into this
Absolutely.
as well.
Absolutely. We got some fun stuff for you guys. As you know, we got the crossover with Rivals Down South. But with 1 week until early signing period, things are getting a little bit crazy, and there is one fan who has devised a crazy plan to keep his recruits at home. That's next here on Red Quarter Blue Point.
We're back on Red Corner, Blue Corner. Jake Butters joining me. I'm Joshua Perry. Time for a little conference clash here with T-Bob Hebert and SEC Mike. Now, guys, you know it's silly season right now. People trying to finish off the recruiting classes, and you're hearing the buzz about Dylan Raiola potentially flipping from Georgia to Nebraska. And there are some fans on the internet that are trying to devise a plan to keep him a Georgia Bulldog. I want to read you this. Laguna Dog wrote on a message board, it's being reported that Raiola will visit Nebraska on Friday. If some loyal UGA pilots or flight attendants call in sick at the last minute, the flight could be canceled and we could keep Raiola. Maybe someone working could hold up the flight for maintenance issues. He could lose his checked bag, so he'd have to experience the Nebraska winters without a jacket. I'm just spitballing ideas. If anyone has anything else, it'd be appreciated. Guys, what the hell?
This is, I love this. It's sincere. It's passionate. It's also horribly naive and uneducated on the Raiola's connection to Nebraska, right? Like, that man doesn't know exactly what he's getting to when he gets off that plane weather-wise. And let's be painfully clear about this. It's already done. The visit is to cross the T's, dot the I's, and start the celebration. Dylan Raiola is going to be a Nebraska Cornhusker. And boys, the Corn Hub is back stronger than ever. I mean, as if Matt Rule wasn't already good enough in year number 2. Now he's going to go get Kyle McCord and Dylan Raiola. Let's freaking go. I'm so excited, dude.
Yeah, I mean, SEC fans, we may be a little off, but our heart is in the right place. I mean, if not for the Tennessee fans, Greg Schiano's probably Tennessee coach. If not for Texas A&M fans, Mark Stoops probably the coach in College Station. Trying to land a 5-star quarterback, it's just business as usual on the message boards down here in the SEC.
I mean, this is wild behavior.
Potentially illegal?
Is it?
No.
Messing with the fight, trying to backdoor ground a fight.
I mean, calling in sick is not illegal when you're not sick. It's probably unethical, maybe a fireable offense, but you're not going to jail.
Is airports like federal? No, you wouldn't go to jail. Maybe a fine.
Look, if you aren't willing to tamper with a commercial aircraft and endanger the lives of hundreds of your fellow human beings, do you really want to win a championship? Okay?
Well, who said they were going to endanger anything?
Kirby Smart didn't build this empire under the nose of Nick Saban and Dabo Swinney by playing nice, okay? No, look, Hartsfield-Jackson is the most busy commercial airport on the entire planet. There's a lot of damn good dogs working behind the scenes there, and I expect somebody to step up and make this plane short out so Raiola can't get on the plane and head up to Lincoln.
I don't think anybody was asking for that. I think they were just asking for like a little fake maintenance issue or whatever the case is. Best part about that is the thing you mentioned at the top, the jacket situation. Not sure that would stop it.
No, look, nothing is stopping it. Raiola is going to be a Husker. We can talk about it. Me and Mike are going to break it down a little bit later. But I think this is great for college football. It's about as great for college football as Jake's wonderful sweater is for us today, which I really do think looks fantastic. And I know a lot of people are making jokes, Jake. I think you pull it off. I think it looks wonderful. I think you look cozy. I feel like I want to have a glass of eggnog with you. I feel like I want to invite you over and just maybe play some board games by candlelight or by the fire, or play some chess even. Oh yeah, now we're talking.
That's right.
All right, boys.
You nerds.
So we just talked a little SEC Big Ten with Raiola, Nebraska, and Georgia and everything. Let's talk Michigan, Alabama. And I kind of want to frame the question in the same way. First off, let's be clear about the storylines, right? Michigan hasn't won a playoff game. 2 for the last 2 years. The most embarrassing loss probably in playoff history is them losing to TCU last season. I haven't won a bowl game since 2016, I was shocked to read. And then on the other end, here you have Nick Saban. The Empire, 8 national championships, all of that. 7, going for 8. What is better for college football as a whole? Alabama winning this game or Michigan winning this game? Jake, we'll start with you.
Well, of course it's Michigan winning this game, right? You know I'm going to pick that anyways. But actually, let me explain why. And what's best for college football is engagement. Even though Florida State got left out, think about how explosive that moment was as we talked about the playoffs and started previewing these matchups. Saban winning, though they're the 4 seed, would not really surprise anyone. It'd be like, it's the same thing. We've seen it 100 times. For every reason you just mentioned, getting Michigan to a national title and then winning that. Think about the polarization of that moment. I mean, of course, Michigan fans are going to love it. They'll be vindicated. A lot of the country is going to say, this is ridiculous. They've been hating on them all year long. I just think that engagement would be great for college football, as well as the fact, man, have a new champion. Imagine like a Michigan versus Texas national title game. That might blow out every viewership record.
Let me tell you why the right answer here is Alabama. Is a dynasty good for sports? Some people argue yes, some people argue no. That's not what I'm trying to get at here. Michigan is under investigation for cheating. They're under investigation for cheating. And if that investigation turns up that the things that they are alleged to have done happened, how can you legitimately punish them if they win the national title? In many ways, it would invalidate the whole year of college football. For the sake of punishing somebody who cheated, they cannot win, because I believe if they win, you can't vacate the whole season. They don't want to have to vacate a title, and we just rewarded people for cheating. It's wild. So the only right answer is Alabama. As much as you might hate Nick Saban, as much as people might hate the dynasty, as much as people might hate the SEC supremacy, you can't let cheating win.
This is not rewarding them for cheating. This is not winning would be rewarding for their hard work and their coaching scheme and their veteran players and their experience. You can punish cheating. This wouldn't be a reward for that.
Don't do that.
There's something to be said for becoming too big to fail. And if they earn the natty now without stealing signals in these last 2 games, well, I think and plus, like, in America, we love cheaters. As long as you just continue to win after he catch you cheating.
Not me.
Look at the Astros. Look at the Patriots. Look at Tiger Woods. We don't care. You want to run around, that's fine, but you better win. Okay? And that's where Michigan's at. Mike, I'm guessing you're going to carry the water for your boy Greg Sankey here. Go ahead and say Alabama. Give me whatever reasoning you think.
Well, hey, believe it or not, I'm right there with both Jake and Josh. I mean, I can see both arguments here, but I will say the question, what was the question? What is better for college football? And yes, I do think it's Alabama. Let them go on, but I'll surprise you with why. Because there's a lot of discussion that NIL, transfer portal, Nick Saban's kind of over and done with it. I think we can all agree this is a masterful coaching job, taking this Alabama team where they were the first month all the way to the college football playoff. I certainly didn't see it. But if he were able to lead this team, this Alabama team, which is probably his worst since 2008, if he could take this team to the national championship, where is there left for him to go? I think he hangs them up. If Alabama wins this national championship, it opens up college football to the rest of us long-suffering fans under the boot of Nick Saban. We maybe finally be done with Darth Vader if we just let Michigan get out of the way, let Alabama win this one. Do it for the rest of the country, please.
Wow.
My God, you son of a gun, SEC Mike. I did not think there was any way of convincing me to maybe take some solace in another Alabama championship, but I'll be damned if you maybe just didn't figure it out. That is the only acceptable. Like, this is like Infinity War, right? If we go through all the different realities, and if that's the one that it takes to get Nick Saban finally the hell up out of here, then okay, I will sacrifice myself for the greater good. CFB expert, quote, in America, we love cheaters. T-Bob for president, 2024 slogan. Hey, look, I'm just telling like it is. But look, okay, if Nick Saban is not to retire, though, I clearly want Michigan. I'm bored of the same old song and dance. Michigan hasn't won in forever. New champions are exciting. Brands coming back are cool. I think, I know it sucks for Ohio State fans to be a bit like a nightmare come true because, I mean, not only would they have the 3 wins in a row, 3 Big Tens in a row, but then they'd have a natty where like Ohio State's last natty was like 10 years ago.
They'll be worse than Florida State fans if they win a national title. They will be worse than Florida State fans. They're already getting there.
I'm like a World War I isolationist. You know, like I'm not over there in Europe. I don't really have to deal with it. Like you, France and Germany, you got to handle each other. I'm kind of over here like, oh yeah, let them win. Why not? That'd be fun. It feels like, to me, Michigan being good, it feels a bit like a Norman Rockwell painting, right? There's just something like should be snow falling outside. It just feels like at least the kind of optimistic vision of what America could be in like the 50s or whatever. So I don't know. I would go Michigan unless Mike is right. And AJ McCarron's told us that Nick Saban is thinking about being done with it all. But if Mike's right and a natty would make him hang it up, then hell yeah, Bama, take the 8th one and get the hell up out of here. So I'm sick of it. All right, Joshua. All right, Jake. Thank you so much. You boys have a great day, and we will see you tomorrow. Right now, it's time for me and SC Mike to dive in some rivals down south. And look at this. 3 great quarterbacks on the screen right here. Drake May, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels. And coming into the year, Mike, everything was about Caleb Williams and Drake May being picks 1 and 2. Jaden Daniels maybe viewed as day 2 guy, maybe probably a day 3 guy coming in. And then slowly but surely, okay, I think he's day 2. Oh, wow, you know what? Jaden Daniels can crack the first round. Now it's Jaden Daniels top 10. Now you're even seeing Jaden Daniels. I saw a mock today being mocked to the Giants top 4. And now there's questions about whether Jaden Daniels could overtake Drake May. It still feels like Caleb Williams is going to be pick number 1. But what do you think, Mike? If you were an NFL team evaluating these guys, would you give Jaden Daniels a look over these other 2 guys that are basically locked in for the entire football season?
Yeah, I certainly think you have to consider it, T-Bob, because we all know these NFL GMs, their jobs are made or lost based sometimes solely on how they draft a quarterback. So you can't just go with where the consensus was. Thankfully for Jaden Daniels, I mean, the NFL game is where it's at today, because 10 years ago, I think he would have been too small. He would have been too slender. These quarterbacks getting roughed up, but the way we protect them in the NFL, I mean, you could make the case, T-Bob, Jaden Daniels, not only the best quarterback in the SEC, the best running back, he is in the truest sense of the word, a dual threat quarterback.
Yep.
I think, he could take the NFL by storm, a la Lamar Jackson, and be perhaps even, I think he's a better passer than Lamar Jackson. So give me Jaden Daniels. Give it. I would maybe even take him even over Caleb, who the best thing I've ever seen him do is paint his fingernails.
Okay. Relax on Caleb, and it's not entirely fair. That said, look, and this is where it gets tough, right? Because Jaden and Caleb did deal with similar situations this year in which they had to try to overcome awful defenses. Caleb really felt like he was pressing much of this season, and it led to a lot of bad plays, whereas Jaden seemed to somehow be, incredibly explosive while playing within himself. That said, Caleb Williams didn't have that offensive line that Jaden Daniels had. He didn't have those receivers that Jaden Daniels had, right? So Jaden Daniels did have, that's just a great offense as a whole out of LSU this year. You mentioned, though, and so I don't know if I'm there yet with Caleb. With Drake May, though, you got to really ask yourself, who do you think projects to be the better NFL guy out here? Because you mentioned it, the meta is shifting. And not only is it becoming more friendly for, as you said, more slender quarterbacks or quarterbacks that want to run, but just look at the win-loss success that Lamar Jackson has had since he entered the NFL. He's been dominant. Who's the 1 seed in the AFC right now? The Baltimore Ravens, 10-3. Lamar Jackson's healthy again. They're winning games again. And if we look at comps, you have Caleb Williams, competent. And it's not to say there's going to be these guys. It's just a kind of stylistic choice. But you have Williams to Mahomes, obviously. A lot of people talk about Drake May to Aaron Rodgers when you talk about the athleticism, the ability to have a rocket arm at all, off the back foot, all kind of crazy stuff like that. And Jaden Daniels comps to Lamar. But as you said, a better thrower coming out of college. And so when I look at the success that Lamar is having, how quarterbacks are treating the NFL, the true dual threat of Jaden Daniels, and most importantly, the leap that Jaden Daniels made this year, because there's a ton of guys that are physically gifted enough to play in the NFL. You see it all the time. What's the difference? Do you have the fortitude, the mental ability? Do you have the work ethic? And when you see a guy like Jaden Daniels, where coming out of last season, he can't read defenses, he can't go through his progressions, he can't throw the ball with anticipation over the middle, he can't throw the deep ball accurately. He didn't just prove people wrong in those counts. He blew them out the water. And that doesn't happen by accident. That happens because you committed and you worked your ass off. So here I have Jaden Daniels scoring elite on the physical side of the scouting equation and elite on the intangible work ethic side. of the equation. And yeah, I think you got to look very seriously at taking him over Drake May. Here's what Mel Kiper had to say, quote, "You look at Lamar Jackson, what he's doing with the Baltimore Ravens, a franchise quarterback. So for Jaden, I think the big thing is especially protecting the football the way he did. Strike that balance, to be aggressive, to let it rip, to run the way he did, to elude, evade, and run through contact the way he did, and yet not turn the ball over is really impressive." And he goes on to say that Jaden is, yes, indeed challenging Drake May. So I'm fascinated to wait and see how this next portion goes. I think that Jaden should follow Drake May and Caleb Williams in declaring, skipping the bowl game, getting a head start on the NFL, and let's see how the chips fall where they may over the next month. Coming up next here on Rivals Down South, Nick Saban up to his old tricks on the recruiting trail. And which SEC coach is under the most pressure this bowl season? We'll tackle it next here on Rivals. Welcome back to Rivals Down South here on Stadium, youtube.com/watch Stadium if you want to get in the chat. Here's a video of old Nicky Saban in the Ferrari during the recruiting visit. He's showing this off to Drake Kirkpatrick Jr. Of course he is. If you don't know, Nick Saban actually owns a Ferrari dealership. A group that he is a part of bought a Ferrari dealership in Nashville. It's one of 60 in the entire world. Also, for the real keen-eyed Mike, you can tell I've always heard about Saban's tobacco habit. It's never been out that publicly, but if you check them doors, there's a few bags of Redmond loaded up and the center console. My man keeps that thing on him in true Southern style. But how about it, man? Nick Saban, as if he doesn't have enough to recruit off of, now can show off the Ferrari that he got from his own personal Ferrari dealership.
Yeah, but if you watch that video, T-Bob, I mean, you don't see a smile on his face. You're right. He's got the 3 cups of dip. He's got all the chew in this, $1 million vehicle, not a smile on his face. This is what I'm talking about. I don't think he wants to fool with all this. He'd rather be in the film room. He'd rather be breaking down Michigan. doing this, doing that. I think he's so close to the end. He can smell it. He's got 2 games left, and then he can drive that Ferrari off into the sunset.
You're right. There is something hilariously incongruous about a big cheek full of red men while you're driving around in this Italian supercar doing 100. Or actually, he's like an old man now, so he probably doesn't even drive that fast. You know, he's going like a responsible 55 in the Ferrari in a 55. Look, let's talk bowl game pressure, right? And if you're talking about Nick Saban, I guess there's an element of pressure, though he's already exceeded the expectations that people had, especially after the rough start earlier this year. So he's kind of playing a bit free here bowl season. Let's go coach by coach through the rest of the – well, first off, do you agree with that assessment on Saban? Like, is he under any great external pressure to win another national championship here?
I don't think so. And I think, again, it goes back to this is a team, T-Bob, that needed a miracle to win the Iron Bowl against a 6-6 Auburn team. It's just miraculous that they got here. That Georgia SEC championship, that felt like the national championship to me. And of course, they got to finish the deal. But I think that's the one where Saban, even though they were the underdog, I think they had some pressure because had Kirby beat them, and Kirby went on to win 3 in a row, something Saban never did. I think we all would have known that the student had become the master, and he said, "Nah, not quite." And that's why he's the GOAT.
And I'm looking at the poll here that the fans are voting on. Mark Stoops leading the way. Let's go ahead and go name by name, and we'll pick our winner at the end. How much pressure do you think Lane Kiffin's under here?
Yeah, not as much as some of the others. Of course, I call him Lane Whiffen for a reason. 2 elite teams he faced this year, Alabama and Georgia, lost to them both. He's under, I'd say, medium pressure in this one.
Look, I think this is big for Lane. No, not the most. We'll get to who I think is the most, but I think this is big for Lane. A chance to win 11 games for the first time in school history. And when you look at Penn State, Mike, it's kind of a favorable matchup, right? It's a team that looks great on paper, and he could say, look at my signature win. Here it is, this very good Penn State team, top 10 team in the country, but they're kind of incredibly flawed, right? So, like, I think their fans expect to win. I think it's a golden opportunity for Lane, and if he lets this go by without winning, then Whiffen Kiffin should carry the day. Like, that name should stick. What about Hugh Freeze? Obviously, Auburn having the awful Iron Bowl ending. For me, I think year one was defined by the nightmare in Jordan-Hare. You beat Maryland, great. We're still only going to remember the nightmare in Jordan-Hare. You lose to Maryland, who cares? It's just a little added anger on top of the nightmare in Jordan-Hare. So I think Hugh Freeze is basically pressureless right here.
Hey, I would agree with you, T-Bob, if not for, how about the week prior to the Iron Bowl, getting embarrassed by New Mexico State at home. I don't think we can afford – again, the future's bright on the Plains, but I don't think we can afford a 3-game skid going into the offseason. I think some fans are going to be questioning Hugh Freeze if that's how we end the season for Auburn.
What about your guy, Josh Heupel out of Tennessee? How important is it for them to beat Iowa?
Honestly, T-Bob, I think it's massive because coming off an 11-win season, just going down to 8-4. That's not the standard at Tennessee. We all like to make the Iowa jokes. They're awful on offense. They're elite on defense. Josh Heupel's supposed to be an offensive mastermind. I think he fell well short of that this season. If we can just get to 14 points, you got to feel confident that you're going to beat Iowa. If they can't do that, then I think we're going to start seriously wondering if Josh Heupel was a one-year wonder here at Tennessee.
Yeah, the difference between 9-4 and 8-5 is hard to overstate. And the Tennessee collective's paying way too much to lose to Iowa. I think Heupel's under the most pressure to anybody. I think Brian Kelly's second on this list. I think the entire season is on the line for Brian Kelly against a really bad Wisconsin team. If you can't beat them and get to 10 wins and you go to 9-4 and you've wasted this Heisman season, it will create an offseason of anger for the LSU fan base.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, the LSU's hopes and dreams, they've been dashed since week 1 for me, T-Bob, because I had them winning the national championship, and we knew that wasn't going to happen after week 1. So I'd say minimal pressure on Brian Kelly.
Kentucky Mark Stoops, for me, no pressure on Mark Stoops. Kentucky fans, they know what they're getting. They're getting 8 wins. They're getting a 3-5 SC record, and they'll shut the hell up and be happy to pay $8 million for it, Mike.
This is the guy that I've got on the most pressure after the A&M scandal, losing to South Carolina. The end of the season was awful aside from Louisville. I think most pressure, Mark Stoops, this is a must win.
No, Jimmy Sexton just told him, shut up and be happy with Mark Stoops. Texas A&M almost wanted him, damn it. I don't believe it, dude. Get the hell out of here. Still to come, we'll introduce a few new faces that are coming to the SEC next year when Rivals Down South returns. Welcome back to Rivals Down South here on Stadium, youtube.com/watch Stadium, viewing involved. Mike, transfer portal is fun. Like, bottom line, I think it's awesome for college football. And again, it taketh, it giveth away. So some days you're going to be upset about it when your team loses, guys. You're going to be happy about it other days. But it is fun. And even now, I'm starting to get excited about some of these new faces that we're going to see in the SEC next year. And look, for all the complaining that my guy Mark Poops did earlier this season about Kentucky fans and needing more money for players. Well, the reason why coaches do that, the reason why Matt Rule was just last week talking about the price of a transfer quarterback is just to let their fans know exactly what they need. And here, Kentucky, they're adding former Ohio State running back Chip Trayanum. They got Brock Vandagriff coming from that Georgia quarterback room. In your mind, how big of pickups are these for the Wildcats?
Well, these are huge, T-Bob, because Kentucky, for whatever reason, they can't develop talent. But what they do is they identify guys via the portal, and they bring them in. And more often than not, they get the most out of them. Devin Leary, I think, is an obvious exception there. But this is what you want. You don't want to reload, have to build from scratch. You're reloading there for Kentucky. I love these moves for the Wildcats.
Well, and I love because all the moves we're talking about here, whether it's Blake Shapen, who is now going to Mississippi State, Jeff Lebby also landing the number 4 quarterback in the 2024 class, flipping him from Oregon, and Michael Van Buren. What you're seeing is in the transfer portal, you're seeing that democratization, right? Where no longer can a Georgia just hide away a Vandegrift for years and years so that nobody else can. No, he gets opportunity now to go play. How about the job that Jeff Lebby's done here early on at Mississippi State, landing these 2 quarterbacks? I'm pretty impressed, man. It's kind of akin to what Rule's trying to do in Nebraska and getting McCord to transfer and then getting the future right with Raiola.
Right. This is the beauty of the portal, T-Bob, where we don't have to sit here and wait year 3, year 4 for results. We can get them overnight. Optimism. Mississippi State, dreadful on offense a year ago with Lebby, with Blake Shapen and his experience, this young recruit. We may have a high-flying offense day one. I love it if I'm a Hail State fan.
Yeah, man. And even the Arkansas Razorbacks getting in the mix as they had Boise State transfer Talon Green, quarterback, who Bobby Petrino, as you told me during the break, familiar with from his time in Missouri State, where he wanted to recruit him there. SEC Mike, thank you so much. Thank you to everybody watching, hanging out. This is wonderful production staff at Stadium. Y'all the best. We'll see you tomorrow in a brand new episode of Rivals.
Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome into a new edition of Inside the Association. I'm your host, Cam Smith, and you know we have a heavy slate for you coming your way. And you know I got to welcome in my guys to unpack everything. So let's get right to it. Starting with the NBA insider. He is none other than Shams Charania. And we also have my guy, Harrison Sanford, joining us, host over at MSG Networks. Well, fellas, you know it's Tuesday, and you know how we do on Tuesday. It's time for our Never Ordinary News presented by Bet365. And the season is never ordinary, especially when you're talking about the Chicago Bulls. So, Shams, we're going to start with you on this conversation because that trade market is pulling up and that trade season is pulling up very soon. So what are you hearing on the latest with the Chicago Bulls and their two-time All-Star Zack LaVine?
The Bulls are going to continue to probe the marketplace for potential trade opportunities for Zack LaVine, but there's major dates coming up. December 15th, most of the free agents signed last offseason can be traded on the 15th, but then also January 15th. You think about the Lakers, Sixers, those are two prospective suitors, I'm told, for Zack LaVine, but the Lakers, they will not be able to move two guys like D'Angelo Russell, like Rui Hachimura until mid-January. So there's a little bit of a waiting period that's going on right now around the league, and specifically with the LaVine situation. But even beyond that, LaVine is out for the next 3 to 4 weeks. So he's going to be out for at least a total of 4 to 5 weeks with right foot inflammation. And so teams that are interested in Zack LaVine are going to wait to see how he looks upon his return to play, how that injury situation goes. And so I would expect this to be somewhat of a gradual process with Zack LaVine. And in the meantime, the Bulls have won 4 out of their last 5 games. They're on a 4-game winning streak as well. And so the team is starting to play better and compete for potential play-in opportunity, but they're still going to probe the marketplace, and a team that will be intriguing to watch going into the trade deadline.
Yeah, no doubt that front office for the Bulls will definitely take their time to make sure that they can put the right deal in place to help this team. And Shams, you mentioned that, and Harrison, I'm going to go to you with my next question, because they have won 4 of their last 5 games and really took Milwaukee to the test last night in Milwaukee, and unfortunately losing that game for them in overtime. So when you look at their matchup tonight, back on the floor, welcoming in the reigning NBA champions in the Denver Nuggets. Now, the line was the Bulls as 8-point underdogs. Now it's dropped down to 7, but you still like this Bulls team to cover. Tell us why.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense if you look at the ATS records of both of these teams. The Bulls are 3-1 ATS as a home underdog. Meanwhile, the Denver Nuggets are 3-8 against the spread as road favorites. So leaning towards that way. You have to factor in the notion that the Nuggets also played last night. So I think you can mess around with this Bulls +7, but I'd be careful. Maybe a live this matchup, considering the talent discrepancy between these two teams. For example, last night the Pacers they lost the first quarter to the Detroit Pistons. They were only laying for the end of the first quarter, ended up winning by 8. So sometimes a live number might be your best move, especially when you look at the talent discrepancy between these two teams.
Again, right now on Bet365, the Bulls are 7-point underdogs in this matchup. It was 8-point underdogs, but now it's dropped down just a little bit. So some interesting movement right there for this Bulls team, welcoming in the Denver Nuggets. Shams, let's get back to this team in terms of other possible pieces that could be moved on this Bulls roster with trade season almost upon us. So what other teams are expressing interest in possible other players on this roster that could be moved?
DeMar DeRozan's a name to keep an eye on. He's going to be a potential free agent in the offseason. The Bulls and DeRozan have been discussing an extension as well, but the sides are not close to a deal, which makes you think that he could be a name to keep an eye on as well. And Alex Caruso, their star utility player, I'm told several contenders. They've been getting a bevy of calls on Alex Caruso, but to this point, I'm told the Bulls have been shutting down all interested parties in Caruso.
Yeah, Caruso is a very valuable piece, no matter what team he is on, but he's currently with the Bulls right now, and I understand them really valuing what he brings to the court on both ends. But let's keep this conversation in the Eastern Conference, Shams, with the upcoming trade season. Now, let's talk about the Toronto Raptors, because they have barely found their footing this season. Some up and downs for this group, but when you look at what could possibly be on the transition for them in terms of their roster, any deals that we could see happen with Toronto?
They're definitely a team to keep an eye on as well. Slow start this year, 9-14 record. They're not in the play-in tournament race as of yet, and I think that's given teams belief that more than ever right now, either Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby could be on the move before now on the trade deadline. The Raptors are known to take these things up right up until the deadline, so I don't think anything's going to change there. So look at some of the same teams to be interested in both players. Atlanta, Sacramento, Indiana, from what I'm told. They're going to have interest in both players, have had interest over the last year or so in both players, and I think this will be a gradual, slow process. The Raptors lost Fred VanVleet for nothing in the offseason. When they could have traded him last season, they lose him in free agency to the Rockets. So teams around the league are definitely monitoring how exactly Masai Ujiri and that front office handle this situation.
Yeah, speaking of Masai Ujiri, president of the Toronto Raptors, let's take it here. Both of you guys, really, and Harrison, I'll start with you on this question because he's known as a very tough negotiator. And as Shams mentioned, the Raptors aren't going to be forced into a specific deal, but a team that's lost 6 of 7, you got to think that he's working those phones. So when it comes to best negotiators in the NBA, Harrison, where would you rank Raptors president Masai Ujiri when it comes to that?
Man, I only wish I was tapped into some of the agents and other general managers in the league. I could really give you a better answer for that. I'm sure Shams could help you out with that. But even as a Knicks fan, I remember Carmelo Anthony made it a hard deal for him to get over to New York. Remember when Masai Ujiri was previously over there in Denver. So it dates back for a very long time. And sometimes, and I'll tell you this, being connected to the Toronto fan base, sometimes they wish Masai Ujiri would pull the trigger on some trades. Because if you look at that 2019 NBA Finals team, a lot of Raptors fans feel like they didn't get enough off of those players that eventually left. Nonetheless, Masai Ujiri is definitely respected around the league, and I don't need to be an insider to know that one.
All right, well, let's go to the insider for that question, and Shams Charania, because Shams, we know that you are tapped into many circles. So when it comes to the best negotiators in the NBA, where do you rank Masai Ujiri?
You have to put him up there for sure, but I mean, he's not afraid to make decisions. He's also not afraid to do the total opposite of what everyone thinks. He went out and got Kawhi Leonard in 2018, and they ended up winning the championship that season. And then last season, we were talking about Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, and he ends up trading for Jakob Poeltl at the trade deadline to double down on that team. Well, they've doubled down. They've doubled down again, and now I think is where there's going to be a real fork in the road because both Siakam and OG Anunoby are scheduled to be free agents.
All right, well, let's move and transition from the Eastern Conference and go to the Western Conference because a possible debut of the Suns' Big Three could be on deck tonight for the Suns game against the Golden State Warriors in the Valley. So, Shams, we know Bradley Beal was targeting a return for tonight's game against the Golden State Warriors. So could we see the Big Three finally debut tonight in the Valley?
Bradley Beal will make his return after missing 1 month with a back injury tonight against the Warriors. But I'm told Kevin Durant will not be playing tonight. He's got an ankle injury that he suffered last week against the Lakers, and so he's still nursing that. His status is potential for tomorrow against the Nets at home in this back-to-back. They play the Warriors tonight, the Nets tomorrow. He's possible for tomorrow, but he is out tonight. We will not see that Big Three debut, but Bradley Beal, Devin Booker will be back in the lineup tonight.
All right, well, Suns, you have a little bit of hope there with Bradley Beal and Devin Booker in that backcourt, but you just got to wait a little bit longer. I know you've been more than patient to see this Big Three, but in due time, they will be on the court together. All right, we're just getting started on this Tuesday edition of Inside the Association, and when we come back, look, it has been a polarizing season for Zion Williamson and the Pelicans, but after last night's big win against the Timberwolves, should the media take it a little bit easy on the former #1 overall pick? That more when we come back. This is ITA.
You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
What Barkley and Shaq said last week, like, do you view that as a legitimate critique?
And what exactly did they say?
I mean, essentially it was like both those guys said we struggled with some conditioning stuff early in our career, and like that got better, and we see that in his game a little bit too.
If it comes from a great place and a place where they just want to see me do better, thank you. But if it comes from anywhere else, everybody entitled to their own opinion. Can't control that.
All right, we are back on ITA. Thanks to the NBA insider Shams Charania for joining us in the first segment. Cam Smith back with my man Harrison Sanford. And Harrison, we saw Zion Williamson on the recent criticism that he's received on the state of his conditioning. And I'm glad that he held his tongue when he said if it was coming from another place, you know what he really wanted to say, but he understood that there were mics in front of his face. But when it comes to what we saw last night, 36 points, a season high for him, it feels like he's taken that criticism very personally. Has the criticism really been too much for Zion Williamson? Now, if you rewind it back, the previous two games before that 36-point outburst, it was 13 points against the Lakers and 10 points before that in the quarterfinals for this Pelicans team in Sacramento. So where are you in terms of with your thoughts on the criticism of Zion and his lack of conditioning?
Well, it's all about perspective, right? Because this summer, people were getting on Zion for things that weren't even related to basketball. And as it pertains to that, we haven't earned anything. So no news is good news as it pertains to that. They were also getting on Zion Williamson as it pertains to his ability to be out there on the court. Well, this year he's played 20 of a possible 24 games. He's on pace to play that 65 games, which would make him eligible for any NBA awards at the end of the season. He has the most points per game by any player in the paint, shooting 58% from the field. However, there are some things that I think are warranted when you look at Zion Williamson. He is he's scoring worse than he has since his rookie year so far. His three-point shot hasn't gotten better. And when you put him up against a player that is as strong as him, i.e. LeBron James in the quarterfinals of the IST, or the semifinals of the IST, you can see that the limitations of his game is really going to hamper him as you think about playoff basketball. And that's what it should come down to when it's Zion Williamson. We're not basing him on just any overall pick in any lottery pick in the draft. We're basing him off of being a number one pick in the NBA draft who had superstar potential.
Yeah, I think we're having a little connection issue with Harrison's feed right now. Oh, go ahead, Harrison.
I was saying that if you base Zion Williamson off of where he was drafted in the draft, number one overall pick, you think he's going to be a superstar. If you look at how he plays the actual game, I don't think he's going to be able to turn in superstar performances in the playoffs because he seems relatively easy to guard as long as you have the right personnel. And that is where the issue lies, and that is where the criticism is fair. Can he evolve his game more than what it is? Because as it stands right now, he has severe limitations that are going to hurt the team in the long run.
Yeah, not too many people have the right personnel in terms of defending Zion Williamson like a LeBron James for the Lakers, because we saw LeBron play way off of Zion in that semifinals in Vegas, but not too many teams can have a guy like LeBron Ramon James Sr. defensively and understanding with his basketball IQ of how to play Zion and really limit his impact offensively. It's going to have to be a development of Zion and his jump shot. That's what I think he needs to add to his game on top of his conditioning and getting better with that. So I think when it comes to the criticism of his conditioning, it's warranted because he's not having an impact. In fact, when you look at his numbers, and Harrison alluded to this, that everything is worse. The only thing that's better in terms of his numbers this year is that he's not turning the ball over as much. He's averaging one less turnover this year, but in terms of point production, rebounds, assists, steals, field goal percentage, three-point percentage, it's all down. And that's a big concern for this Pelicans team. And my thinking of this, Harrison, is you have to think about the lack of impact, meaning that you don't have enough gas in the tank to really get the most out of your body when your team needs certain plays or certain rebounds to get back within games. Now, we saw last night the 36 points against the Minnesota Timberwolves, which was a major win for this Pelicans team, coming off that embarrassing loss against the Lakers in Vegas, where they just got smacked up. They wanted to make sure they made a statement with that win, and more importantly for Zion, since we're talking about him, that they understood what happened in Vegas. They don't want to repeat that same type of ball game, especially from Zion from an individual standpoint, right? But it's not going to be a situation for this team where it's going to get any easier. Now, if you're seeing Zion play at that type of level, you're going to have to adjust defensively, and we know the Western Conference will not take it easy, and it's always tough no matter who you match up with in the NBA, but especially in the Western Conference. But for all of our viewers out there watching the show, make sure you scan that QR code on the left side of your screen, because this is where we get into a real conversation when it comes to this Pelicans core. Zion Williamson, C.J. McCollum, of course, Brandon Ingram as well. When you look at that core, Harrison, is this enough to really take this team to the next level? Can this team really make the playoffs, and not make the playoffs in terms of a play-in team, but be a top 6 team in the Western Conference? So can they do that? Can they take this Pelicans organization to the next level?
Yeah, I think they could be a top 6 seed. I don't want to guarantee it or anything like that, but I think they can, because they have there are very few teams that have as many talented wings as the New Orleans Pelicans have. And then you also add in the fact that they have that they're relatively young. And if Zion continues at this pace in terms of playing games, then they might just be one of those teams that just ends up being really good and really healthy, or having enough healthy bodies. And I think that will be a factor when it comes to making the playoffs. You look at a team like the Warriors, obviously talented, but on the older end of things. So maybe they might not have enough legs for the end of the season, might not have enough bodies to even make the playoffs. So I think the Pelicans can make the playoffs. Now, to talk about making noise, that's a whole different story, Cam, and I don't think that's possible as currently constructed. But if you're a Pelicans fan, you just want to see them in the playoffs for a little bit and see what you have, and then you could evaluate from there.
All right, everybody watching right now, go to Bet365 for the Pelicans to make the playoffs. It's at -130. But if you feel that you saw something in Vegas that could haunt the Pelicans for the remainder of the season, where you can get them to not make the playoffs at even money. So do with that information as you may, but make sure you hit up Bet365. But I believe in this core and what it is with Zion, Brandon Ingram, and C.J. McCollum. But you got to throw in the names of a Herbert Jones, of a Trey Murphy III, of course, Jose Alvarado. They have some nice young pieces that can get it done on both ends of the floor. Of course, Jordan Hawkins is another name that is a knockdown shooter for this group. So they have a good mix of young talent, some veteran experience, as I mentioned, with C.J. McCollum, of course, Jonas Valanciunas. So with this Pelicans team moving forward, I think the task is up to Willie Green to really maximize the talent on this roster. But we know that Willie Green can do that with his group, because they far exceeded expectation, really, the previous 2 to 3 seasons. So I like the Pelicans at -130 on Bet365 to make the playoffs. But let's take it here, man, because we're going to have 5 great matchups on the slate tonight in the NBA. And you see them right there on your screen. Let's talk about statement wins. Who needs to make a statement tonight in their matchup, Harrison? What are you looking at when it comes to these 5 games? Is there a particular team that needs to make a statement in their ball game tonight?
Love that late night Clippers game with them laying 3 against the Sacramento Kings. The Clippers had a gritty win last night against the Portland Trail Blazers. They're 7-3 in their last 10 games. Surprisingly enough, number 7 in defensive rating. And the thing that's really stood out for me about this Clippers team in a whole, not just the James Harden version of these Clippers, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George have played every single game this season. And for them to play again tonight on a back-to-back against an offensively talented team like the Sacramento Kings, I think that says a lot about their determination to get this thing right, about their determination to potentially win a title. And Kawhi Leonard, quiet as kept, was doing his thing recently. Last 10 games, 25 points, 50% from the field, 40% from 3. Last 5 games, 27 points per game. He's really cooking up. This team is building some steam. If they could take out a team that was a top 3 seed in the West last year in the Sacramento Kings, I think that shows that this team is really moving at a right pace, and they should definitely be somebody that everybody in the Western Conference should be worried about.
Yeah, I'm with
Scratch that. Not the Western Conference, the NBA.
Okay, taking a step up. I love that, Harrison. Let's stay in the Western Conference for my pick for a team that needs to make a statement in their ball game tonight, and that's an underdog when it comes to Bet365. I'm going with the Golden State Warriors, and we talked about this group, especially me, in terms of that hand being over the panic button. And look, if they drop another game tonight, I'm not even pressing it. I'm slamming down on that panic button because this team has been so inconsistent with the start of their season. They are too veteran-led, too championship-proven to have these type of struggles at this point in the season. Steph Curry is fine. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about Klay Thompson. I'm worried about Draymond Green. I'm definitely worried about that young man that we saw on the first picture of the Warriors players and Jonathan Kuminga. When is he going to fully step up and stay consistent for this group that at some point he's going to be part of that core group, as maybe some of us believe, that will take the torch after Steph, Klay, and Draymond leaves. But it's not looking like he's going to be part of that core if he continues these inconsistencies. We've heard Shams Charania, the NBA insider, talking about Kevin Durant not being available in this matchup for the Phoenix Suns tonight. So Bradley Beal, who has missed extended time with the situation with his lower back, he returns. So if the Warriors do not take advantage of this matchup with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and running Bradley Beal around screens just to test his conditioning, but also get their shots going for themselves, again, there's my fist. I'm slamming on that panic button because the Warriors have to get it together. They are 11th in the Western Conference right now and 4-6 in their last 10. That's not Golden State Warriors basketball. So if they get a win tonight and do it convincingly, that will be a big statement win for the Golden State Warriors. All right, when we come back, relegators, mount up. The NBA already borrowed a page from Soccer's book with the in-season tournament. But is it time to start looking into relegation as well? We'll unpack that conversation after the break.
You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Ooh, listen, times is hard if you're a fan of the Washington Wizards. Now, Harrison even sent some shots to him yesterday, posting this on X. I know the Pistons are on an 18-game losing streak, but what are we going to do about the Wizards? Relegation? Why not? Ooh, all right, time to finish up the show. My man Harrison coming with that heat with his social media handle there in his page. So that has us thinking, when you think about the Pistons and Spurs having streaks of 20 and 17 games, losing streaks, but the Wizards might actually be the worst team out of all of them. So, Harrison, do you think the NBA should consider implementing relegation?
Yeah, the Pistons lost so many games, I got the wrong count there. They lost a lot of games, essentially. Yeah, I believe in relegation. The last thing an NBA player wants to hear is that they are a G Leaguer. I would be down for it.
Yeah, relegate them or any of these worst teams in the NBA. Bring up the G League Ignite. All right, that does it for this edition of ITA. See you tomorrow.
You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome into a new edition of Inside the Association. I'm your host, Cam Smith, and you know we have a heavy slate for you coming your way. And you know I got to welcome in my guys to unpack everything. So let's get right to it, starting with the NBA insider. He is none other than Shams Charania. And we also have my guy, Harrison Sanford, joining us, host over at MSG Networks. Well, fellas, you know it's Tuesday, and you know how we do on Tuesday. It's time for our Never Ordinary News presented by Bet365. And the season is never ordinary, especially when you're talking about the Chicago Bulls. So, Shams, we're going to start with you on this conversation because that trade market is pulling up and that trade season is pulling up very soon. So what are you hearing on the latest with the Chicago Bulls and their two-time All-Star Zack LaVine?
The Bulls are going to continue to probe the marketplace for potential trade opportunities for Zack LaVine, but there's major dates coming up. December 15th, most of the free agents signed last offseason can be traded on the 15th, but then also January 15th. You think about the Lakers Sixers. Those are two prospective suitors, I'm told, for Zack LaVine. But the Lakers, they will not be able to move two guys like D'Angelo Russell, like Rui Hachimura until mid-January. So there's a little bit of a waiting period that's going on right now around the league, and specifically with the LaVine situation. But even beyond that, LaVine is out for the next 3 to 4 weeks. So he's going to be out for at least a total of 4 to 5 weeks with right foot inflammation. And so teams that are interested in Zack LaVine are going to wait to see how he looks upon his return to play, how that injury situation goes. And so I would expect this to be somewhat of a gradual process with Zack LaVine. And in the meantime, the Bulls have won 4 out of their last 5 games. They're on a 4-game winning streak as well. And so the team is starting to play better and compete for potential play-in opportunity, but they're still going to probe the marketplace, and a team that will be intriguing to watch going into the trade deadline.
Yeah, no doubt that front office for the Bulls will definitely take their time to make sure that they can put the right deal in place to help this team. And Shams, you mentioned that, and Harrison, I'm going to go to you with my next question, because they have won 4 of their last 5 games and really took Milwaukee to the test last night in Milwaukee, and unfortunately losing that game for them in overtime. So when you look at their matchup tonight, back on the floor, welcoming in the reigning NBA champions in the Denver Nuggets. Now, the line was the Bulls as 8-point underdogs. Now it's dropped down to 7, but you still like this Bulls team to cover. Tell us why.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense if you look at the ATS records of both of these teams. The Bulls are 3-1 ATS as a home underdog. Meanwhile, the Denver Nuggets are 3-8 against the spread as road favorites. So leaning towards that way. You have to factor in the notion that the Nuggets also played last night. So I think you can mess around with this Bulls +7, but I'd be careful. Maybe a live this matchup, considering the talent discrepancy between these two teams. For example, last night the Pacers they lost the first quarter to the Detroit Pistons. They were only laying for the end of the first quarter, ended up winning by 8. So sometimes a live number might be your best move, especially when you look at the talent discrepancy between these two teams.
Again, right now on Bet365, the Bulls are 7-point underdogs in this matchup. It was 8-point underdogs, but now it's dropped down just a little bit. So some interesting movement right there for this Bulls team, welcoming in the Denver Nuggets. Shams, let's get back to this team in terms of other possible pieces that could be moved on this Bulls roster with trade season almost upon us. So what other teams are expressing interest in possible other players on this roster that could be moved?
DeMar DeRozan's a name to keep an eye on. He's going to be a potential free agent in the offseason. The Bulls and DeRozan have been discussing an extension as well, but the sides are not close to a deal, which makes you think that he could be a name to keep an eye on as well. And Alex Caruso, their star utility player, I'm told several contenders. They've been getting a bevy of calls on Alex Caruso, but to this point, I'm told the Bulls have been shutting down all interested parties in Caruso.
Yeah, Caruso is a very valuable piece, no matter what team he is on, but he's currently with the Bulls right now, and I understand them really valuing what he brings to the court on both ends. But let's keep this conversation in the Eastern Conference, Shams, with the upcoming trade season. Now, let's talk about the Toronto Raptors, because they have barely found their footing this season. Some up and downs for this group, but when you look at what could possibly be on the transition for them in terms of their roster, any deals that we could see happen with Toronto?
They're definitely a team to keep an eye on as well. Slow start this year, 9-14 record. They're not in the play-in tournament race as of yet, and I think that's given teams belief that more than ever right now, either Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby could be on the move before now on the trade deadline. The Raptors are known to take these things up right up until the deadline, so I don't think anything's going to change there. So look at some of the same teams to be interested in both players. Atlanta, Sacramento, Indiana, from what I'm told. They're going to have interest in both players, have had interest over the last year or so in both players, and I think this will be a gradual, slow process. The Raptors lost Fred VanVleet for nothing in the offseason. When they could have traded him last season, they lose him in free agency to the Rockets. So teams around the league are definitely monitoring how exactly Masai Ujiri and that front office handle this situation.
Yeah, and speaking of Masai Ujiri, president of the Toronto Raptors, let's take it here. Both of you guys, really, and Harrison, I'll start with you on this question, because he's known as a very tough negotiator. And as Shams mentioned, the Raptors aren't going to be forced into a specific deal, but a team that's lost 6 of 7, you got to think that he's working those phones. So when it comes to best negotiators in the NBA, Harrison, where would you rank Raptors president Masai Ujiri when it comes to that?
Man, I only wish I was tapped into some of the agents and other general managers in the league. I could really give you a better answer for that. I'm sure Shams could help you out with that. But even as a Knicks fan, I remember Carmelo Anthony made it a hard deal for him to get over to New York. Remember when Masai Ujiri was previously over there in Denver. So it dates back for a very long time. And sometimes, and I'll tell you this, being connected to the Toronto fan base, sometimes they wish Masai Ujiri would pull the trigger on some trades, because if you look at that 2019 NBA Finals team, a lot of Raptors fans feel like they didn't get enough off of those players that eventually left. Nonetheless, Masai Ujiri is definitely respected around the league, and I don't need to be an insider to know that one.
All right, well, let's go to the insider for that question, and Shams Charania, because Shams, we know that you are tapped into many circles. So when it comes to the best negotiators in the NBA, where do you rank Masai Ujiri?
You have to put him up there for sure, but I mean, he's not afraid to make decisions. He's also not afraid to do the total opposite of what everyone thinks. He went out and got Kawhi Leonard in 2018, and they ended up winning the championship that season. And then last season, we were talking about Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, and he ends up trading for Jakob Poeltl at the trade deadline to double down on that team. Well, they've doubled down. They've doubled down again, and now I think is where there's going to be a real fork in the road, because both Siakam and OG Anunoby are scheduled to be free agents.
All right, well, let's move and transition from the Eastern Conference and go to the Western Conference, because a possible debut of the Suns' Big Three could be on deck tonight for the Suns game against the Golden State Warriors in the Valley. So, Shams, we know Bradley Beal was targeting a return for tonight's game against the Golden State Warriors. So could we see the Big Three finally debut tonight in the Valley?
Bradley Beal will make his return after missing 1 month with a back injury tonight against the Warriors. But I'm told Kevin Durant will not be playing tonight. He's got an ankle injury that he suffered last week against the Lakers, and so he's still nursing that. His status is potential for tomorrow against the Nets at home in this back-to-back. They play the Warriors tonight, the Nets tomorrow. He's possible for tomorrow, but he is out tonight. We will not see that Big Three debut, but Bradley Beal, Devin Booker will be back in the lineup tonight.
All right, well, Suns, you have a little bit of hope there with Bradley Beal and Devin Booker in that backcourt, but you just got to wait a little bit longer. I know you've been more than patient to see this Big Three, but in due time, they will be on the court together. All right, we're just getting started on this Tuesday edition of Inside the Association, and when we come back, look, it has been a polarizing season for Zion Williamson and the Pelicans, but after last night's big win against the Timberwolves, should the media take it a little bit easy on the former #1 overall pick? That more when we come back. This is ITA.
You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
What Barkley and Shaq said last week, do you view that as a legitimate critique?
And what exactly did they say?
I mean, essentially it was both those guys said we struggled with some conditioning stuff early in our career, and that got better, and we see that in his game a little bit too.
If it comes from a great place and a place where they just want to see me do better, thank you. But if it comes from anywhere else, everybody entitled to their own opinion. Can't control that.
All right, we are back on ITA. Thanks to the NBA insider Shams Charania for joining us in the first segment. Cam Smith back with my man Harrison Sanford. And Harrison, we saw Zion Williamson on the recent criticism that he's received on the state of his conditioning, and I'm glad that he held his tongue when he said if it was coming from another place. You know what he really wanted to say, but he understood that there were mics in front of his face. But when it comes to what we saw last night, 36 points, a season high for him, it feels like he's taken that criticism very personally. Has the criticism really been too much for Zion Williamson? Now, if you rewind it back, the previous two games before that 36-point outburst, it was 13 points against the Lakers and 10 points before that in the quarterfinals for this Pelicans team in Sacramento. So where are you in terms of with your thoughts on the criticism of Zion and his lack of conditioning?
Well, it's all about perspective, right? Because this summer, people were getting on Zion for things that weren't even related to basketball. And as it pertains to that, we haven't earned anything. So no news is good news as it pertains to that. They were also getting on Zion Williamson as it pertains to his ability to be out there on the court. Well, this year he's played 20 of a possible 24 games. He's on pace to play that 65 games, which would make him eligible for any NBA awards at the end of the season. He has the most points per game by any player in the paint, shooting 58% from the field. However, there are some things that I think are warranted when you look at Zion Williamson. He is he's scoring worse than he has since his rookie year so far. His three-point shot hasn't gotten better. And when you put him up against a player that is as strong as him, i.e. LeBron James in the quarterfinals of the IST, or the semifinals of the IST, you can see that the limitations of his game is really going to hamper him as you think about playoff basketball. And that's what it should come down to when it's Zion Williamson. We're not basing him on just any overall pick in any lottery pick in the draft. We're basing him off of being a number one pick in the NBA draft who had superstar potential.
Yeah, I think we're having a little connection issue with Harrison's feed right now. Oh, go ahead, Harrison.
I was saying that if you base Zion Williamson off of where he was drafted in the draft, number one overall pick, you think he's going to be a superstar. If you look at how he plays the actual game, I don't think he's going to be able to turn in superstar performances in the playoffs because he seems relatively easy to guard as long as you have the right personnel. And that is where the issue lies, and that is where the criticism is fair. Can he evolve his game more than what it is? Because as it stands right now, he has severe limitations that are going to hurt the team in the long run.
Yeah, not too many people have the right personnel in terms of defending Zion Williamson like a LeBron James for the Lakers, because we saw LeBron play way off of Zion in that semifinals in Vegas, but not too many teams can have a guy like LeBron Ramon James Sr. defensively and understanding with his basketball IQ of how to play Zion and really limit his impact offensively. It's going to have to be a development of Zion and his jump shot. That's what I think he needs to add to his game on top of his conditioning and getting better with that. So I think when it comes to the criticism of his conditioning, it's warranted because he's not having an impact. In fact, when you look at his numbers, and Harrison alluded to this, that everything is worse. The only thing that's better in terms of his numbers this year is that he's not turning the ball over as much. He's averaging one less turnover this year, but in terms of point production, rebounds, assists, steals, field goal percentage, three-point percentage, it's all down. And that's a big concern for this Pelicans team. And my thinking of this, Harrison, is you have to think about the lack of impact, meaning that you don't have enough gas in the tank to really get the most out of your body when your team needs certain plays or certain rebounds to get back within games. Now, we saw last night the 36 points against the Minnesota Timberwolves, which was a major win for this Pelicans team, coming off that embarrassing loss against the Lakers in Vegas where they just got smacked up. They wanted to make sure they made a statement with that win, and more importantly for Zion, since we're talking about him, that they understood what happened in Vegas. They don't want to repeat that same type of ball game, especially from Zion from an individual standpoint, right? But it's not going to be a situation for this team where it's going to get any easier. Now, if you're seeing Zion play at that type of level, you're going to have to adjust defensively, and we know the Western Conference will not take it easy, and it's always tough no matter who you match up with in the NBA, but especially in the Western Conference. But for all of our viewers out there watching the show, make sure you scan that QR code on the left side of your screen, because this is where we get into a real conversation when it comes to this Pelicans core. Zion Williamson, CJ McCollum, of course, Brandon Ingram as well. When you look at that core, Harrison, is this enough to really take this team to the next level? Can this team really make the playoffs, and not make the playoffs in terms of a play-in team, but be a top 6 team in the Western Conference? So can they do that? Can they take this Pelicans organization to the next level?
Yeah, I think they could be a top 6 seed. I don't want to guarantee it or anything like that, but I think they can, because they have there are very few teams that have as many talented wings as the New Orleans Pelicans have. And then you also add in the fact that they have that they're relatively young. And if Zion continues at this pace in terms of playing games, then they might just be one of those teams that just ends up being really good and really healthy, or having enough healthy bodies. And I think that will be a factor when it comes to making the playoffs. You look at a team like the Warriors, obviously talented, but on the older end of things. So maybe they might not have enough legs for the end of the season, and might not have enough bodies to even make the playoffs. So I think the Pelicans can make the playoffs. Now, to talk about making noise, that's a whole different story, Cam. And I don't think that's possible as currently constructed. But if you're a Pelicans fan, you just want to see them in the playoffs for a little bit and see what you have, and then you could evaluate from there.
All right, everybody watching right now, go to Bet365 for the Pelicans to make the playoffs. It's at -130. But if you feel that you saw something in Vegas that could haunt the Pelicans for the remainder of the season, where you can get them to not make the playoffs at even money. So do with that information as you may, but make sure you hit up Bet365. But I believe in this core and what it is with Zion, Brandon Ingram, and CJ McCollum. But you got to throw in the names of a Herbert Jones, of a Trey Murphy III, of course, Jose Alvarado. They have some nice young pieces that can get it done on both ends of the floor. Of course, Jordan Hawkins is another name that is a knockdown shooter for this group. So they have a good mix of young talent, some veteran experience, as I mentioned with CJ McCollum, of course, Jonas Valanciunas. So with this Pelicans team moving forward, I think the task is up to Willie Green to really maximize the talent on this roster. But we know that Willie Green can do that with his group, because they far exceeded expectation, really, the previous 2 to 3 seasons. So I like the Pelicans at -130 on Bet365 to make the playoffs. But let's take it here, man, because we're going to have 5 great matchups on the slate tonight in the NBA. You see them right there on your screen. Let's talk about statement wins. Who needs to make a statement tonight in their matchup, Harrison? What are you looking at when it comes to these 5 games? Is there a particular team that needs to make a statement in their ball game tonight?
Love that late night Clippers game with them laying 3 against the Sacramento Kings. The Clippers had a gritty win last night against the Portland Trail Blazers. They're 7-3 in their last 10 games. Surprisingly enough, number 7 in defensive rating. And the thing that's really stood out for me about this Clippers team in a whole, not just the James Harden version of these Clippers, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George have played every single game this season. And for them to play again tonight on a back-to-back against an offensively talented team like the Sacramento Kings, I think that says a lot about their determination to get this thing right, about their determination to potentially win a title. And Kawhi Leonard, quiet as kept, is doing his thing recently. Last 10 games, 25 points, 50% from the field, 40% from 3. Last 5 games, 27 points per game. He's really cooking up. This team is building some steam. If they could take out a team that was a top 3 seed in the West last year in the Sacramento Kings, I think that shows that this team is really moving at a right pace, and they should definitely be somebody that everybody in the Western Conference should be worried about.
Yeah, I'm with
Scratch that. Not the Western Conference, the NBA.
Ah, okay, taking a step up. I love that, Harrison. Let's stay in the Western Conference for my pick for a team that needs to make a statement in their ball game tonight, and that's an underdog when it comes to Bet365. I'm going with the Golden State Warriors, and we talked about this group, especially me, in terms of that hand being over the panic button. And look, if they drop another game tonight, I'm not even pressing it. I'm slamming down on that panic button because this team has been so inconsistent with the start of their season. They are too veteran-led, too championship-proven to have these type of struggles at this point of the season. Steph Curry is fine. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about Klay Thompson. I'm worried about Draymond Green. I'm definitely worried about that young man that we saw on the first picture of the Warriors players and Jonathan Kuminga. When is he going to fully step up and stay consistent for this group that at some point he's going to be part of that core group, as maybe some of us believe, that will take the torch after Steph, Klay, and Draymond leaves. But it's not looking like he's going to be part of that core if he continues these inconsistencies. We've heard Shams Charania, the NBA insider, talking about Kevin Durant not being available in this matchup for the Phoenix Suns tonight. So Bradley Beal, who has missed extended time with the situation with his lower back, he returns. So if the Warriors do not take advantage of this matchup with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and running Bradley Beal around screens just to test his conditioning, but also get their shots going for themselves, again, there's my fist. I'm slamming on that panic button because the Warriors have to get it together. They are 11th in the Western Conference right now and 4-6 in their last 10. That's not Golden State Warriors basketball. So if they get a win tonight and do it convincingly, that will be a big statement win for the Golden State Warriors. All right, when we come back, relegators, mount up. The NBA already borrowed a page from Soccer's book with the in-season tournament. But is it time to start looking into relegation as well? We'll unpack that conversation after the break.
You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Ooh, listen, times is hard if you're a fan of the Washington Wizards now. Harrison even sent some shots to him yesterday, posting this on X. I know the Pistons are on an 18-game losing streak, but what are we going to do about the Wizards? Relegation? Why not? Ooh, all right, time to finish up the show. My man Harrison coming with that heat with his social media handle there in his page. So that has us thinking, when you think about the Pistons and Spurs having streaks of 20 and 17 games, losing streaks, but the Wizards might actually be the worst team out of all of them. So, Harrison, do you think the NBA should consider implementing relegation?
Yeah, the Pistons lost so many games, I got the wrong count there. They lost a lot of games, essentially. Yeah, I believe in relegation. The last thing an NBA player wants to hear is that they are a G Leaguer. I would be down for it.
Yeah, relegate them or any of these worst teams in the NBA. Bring up the G League Ignite. All right, that does it for this edition of ITA. See you tomorrow.
You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Introduces more volatility into the equation.
I don't care about victory laps.
Stop it, please stop it. Throw the football into the floor.
The BetQL Network presents your favorite handicapper's favorite handicapper, Ken Barkley.
If I have an opinion, I'm just going to go put money on that thing happening.
And your host, Nick Costos.
Every single play of every single game impacts you in some way, shape, or form.
It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
It is a terrific football Tuesday. It is Nick Costos. It is Ken Barkley. It is You Better You Bet, and it is you here on the BetQL Network, where we'll be simulcast for the next couple hours by our friends at Stadium. The people watching us on Stadium right now, you are sincerely appreciated. And we'll be bringing you 2 hours of badass wagertainment to get you set to bet and win this week on the National Football League. We'll also get you set for the fantasy football playoffs coming up in just a playoffs with our pal Jamie Eisenberg, lead fantasy football analyst for CBS Sports. Also joining us this hour will be former NFL linebacker, Super Bowl champion, our BetQL Network teammate, former Broncos linebacker, Brandon Marshall, who you can catch every Sunday, 5 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time inside the betting lines with the Candyman, Adam Candy, like live betting all the games on the NFL slate. Brandon Marshall stops by in 20 minutes. Next hour, Pro Football Hall of Famer and Pete Prisco's best friend. I actually mean that seriously. I'm pretty sure they're like best friends. Tony Baselli will join us. Westwood One NFL analyst, talk Jaguars and Ravens on Sunday night, and the rest of the games on the slate, Week 15 in the NFL. And Ken and I will finish our handicap of all the games coming up this weekend, including Tommy DeVito and the New York Giants visiting Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints, where I'll ask the question when we talk about the game. And I'm being like at least 49% serious. Who's got the better quarterback in the game? The Giants with Tommy DeVito or the Saints with Derek Carr? We'll get to all of this as we move along, plus all our bets for tonight in the Power Hour, final hour of the show. But joining us right now, as promised, is our friend Jamie Eisenberg, lead fantasy football analyst for CBS Sports and one of the hosts of Fantasy Football Today and the CBS Sports Fantasy Football Podcast on Twitter at Jamie Eisenberg. Jamie and I, by the way, are on a collision course to potentially meet in the second round of a Dynasty League that we are in, and I very much look forward to that. My friend, welcome back to the show. It's Nick and Ken. Happy Week 15 in the NFL to you and yours. And for this, like once like the next couple weeks are over, Jamie gets to kick his feet up basically until next September doing fantasy football content. I bet it feels pretty good.
It's getting close, Nick. It's getting close. I can't wait for a little time off. But, it's good to be in the fantasy playoffs. Good to talk to you guys. And I do hope that we have that collision course and we meet for a second round. It would be nice if we're meeting for a championship. So, who knows how things may unfold.
Jamie, we started the show by talking about just how both Nick and I watched the Dolphins-Titans game last night and kind of like consumed it when Tyreek Hill got hurt. Like, I have a ton of money on him to win Offensive Player of the Year. Like, Nick's got 17 fantasy matchups going. Like, people bet props last night, are sweating. Like, is he going to come back and is he going to be effective? Did you have like a similar situation, like as a fantasy analyst, like a guy who plays a lot of fantasy football? Like, were you sweating the Tyreek Hill situation, I feel like, as heavily as the rest of us were?
And the league that Nick references, I have Tyreek Hill, and I was competing for the 1 seed. And, when he goes down, it's like, okay, there you go. Forget that matchup because it was back and forth. I think I was trailing, actually, against one of my colleagues, Chris Towers. But in another league where I'm playing against another fantasy analyst, he had Romeo Doubs, and I had Tyreek Hill, and it was, back and forth. And, thankfully Tyreek came back in and got a couple catches. But anytime you see a player like that go down, especially after losing Justin Jefferson and then Jefferson coming back and then he gets hurt and then Isaiah Pacheco, another guy who's been, almost on a superstar level going down. This is the worst time of year when you have injuries. In the middle of the season, you can somewhat manage it. But, all the great players for the most part are taken. Trade deadlines have passed. It's hard to find a guy on waivers that's going to help you in your fantasy league. And so you lose a Tyreek Hill. It not only crushes him, clearly in the manager that has him, Tua Tagovailoa, as we saw last night, basically cratered as well. So that entire offense just revolves around Tyreek Hill, and he's certainly been just an amazing player and smart by you to put all the money on him for Offensive Player of the Year, because it'd be shocking if he did not win it.
Well, Exhibit A of this is oh, you mean like it wasn't a great idea for me to start Dontrevion Wicks when Christian Watson got hurt? Just like, what am I supposed to do at this point? Like, it kind of is what it is. So, Jamie, it's a Tuesday, right? And most leagues, and some leagues do it on Wednesday, will have kind of like the waiver wire. People are going to put all their claims in, right, for the fantasy playoffs, whether it's based on claims or whether it's like in the order or whatever, or FOB. Who are some of the players, Jamie? And we'll get into individual matchups this weekend, some games that you might like, potential bonanza games, tip of the cap to our guy Adam Azer. But who are some pickups that you think would be beneficial for our listeners and viewers still alive in the fantasy playoffs?
Well, I mean, you're following injuries, so Ty Chandler is the most logical one to pick up if Alexander Madison is dealing with any semblance of a high ankle sprain, but even a low ankle sprain where it might knock him out for this week. That sets the stage for him to get probably 20-plus touches. He had 15 touches in the game against the Raiders with Madison starting that game. So they're going to lean on him, and this is an offense that's clearly evolving right now because of the quarterback change and Jefferson coming back, and hopefully he'll play this week. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and I think Madison's injury opens the door for Chandler to maybe be 4 to 5 catches and certainly 15 carries, and that's hard to find. It's a pretty good matchup against the Bengals as well. It depends on the size of your league. Obviously, you're in a league. We talk about this all the time. When you text me about trying to find some of these deeper league options, for people that could still pick up an Odell Beckham or an Isaiah Likely. Those are two, great options right now with the matchup against Jacksonville and certainly the way that Lamar Jackson looks. So if you can find those two guys available, I'd go look for them. In some of those deeper leagues, the Josh Jacobs injury opens the door for maybe Zamir White or Amir Abdullah to get an opportunity to step in and at least get touches. I would lean probably more toward Abdullah just based on his role in the passing game. but it could be ugly. But again, you're just hoping for touches at this point. So there's a variety of running backs that run the gamut of from Kareem Hunt potentially if Jerome Ford is out. He's rostered in about 80% of leagues on CBS Sports. To a guy like I said, like Amir Abdullah, the wide receivers. Odell Beckham down to Wan'Dale Robinson, who looked pretty good last night with Tommy DeVito. So a lot of people looking for quarterbacks. Joe Flacco looks pretty good, back-to-back games with 20-plus points. Tommy DeVito in a super flex league, and then you might be a little bit desperate with the Nick Mullins and the Easton Sticks of the world, but that's where a lot of fantasy managers are right now.
Jamie, if we look at, you did a little bit on Thursday's game there with like Josh Jacobs and what happens there with that injury. On Saturday, it seemed, I think we have the potential to have a couple high scoring games. Maybe all three games actually have the potential to be high scoring, but some uncertainty at the quarterback position. Some of these offenses haven't looked great recently. Like the Lions are kind of, I think, like an interesting crossover team, right? With like gambling and fantasy. Like if bettors have been betting on the Lions recently, like it has not gone particularly well in a bunch of these games. Even the game they went against the Saints, they like blow a huge lead in that game. And the offense has been really hot, cold. And there's a lot of stuff about, well, when Jared Goff plays outside, it doesn't go very well, but all of that's kind of done because they're about to play a bunch of games either at home or indoors. Like, do you see the Lions offense kind of like taking off here? Do you make fantasy decisions based on like home road splits? Is that like a big thing for you? Like, what about the Lions this week against Denver and the idea of like the Lions offense going forward?
Yeah, you definitely look at that, especially with guys that have trends. Jared Goff in colder weather hasn't been as performing as well. His numbers on the road since he's been in Detroit have not been as successful. So you absolutely look at those situations. And this is a really interesting game because the Broncos defense has been fantastic, for the last 6 weeks. They've really been great against opposing quarterbacks. And it's going to be, I think, tough for Goff if that offensive line continues to let him down. Injuries have been a big part of that. But when he's not been protected, he has not put up the type of numbers that we saw earlier this season when the offensive line was fully intact. So you would have said to me week 4, week 5, Jared Goff in week 15 at home against Denver, that's a slam dunk potential top 5 guy. Now he's barely in the top 12, and that kind of speaks to, I think, just the struggles that we've seen lately. And even when he's had some good fantasy days, you referenced the Saints game and even go back to the Packers game on Thanksgiving, both indoor games, he didn't put up the type of numbers that you thought because of turnovers. And so he's been a little turnover prone, taking too many hits. But there is a decent bounce back spot here because I think, this is the type of game where Dan Campbell, I think, can sort of rally the troops and say, we got to get things going a little bit. You got the Vikings. We're looking over our shoulder right now. We may not have the division locked up like we thought, and the Packers are still certainly in the mix as well. So they got to win this game, and I think that they will. This could be a little bit of a trap game for the Broncos as well.
You better here with Nick and Ken. Terrific Football Tuesday, getting you set for the fantasy football playoffs and to bet props and over-unders this weekend with our friend Jamie Eisenberg from CBS Sports, lead fantasy football analyst on Twitter at Jamie Eisenberg. Jamie, let's go back to the Dolphins here for a second. And in case you missed it, because it came down pretty recently, Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel saying that Tyreek Hill is day-to-day with an ankle injury, likely putting him on track to play on Sunday as the Dolphins host the New York Jets. But the Dolphins are a team, obviously, where you start a ton of players from their offense with Tua, the 2 running backs, the 2 receivers, obviously. Bad offensive output last night. I know Tyreek doesn't play for a lot of the game, but they really had 13 points before the Titans gifted them 2 touchdowns at the end of the game with 2 bad turnovers up against this Jets defense. And you got to think they're coming into this game hot after what happened last week against Houston and maybe ready to go. Thoughts on the Dolphins offense? And they're a 9-point favorite coming up on Sunday against the Jets.
They struggled with the Jets a little bit on Black Friday. And, you referenced the gift that the Titans gave them. Remember, it was the Hail Mary touchdown at the end of the half that kind of set that game, on its head a little bit for the Jets. They played much better with Zach Wilson. I think the loss of Connor Williams, their center, who just suffered a torn ACL last night, is going to be huge because this offensive line was bad last night and it looked a little bit suspect the last couple of weeks as they keep losing guys. So it's not just a matter of the starters going down. The depth is certainly tested right now. And now you got Quinnen Williams in that defensive group, looking at Tua Tagovailoa, who we know is not the most mobile of guys. So this is where Mike McDaniel's going to have to earn his money and be a little bit creative. Unfortunately, I think the Jets offense will get a little bit stagnant by comparison to where it was last week because the Texans defense not at the same level as the Dolphins defense when they're both playing at their best. But the Jets are going to give him a game. Tua, I think, is going to struggle. He's not a top 12 quarterback for me this week, which sucks because, you'd like to have a player like that going into the playoffs, playing at a high level and certainly with a great matchup. But this has just not been a good matchup for him. The Jets have handled him. If this was in New York, I'd be almost completely out on Tua. But you need a healthy Tyreek Hill and a healthy offensive line, and he doesn't have either of those right now. So you can probably find some other options ahead of Tua. Now, I wouldn't go the Joe Flacco route ahead of him, but if you have Tua and Brock Purdy or Tua and Justin Fields, I like those other guys better than Tua this week, for example.
Jamie, Bills Cowboys, like obviously the premier game, if not one of the premier games coming up this weekend. And I think, like we know the quarterbacks are high profile, both maybe have a potential to win MVP at the end of the year, but especially in Dallas's case, like a lot of potential guys that you could play in DFS, that you could play prop overs on. Like, how is Dak going to distribute the ball in this game? Okay, it's a really high total. Like, how is it going to get there? So like, obviously, like maybe the answer is like, I like everybody in this game. It's a really high total. It's Dallas, it's Buffalo, like could be fireworks from all positions. Are there specific players versus kind of how you think they're going to be projected that you like in this game, Dallas Buffalo on Sunday?
I think you kind of see the path for Dallas and just the guys that are easy to rely on. Dak, like you said, having an MVP season. CD Lamb's been a big part of that. Basically, since their bye week, those two guys have been in sync and producing numbers. I don't think that we've seen in Dallas maybe since Michael Irvin and Troy Aikman at that level. They've just been that good. Maybe I guess Tony Romo and Terrell Owens had some good moments as well. But in any event, the way that those two guys are playing right now, they're must-starts. No matter where they're playing, no matter who they're playing, you're not getting away from them. They've been better at home, but you still trust them on the road. And I think Tony Pollard, I love the fact that he had 7 catches last week. So even though he split the rushing down work with Rico Dowdle, if they're going to use Tony Pollard in the passing game, that's going to be huge. And especially with some of the defensive injuries for Buffalo right now, with Epineza and Micah Hyde being banged up, that's going to be big for that Dallas offense. Jake Ferguson's become a must-start tight end, and Brandon Cooks, I think, is just more matchup dependent. This isn't one of those matchups where I think it's a slam dunk, but if he's been your number 3 receiver in a 3-receiver league, there's no reason to get away from him just based on how Dak has been playing. On the other side, Josh Allen, must-start guy. Stephon Diggs, despite his struggles, still a must-start guy. And then James Cook, really, since the coordinator change, has been a must-start guy. Joe Brady's done wonderful things. He's been 15-plus touches in 3 straight games, involved in the passing game. So while this is a brutal matchup, Dallas has been great against opposing running backs. I'm not sitting James Cook. He's not a top 10 guy like he might have been if this matchup was better based on the last 3 weeks. But I still think you're looking at him as a solid number 2 running back. Really, you get away from Gabe Davis at this point. 3 games of his last 5 with no catches. And we got to see if Dalton Kincaid's healthy. That's a big part of that Buffalo offense as well.
Yeah, I got Kincaid in a couple leagues, and I'm going to be putting in waiver claims on Dawson Knox tonight where available, which sucks, but kind of is what it is. Jamie, let's close with this. We have about a minute to go. Outside of the Bills and the Cowboys, point total in that game is 50.5. You just talked about it. Is there another game that you are eyeing as a potential, as our guy Adam Azer would call it, a fantasy bonanza coming up this week, which obviously means the game would likely go over the total as well? Maybe it's the Rams and the Commanders. Maybe it's another game that you like where you're like, I think we're going to see high scoring, a lot of points from both teams in the game. Which game is that and why here in about a minute?
Yeah, no, you referenced it. It's the Commanders-Rams game. Love the Rams right now. Obviously, Matthew Stafford's playing fantastic. 3 straight games over 29 fantasy points. So Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp look back. Kieran Williams, those guys are all must-start guys. And then for the Commanders, they're going to throw the ball a lot. Another good waiver wire pickup potentially is Antonio Gibson with Brian Robinson with the hamstring injury. But it's hard to peg one of the Washington receivers at this point. But Curtis Samuel's another guy you can pick up off waivers. So that game's got a lot of potential. I really hope it's going to be a lot of the Rams, though, just based on how that offense is clicking right now, and a lot of people looking at those guys as must-start fantasy options.
Just like 30 seconds here. McLaurin coming off a goose egg in the last game, Washington's blowout loss against Miami, complained about it after the game. Do you think this is a squeaky wheel game coming up for McLaurin on Sunday in 10 seconds?
Absolutely can be, but he's no more than a number 3 receiver at this point.
Who scores more points, more fantasy points, and has more yards and more touchdowns on Sunday? Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua?
I'm going back to Cooper Kupp. He looks like he's back to being 80% of himself, and I think he'll score more touchdowns.
Who is a better fantasy football player, me or Will Brinson?
You never go with Will, so I'm going to go with you.
Jamie, with the right answer there. Kind of like telling Ken's making great bets, telling me I'm a great fantasy player. On this show, flattery will get you everywhere. Jamie on Twitter, @Jamie Eisenberg. Check him out on CBS Sports HQ. Check out Fantasy Football Today in podcast form with our pals Adam Azer, Dave Richard, Heath Cummings, and more. My friend, we sincerely appreciate it. Stay well. Good luck with all the leagues this weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. I'm just glad to be on a real phone call finally, so thank you for letting me do that.
That's the great Jamie, as opposed to the fake phone calls. And there are some of those, according to some people. Yeah. That's an inside joke that I'll talk about during the break. So thanks to our pal Jamie Eisenberg for stopping by. On the other side, we'll welcome in one of our BetQL Network teammates, someone we haven't heard from on the show. Former NFL linebacker, Super Bowl champion Brandon Marshall, who hosts on Sundays on our network, stops by next, talking the Broncos and the Lions and the rest of the slate coming up in Week 15.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL Network.
You're watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium, airing live Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Patrick Mahomes, not happy, Brad.
No, not at all, but silence, Patrick. And I can't believe I'm really saying this, but there was no legitimate gripe at all for the offsides call on Kadarius Toney. I mean, he saw the replay. Everybody saw that his foot was firmly across the line. Yeah. By definition, he broke a rule. That deserved a flag. As great as a play that was, Travis Kelce kicking it back, and for the touchdown that was wiped off the board, it didn't count, and for, again, good reason. So Kansas City, Mahomes really should be yelling at his defense right now because they stink. The back end, they've gotten worse. On the front end, they've been terrible the entire year. Number 30 in EPA rush defense. That is the bigger problem for Kansas City right now moving forward. This team showing their true colors and one that ain't going to compete for another title.
Well, let's take a look at the AFC odds here as they stand right now. You see the Ravens, as Cam was just talking about, they're at plus 225 to win the AFC. The Chiefs have lost 4 of their past 6 games. Everything feeling a little bit more tenuous, especially with that Broncos victory over the weekend. Cam, you went and got a prop, and I'm itching my head to understand what's going on here.
No, I'm just channeling my inner Patrick Mahomes right now because everybody saw that in slow motion, what he was doing with his helmet, just throwing it down because he was so upset with the officials. But he really should be upset with his wide receivers because that was the issue, as Brad laid out. So I just saw this lovely BetMGM football hammer, and I'm not going to smash it down because we know we love BetMGM. And just channeling my inner Patrick Mahomes because I need my receivers to be competent because it's looking rough for this Chiefs team.
No kidding.
going to take a deep shot. Sutton in the end zone. And Cortland Sutton makes the catch for a touchdown.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
That's our pal Andrew Cattle on with the call this past Sunday as the Broncos take down the Chargers 24-7. Setting up a really high-leverage game on Saturday night as the Broncos will visit the Detroit Lions. We will talk about that game and the rest of the slate, Week 15 in the NFL, coming up in a moment with our BetQL Network teammate, host of Inside the Betting Lines, alongside Adam Candy, Sundays from 5 to 9 p.m. Eastern, Super Bowl champion, linebacker of the Denver Broncos, Brandon Marshall, will stop by with us here in just a moment on the show. But, Ken, before we welcome Brandon in, our BetQL Network team was a really cool Super Bowl champion. We do have breaking news in the National Football League as it impacts the games this weekend, and not a huge surprise. We talked about this yesterday, but it is official. The Minnesota Vikings have named Nick Mullins, their starting quarterback, for Saturday's game on the road in Cincinnati, which I think everyone could kind of see coming after Josh Dobbs got benched in the fourth quarter of what at the time was a 0-0 game. And Mullins comes in, leads them to a field goal. They win the game 3-0. And there was talk that the Vikings would bench Dobbs, obviously prior to the game after the stinker he put up on Monday night a couple weeks ago against the Bears. So it's official, Ken. Nick Mullins starts for the Vikings on the road in Cincy. Anything happening with the side in total in this game change the way you kind of think about the game?
I mean, you're seeing the board light up a little bit on the game, but not anything I think that's indicative of this announcement. I think there's just a couple people bet Cincinnati a little bit. And so the market for this game is actually really stable still, partly because I think A, we were all expecting this, and B, is there a big difference here? So it's one of those quarterback announcements where okay, if it's Tim Boyle to Zach Wilson market, you figured because when Boyle was announced, the Jets got bet against. When Wilson's announced in, the Jets are going to get played on. Quarterback Justin Herbert to Easton Stick, that was baked into the market, but people get the idea, a quarterback that causes a massive difference. This market's just not going to be like that, I think. So Cincinnati's still a 3.5-point home favorite in the game. There's not been a move in the market yet. Obviously, if stuff happens in the next, hour or so, basically, sometimes this stuff takes a little bit to get into the market. We'll update it then. The total in the game, 38.5, 39. So just not a ton of movement, basically, based on what we've seen so far. Obviously, doesn't mean it can't affect your handicap of the game. Obviously, if you think Mullins is a big upgrade over Josh Dobbs and what we've seen, then you might be more likely to bet the Vikings to win the game or bet the Vikings to cover the game. It's going to get subjective. It's going to be do you think Nick Mullins is a big upgrade? Do you think Josh Dobbs was really that bad? That's part of it. But yeah, the market's still holding. Bengals 3.5, total about 38.5, 39.
And we'll talk more about this game over the course of the week. Nick Mullins, again, will start for the Minnesota Vikings coming up on Saturday. We'll get back to our handicap Week 15 in the NFL coming up about 15 minutes from now. We got 6 games we still have to hit, including my Giants on the road at the New Orleans Saints. But right now, it is a pleasure to welcome into the show one of our newest teammates here on the BetQL Network. And I think this is kind of a really great moment for us here on the network when you could have Super Bowl champion, member of the Denver Broncos all-decade team from last decade, starter on the Super Bowl 50 champion Denver Broncos, former NFL linebacker Brandon Marshall be part of our network, one of our teammates. Brandon is the co-host of Inside the Betting Lines, a live betting extravaganza, Sundays from 5 to 9 p.m. Eastern during all the games with our friend Adam Candy. He is on Twitter at bmarsh with 2 H's at the end. Brandon, what's going on, man? Welcome to the network, obviously. I know you've been doing the show all season, but great to have you here. So welcome from myself, Nick Costos, my co-host Ken Barkley. It's great to have you. How's it going?
Man, going pretty good, man. First of all, thank you for having me. It's great to be a part of the team, man. So everything's going well.
Brandon, I'm curious. We spent a lot of time the first hour of the show talking about both games last night. Obviously, 2 really dramatic games, the Giants and Tommy DeVito and whatever that's going to be. They beat the Packers, but then also the Miami Dolphins, a really surprising loss. They're up 14 with 3 minutes left. And I think part of our conversation was, what are the Dolphins going to be the rest of the season? One of their offensive linemen, Connor Williams, was declared out for the year a little while ago. Not sure if you saw that. Tyreek Hill day-to-day with his ankle injury. I think some people have thought maybe Super Bowl champ for this team. Then it's kind of all right, can they beat anybody good? Are they even a good playoff? Where is Miami for you kind of in the context of the AFC off last night's game?
I mean, for me, it's they have a lot of flash. You know what I'm saying? They have a lot of flash, but not a lot of substance as a team. You know what I mean? So when it comes to me, I think obviously they have a great offense. They have talent everywhere. They even have talent, on defense. They have corners. They have good. Sorry, I got these dogs. They got corners. They have, good defensive ends. You know, they have obviously speed everywhere, but the situation is when it comes down to it, they never win the big games, right? Last night wasn't a big game for them, but at the end of the day, it's a winnable game, and they have to win that to show, you know, who they are as far as when it comes in the AFC. Also, they had a chance to, and they still have a chance to obviously get the number 1 seed. They lost last night, kind of hinders them on that. So, you know, to me, I never saw them as a Super Bowl contender or, you know, or even somebody who can potentially make the Super Bowl because they just cannot win the big game and they can't beat them. You know, first of all, they beat themselves a lot.
And we certainly saw that last night, like blowing a 27-13 lead to Will Levis and the Titans at home was pretty nuts. We'll do some more games coming up. I know we'll ask you about the Broncos and the Lions game on Saturday. But just curious, Brandon, like you obviously you played for a long time. You won a Super Bowl, all-decade team last decade for the Denver Broncos. And now you're talking about sports betting for 4 hours on every single NFL Sunday on our network. Kind of like, what's that transition been like? Like talking about betting on games, obviously, on Sunday, now that you're retired and no longer playing. Like, how are you liking it? Kind of like, how are you finding this whole experience right now?
Well, for me, you know, I'm more the analyst. You know, I leave Adam Candy up, you know, to talking about all the handicapping. You know, that's his specialty. You know, my specialty is the game, the in-game adjustments, you know, everything that involves football. But, you know, as far as the betting aspect of it, I'm learning. You know what I'm saying? I'm learning. You know, I understand it's a, you know, well, first of all, my sports betting career, I'm probably, you know, 0-2 with my parlays. So, I kind of put it down, you know, but obviously talking to Adam and, you know, being on the show and, you know, listening and locking in more, I you know, absolutely, you know, going to give it another go again. But the transition has been seamless as far as just talking ball because, you know, I was somebody who was you know, a pretty cerebral player. You know, I understood, you know, the X's and O's. I understood what it took, you know, to win a game or to win matchups and what happens in games, halftime, you know, different things like that. So, you know, I know the game, you know, hands down, in and out. But the sports betting aspect, that's where it's like, you know, that's kind of getting me. You know, that's kind of getting me. So I'm open to any tips if y'all got any kind of tips for me, man. I mean, just, you know, if you got anything, let me know.
Well, yeah, and I think, you know, like if you think anything about any games as you're watching them and you're like, this team's about to, you know, you're watching last night, you think, you know, I think the Titans are about to come back from 14, maybe like shoot us a text, be like, hey, I'm watching the adjustments. I'm like seeing what the coaches are doing. Vrabel's doing something, whatever, like live betting, halftime betting. This seems like this might be a area of expertise for you based on kind of what you said, your expertise, like being a player for so long and being a cerebral player. As you mentioned, we asked you about some specific games, Brandon, but I'm sure you've been paying attention to the MVP conversation a little bit. And this goes to last night too. Like Tua and Tyreek both lose. Tyreek gets hurt in the game, so he's unable to put up the kind of numbers that he's been putting up recently. And so it seems like if you look at the betting market, at least, Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott are like your two big favorites for most valuable player. You got Lamar Jackson behind them. You have some other Josh Allen, some other players behind them. Do you see it that way now? Like if I tell you Brock Purdy is going to be the MVP of the league, I think I've seen some TV with a lot of players who kind of roll their eyes at that like he can be the MVP of the league with all the players on their team. Where do you come down on kind of that MVP argument, Dak, Purdy, and everybody else?
Well, when it comes to Purdy, first of all, I'm a Brock Purdy fan, but I'm rolling my eyes too. You know, if I'm being honest with you, I'm not saying that. Obviously, he's playing great. You know, let's just, you know, put that out there. He's playing great. The thing is, when you talk about most valuable player, right? The most valuable player to that team, and it's tough because when I look at the San Francisco 49ers, I look at them as almost like a plug and play situation at the quarterback position. Now, obviously, Purdy still has to make the throws. He still has to, you know, fit the ball in tight windows and make certain decisions, right? But at the end of the day, I don't think Brock Purdy should be the MVP front runner. I think he is at this moment. You know, I'm looking more at like a Dak Prescott, you know, Lamar Jackson. You know, if you take those guys away from that team, you know, they probably won't make the playoffs. You know, if you take Brock Purdy away from the team and put Jimmy Garoppolo back in, maybe even Sam Darnold, right? I'm not saying they're going to be 10-3, but they may be, you know, 8-5 for sure. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, you know, how I truly feel about it. So, you know, Brock Purdy's playing fantastic, man. I actually hope the Niners, you know, are playing in Allegiant Stadium over here, you know, when it comes February. But I don't think he should be in the MVP conversation.
You better hear with Nick and Ken. That made a lot of people really happy, that answer. Maybe even my co-host. You bet with Nick and Ken here on a Tuesday. We're talking the National Football League with our BetQL Network teammate, Super Bowl champion linebacker Brandon Marshall. You can catch him on Sundays with the Candy Man, Adam Candy, 5 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time inside the betting lines here on the BetQL Network. Brandon, if the San Francisco 49ers are the best team in your opinion, which is the second best team in football right now?
Ooh, second best team, I'm going to have to go Baltimore. You know, Baltimore has a top 2 defense in the NFL. You know, I think it's the Cleveland Browns and then Baltimore as far as, you know, best defenses. You know, Baltimore, they just find ways to win, right? They find ways to win. I think Lamar Jackson's playing extremely well this year. They know how to run the football. And to be honest with you, they just know how to win, man. They have good special teams. So I'm going to go Baltimore second. And I think, you know, that Baltimore, I can't wait for that Baltimore-San Francisco matchup coming in next week. I really can't wait for that. It's going to be a battle of heavyweights, so we're going to really see where they are. And the thing about Lamar Jackson, he's 19-1 against NFC teams, right? So he's had their number. So, you know, as far as, you know, whatever he plays the NFC team, you saw what he did against the Lions early this season. So, you know, right now I'm going to have to give it to Baltimore just because they find ways to win.
Brandon, let me ask you about the Broncos game coming up on Saturday. Obviously, all 3 games on Saturday, pretty interesting, but the night game has a ton of intrigue. Denver obviously has a chance to make the playoffs still in a few weeks, can obviously win some games here, beat the Chargers at the end of the year again, might find themselves in the playoffs, and the Lions kind of struggling as late. I think a lot of bettors, Brandon, look at this as an opportunity for the Lions to kind of get back on track. They have a home game. Like, Jared Goff has not been very good on the road this year. So bettors have been betting the Lions out. So they were favored by about 4.5. Now it's like a 5.5 point spread. So a lot of interest in the Lions, and I think what's perceived as a bounce back situation. Do you see it that way? The Broncos have played really well the last few weeks, really the last couple months. If I tell you the Lions have to win this game by a touchdown, basically to cover the spread, what kind of game do you see on Saturday night?
You know, look, one thing about the Broncos, man, they've been a tough out. You know, they've created a lot of turnovers within the past, you know, 5 games or 4 games. You know, I want to say are they 6 and 7 in their last, you know, out of the last 7 games, right? They won 6 out of the last 7. You know, at first they was giving up, I want to say 36 points per game on defense, and they've literally only been giving up 17 points. This team is a tough out. They're playing good defense. They're turning the ball over, and, you know, Russell Wilson is making, you know, good sound plays. Now, against Houston, obviously threw 3 interceptions, so, you know, that kind of hindered him a little bit, but at the end of the day, this team is playing fantastic, right? Now, obviously, if you look at things objectively, you think, and we know the Lions are a better team. They're absolutely a better team for sure. They have more talent. They're a better team. But at the end of the day, I think you just can't discount the way that the Broncos are playing and how hot they are right now and what the kind of streak that they're on. You know, ultimately, they got to go in Detroit and win a football game, right? Which is tough. Okay, the Lions are a tough team, and the Lions are actually one of the best teams in the NFC and in the NFL. So it's going to be a tough game. But I can absolutely see the Lions still winning. You know, I think the Broncos could still, you know, after the last 4 games, I think they can win 3 of them. Got Patriots, Chargers, Raiders, Lions. I can think they can go 3 out of 4, you know, and end up being, 10 and 7. I can absolutely see that. I think that can happen. But the Lions going to have to bring their lunch pail to work because the Broncos won't be an easy out.
Brandon, in 10 seconds, if the Lions win the game, will they win the game by 6 points or more, or will it be a close game?
It'll be a close game.
Oh,
I think
Broncos country? Broncos country, let's ride.
Yeah, let's ride. I think it'll be a close game just because they've only been getting up 17 points per game. They've been, you know, shutting the run down. They've been playing good on defense, so it'll be a close game.
Listen, I want to have you on a lot more because this is really awesome to get like the player perspective, especially because you played so recently. Like, so we definitely want to do this a lot more. Now, look, you don't have to be right about this, Brandon, in order for us to have you back on the show like next week even, but it wouldn't hurt.
Sure.
Pick the winner of the game on Sunday here. And we only have about 30 seconds left here. Pick the winner of the game on Sunday and tell us why in 30 seconds. The Bills or the Cowboys in Buffalo. 30 seconds for the answer.
Oh my God. I'm going Bills. I'm going Bills because I'm still not a full believer in the Cowboys yet. I know they beat the Eagles, but I'm going Bills. Bills are in desperation mode. I think the Bills get it done.
It's amazing, right? How so Brandon, right, won a Super Bowl championship, telling you doesn't believe in Miami, doesn't believe in Dallas, and there are a lot of bettors and fans that feel the exact same way that Brandon does. Brandon, this was awesome, man. It's great to have you on our team. And look, like, here's the problem, right? You come on the show and you're really good, and you bring a great perspective, and now we're going to ask you to come back on, like, next week. So we look forward to that, man. Well, I hope so.
That's cool with me.
Really awesome.
We hope so.
All right. He's on Twitter at @bmarsh with 2 H's at the end. And be sure to catch him along with the Candy Man, Adam Candy, 5 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, NFL Sundays with Inside the Betting Lines. Brandon, appreciate it, man. Enjoy the games this weekend. Have a great show, and we'll talk to you real soon, all right?
Sounds good. You too. Have a good one.
Brandon Marshall here with us on You Better, You Bet. I thought that was pretty cool. Absolutely loved it. Yeah. And we definitely got to get Brandon back on the show. Good stuff. Coming up next, Ken and I continue our handicap of Week 15 in the National Football League with P squared, B squared, and we will start with the battle for the Bay, Green Bay and Tampa Bay.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network.
Thanks for watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium, airing live weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
But believe it or not, this is mind-blowing, especially when you take a look at what happened last week. The Broncos are not, they opened as a 4-point underdog. Now it's 5-point underdog. This is not the direction I was expecting the money to be flowing.
No, it's fine because it means more money coming into my account. So I will take them on the spread and definitely on the money line, plus 180 on the money line in this matchup against Detroit. And what did we see against Detroit against the Bears on Sunday? That is not the Detroit Lions that had everybody thinking, more importantly, people like Brad, that they were going to win the Super Bowl and go to the Super Bowl. It's not happening. Look, the Denver Broncos are riding an extreme high. But then even with Russell Wilson highlighting the defense in his post-game interview, saying that they really, really held them down and made sure that they were in that game to solidify that win for themselves. So I like the Broncos, who are fearless on the road, especially in their recent stretch. Since Week 4, this team has been real. I keep telling you people about this.
Jared Goff has not looked good recently. He already has 10 interceptions this season, but 5 just came in this last month alone, 2 against the Bears. I think that this Broncos defense could potentially cause him some fits. Brad, I'm curious to know where you're going on this one, just because you were singing such high praises for the Lions not too long ago.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I've changed my tune, guys, because Jared Goffel has resurfaced. There's no question about it. So many miscues and mistakes that he has made. You guys hit the nail right on the head. The Broncos defense has really risen the occasion here for the second half of the season. Russell Wilson's playing at an extraordinarily high level. And Courtland Sutton, guys, all he does, the modern-day Chris Carter, is catch touchdowns. Probably going to do it again. Yes, I'll have an anytime TD prop on him later this week, but I like the Broncos to keep this one nice and snug. I'm not going to say they're going to win, Cam, but I think they do cover the plus 5.5.
the 11-yard line. Good snap. Mayfield looking. Throws the ball left. Then there's a caught ball. Touchdown. Tampa Bay. Cade Otton makes it over the shoulder catch. And the Bucs retake the lead.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
The legendary Gene Deckerhoff on the call on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers radio network. Touchdown, fire the cannons, touchdown, Tampa Bay. One of the absolute legends in the field. Again, this is my encyclopedic knowledge. Like Alex wrote the name, I already know. Working NFL radio for a decade, know all these guys, unless they're new, in which case I don't. But great call by Gene Deckerhoff there. Great throw by Baker Mayfield. Comeback player of the year, still alive for Baker Mayfield.
Oh man,
we'll see.
Don't tempt me. Yeah,
listen,
I'm
I
the
hope
Joker.
so too, buddy.
I got them all. You got the whole deck of candidates. Flip over a card. Oh, here's Baker Mayfield. Here's Matthew Stafford. Here's Joe Flacco. Here's Russell Wilson. Like, I got them all. Just let me, keep stacking up these inactives for DeMar Hamlin. Let's see what happens. I hope we get the conversation. I just want, I felt I probably seemed so depressed last Thursday.
What's
talking
the
about
meme?
this.
Like, we need to start a dialogue. I feel like that's you right now.
We need to start a dialogue.
We need to start a dialogue.
We do. I just let's challenge some opinions. Let's have this open discourse. Like, is this what the award's supposed to be? Is that really what it is? Do we give the awards to people who don't play, no matter how good the story is? I don't know. Let's have the conversation. Like, I just want to see how everybody else responds. I want to be in the middle of this thing. I think it could get really interesting. Still need one of these guys, I think, to really take off down the stretch. But you got a couple potential options. I think Odell Beckham certainly in that mix as well. These guys who play great for playoff teams that are going to be in the mix for the next month, while the favorite for the award is literally inactive and not playing every game. I think it could set up an interesting conversation. I don't have to be right. I think it could set up an interesting conversation.
And just like what I said this yesterday about Beckham, just my opinion, I think he's going nuclear down the stretch. And we might get like a Rams type situation where people remember that have listened to and watched the show for a long time.
The good old days. Yeah.
Just banging Odell Beckham overs basically in every single game until he tore his ACL in the Super Bowl. He might have been the MVP of the Super Bowl. Cup ended up winning it on the same team, but Beckham was electric in that game before he tore his ACL and down the stretch. I feel like we're maybe not going to get the same level of performance from Beckham that we got then, but I think he's going to exceed expectations big time coming up down the stretch for the Baltimore Ravens. The highlight coming back from break, though, was Baker Mayfield to Cade Otton to beat the Atlanta Falcons this past Sunday. We'll talk about Tampa's game against Green Bay on Sunday in a second, but want to remind our live audience here, especially on Stadium, Tony Baselli, Pro Football Hall of Famer, Westwood One NFL analyst, stops by next hour on the show. Power Hour, Final Hour will feature all our bets coming up for tonight. But for now, Jake, bring the music up. We got 6 more games, Ken, to hit over the course of the rest to finish our handicap week 15
is that all?
in the NFL.
Just 6?
And that's it. And we will start the Battle of the Bays. I just remember back, 11-year-old Nick Costos in 1994. Giants start 3-0 with Dave Brown and the late, great Dan Reeves of 2.5 fame. Then lose 7, 3-7, and then win their final 6 to go 9-7. And in the final game of the season, the Giants needed Tampa Bay to beat Brett Favre and Green Bay in the Battle of the Bays to make the playoffs. And I remember watching NFL Primetime, and Berman introduced the highlight, Battle of the Bays. And I think the Packers beat them 34-10, as you might imagine. And 11-year-old me was really upset, which is neither here nor there, but that's what I think of when Green Bay plays Tampa Bay. The Packers right now, they will host this game coming off the Monday night loss. And right now, the Buccaneers are in first place with tiebreakers in the NFC South. The Bucs, the Saints, and the Falcons all 6-7. Tampa right now atop the division. Green Bay in between, a 3 and 3.5 point home favorite against Tampa. The total is 41.5. And obviously, we'll be monitoring injury stuff in this game, both with the Bucs on defense, where they've been down Jamel Dean and Devin White for a couple weeks. Vita Vea missed last week's game. And for Green Bay, number 1 receiver Christian Watson, number 1 running back Aaron Jones, number 1 cornerback Jair Alexander, all missed Monday night. So I think the injury report, Ken, may play a factor into how we handicap this game as we move along in the week. How do you feel right now, though, about Green Bay and Tampa Bay on Sunday from Lambeau?
Well, first of all, I think you absolutely just hit the nail on the head. You hit it perfectly in terms of what's going to guide line movement throughout this week. Impactful, significant players for both teams have the potential to both play or miss the game, and the game is currently around the key number of 3. And honestly, it might dictate which side of 3 we end up on if like one team's really, really negative with their injury report, one team's really positive. But that's kind of the zone we're going to live in. Like Packers are favored. It's going to be about a field goal or a little more, and then the injury reports are going to cause this thing to kind of move in a variety of directions. Or both teams get good injury reports, both teams get bad ones, and we stay the same. But just like there's more going on here from an injury standpoint, maybe in a couple of the other games that we're going to talk about. So I totally agree with kind of how you introduced that. Also, like another classic example. Just like what a difference one game makes in the perception of a team. Look aheads on this game were like squarely more than a field goal, not budging. Packers give you like a bad performance. Jordan Love gives you a bad performance. Now the 3.5s all get bet everywhere. Now it's like 3 minus 20 in a bunch of places. Like it just, you get that little bit, you always get that little bit of interest, either fading the team that just gave you the bad performance on the team that gave you a good one, especially that Monday night standalone game. It's so funny how these markets work where like, are the Packers worse, or is it just, this is how football is? And it's just every week, it just, you're not quite sure what you're going to get, but you do have like a baseline expectation for a team. So I've always kind of been the opinion that I thought the 3.5 was like closer to the right number in the game with the Packers at home, especially like this was me coming into the week. And also you're never really quite sure what kind of a weather forecast you're going to get in this game. You got a team from Florida going to Lambeau Field to play in what might be, like a blizzard. It turns out the weather for this game, at least right now, is not going to be particularly impactful. It's like 42 and sunny right now on Sunday in Green Bay with minimal wind. December, whatever this game's going to be, 17th, 18th, whatever. That's about the best forecast you could possibly hope for. I think if it's 3-1-10, and there's a lot of ifs here, right? If it's 3-1-10 and everyone for the Packers isn't out and everyone for the Bucs isn't in, then I think about betting Green Bay in the game. I think at exactly 3, but it's a lot of this is going to be a lot of if-then statements about injuries. I don't want Tampa at 3 or less, no matter who plays. I definitely don't want to make that bet. I would maybe consider 3.5, depending on the injury reports that we get. So it's going to be this kind of dance that we have sometimes around the key number of 3 with injuries. And, it's one team if it's this, it's the other team if it's this. That's how this game sets up for me.
I agree. Look, it's got to be, depending on injuries, it feels like it's a Packers or nothing spot here with the number being where it's at right now. And look, it's Matt LaFleur and Todd Bowles. And good on Todd Bowles for guiding the Bucs to first place in the NFC South at this point in the season, okay. Also, it'd be really nice if the Packers got Christian Watson and or Aaron Jones back. I actually think Watson means more because A.J. Dillon's been okay. Patrick Taylor's been okay. Watson's the alpha in that receiving core. When he's right, he's ridiculously good. And we can have a total conversation over the total conversation. If Watson and Jones both play and the Bucs defense is still banged up, and Tommy DeVito and the Giants had 6 yards per play last night. Maybe the total a little low at 42, but we can't have that conversation until we find out what's happening injury-wise, which we will start to find out tomorrow. All right, so we'll go from the Packers and the Buccaneers, and we'll go to the AFC Ken with the Titans and the Texans, where the Titans are getting bet right now. I don't know about this very second, but over the course of the last few hours. So Tennessee has the big fourth quarter, late comeback against Miami to win. By the way, man, Will Levis doesn't look like he misses many days in the gym. Dude is jacked. Got veins on top of veins coming out of his muscles.
Can't wait to hit people. Yeah, probably would hit Brandon Marshall if he saw him. God,
Did you see it? I don't know how well that would go for him. Did you see the Vrabel quote from his press conference today? He got asked about hey, you're gonna try and teach Will Levis to slide. He's like, yeah, we're going to show him videos of quarterbacks sliding and using the rules to their advantage and other quarterbacks not and getting the bleep knocked out of them. And the entire press room laughs. To be fair, Levis kind of dishes it out. It looks like Derrick Henry running the football sometimes. So the big piece of injury news in this game is obviously C.J. Stroud for the Texans, who remains today in concussion protocol. We'll see if he's cleared and is able to start this game. If not, it'll be Davis Mills, who to his credit has started a million games in the NFL. It is likely, Ken, that the Titans will be without Jeffrey Simmons, their stud defensive tackle, for another week. Also, the defense held up pretty well against Miami last night. So Tennessee, in between now, a 2.5 and a 3. 2.5 and 3-point home favorite. Total in the game is 38. How do you want to bet the AFC South here with the Titans and the Texans?
Well, another classic, what a difference a week makes. And the Stroud injury is obviously a big part of this point spread too, but I think a lot of people a little more confident in clicking the button on Tennessee after what they saw last night, even the final 3 minutes. like guides a little bit of it. And I think a lot of people can be sour on Houston because not just because of how they played against the Jets, but like the injury report. So you mentioned Stroud. And then like these, I think the practice reports this week will be really interesting. Nico Collins, Schultz, Will Anderson, who when we get to Thursday and talk about Defensive Rookie of the Year, like had an opportunity to kind of gain on Jalen Carter, was unable to take advantage of it. It hurts his ankle in the second half of the game. And just, you know, I think a lot of people are like, is that award done? So just like these are, but I mean, think about it for Houston, star quarterback, best available wide receiver, best edge rusher. Like, gee, that's all? Why not everybody else? Like, that's the most impactful injuries you could possibly have. Like, I just, doesn't this number seem like it's not done? If this is like, if it's as pessimistic as we think, and these guys are like, let's say they all miss. Say Stroud's out and it's Davis Mills. Nico Collins doesn't going to play. Will Anderson, maybe it's like 50-50 goes up to the game. Titans going to get all the way to 3 in this game? Kind of seems like it. Kind of seems like that's where we're headed right now.
My question would be, does it make it to 3.5, Ken? That would be my question. If all those guys miss, is it 3? Is it 3.5?
Right, and obviously Stroud will be the most impactful one, and that's built. Like, we're not saying that's not in this number, and it will be if he misses. Like, that's a big Tennessee's favored in the game by almost a field goal. Of course, Stroud's absence is partly factored in here, but these are always like, they're not halfway numbers. They can be somewhere on the spectrum. We're not at a full Davis Mills number yet. I think we're definitely not at a full Davis Mills and no Collins and no Will Anderson number. I don't know if it gets to 3.5. Just that's so big to go through the key number of 3, but I do think like 3 is very possible here. And I'll just be honest, like, in these kind of late season situations, like I kind of like to play against stuff like this sometimes. Like maybe Davis Mills is bad. Maybe he's definitely not as good as CJ Stroud. 3 like Tennessee doesn't have to just keep a game close against a guy, or 14 last night. They doesn't have to keep a game close, be plucky. They got to like put away another team. Like, you really want to trust them to do that on a point spread type bet? Like, again, this is like the Packers when the bar is changed, when the expectations are different. Like, that's a lot different in a betting market. Packers had to destroy the Giants last night to cover that number. Titans might have to really blow out Houston to cover a lot of the numbers in this game too. Houston or nothing, maybe tease, maybe play him at 3. We'll see.
Also, like if Stroud doesn't play and Nico Collins doesn't play, I feel like the total needs to be a couple points lower than it is right now. We'll talk a little bit more about this on the other side. We'll continue breaking down Week 15 in the NFL, and a conversation as well coming up next hour with Pro Football Hall of Famer, the great Tony Baselli.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
You're watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium, airing live Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Are heading to New England as a 9.5-point favorite here. Do you think this line could shrink based on Kansas City's flaws and the fact that the Patriots are coming off a win, beating the Steelers last week, Brad?
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I mean, you know that Patrick Mahomes is extraordinarily motivated because he's been whining, he's been crying in the media about the offsides call with Kadarius Toney, and he's going to try to take his frustrations out on this secondary, which is highly exploitable. New England does an extraordinary job, though, of bottling up the run. We'll see if Isaiah Pacheco is back with that shoulder ailment, but there's just too many ills impacting this Kansas City team right now. I think 9.5 points are too many, even given how woeful New England's offense generally is.
I completely agree with you. I think that Kansas City can win this game. I just don't think they can cover this number whatsoever. It's way too big. You've got Ezekiel Elliott, who's been red hot. You think Bill Belichick's not going to prepare for Travis Kelce to make sure that he does not sit, that Travis Kelce does not make the Chiefs pull away with a big victory here. I ride Bill Belichick's defense in this one to keep it much closer than 9.5.
I know Patrick Mahomes is telling everybody in that wide receiver room something that my mom used to tell me and my brother when we were beat in public. She'd stop us and say, before we go into the store, don't embarrass me in public. And I'm sure that's what Patrick Mahomes is telling his receiver group in this matchup against the Patriots. But at the same time, though, 9.5 is way too much for me in this one, knowing that this is going to be a road game for Kansas City. And again, offensively, this is going to be another week where we just don't see the chemistry with Mahomes and his receivers. And Belichick, as Danny and Brad mentioned, he's going to have something up his sleeve for Mahomes in that offense. So I like the Patriots to cover the spread in this one for sure.
introduces more volatility into the equation.
I don't care about victory laps.
Stop it, please stop it. Throw the football into the floor.
The BetQL Network presents your favorite handicapper's favorite handicapper, Ken Barkley.
If I have an opinion, I'm just going to go put money on that thing happening.
And your host, Nick Costos.
Every single play of every single game impacts you in some way, shape, or form.
It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Ken Barkley, and you here on the BetQL Network. Absolutely loved the interview last hour with Brandon Marshall, former NFL linebacker, Super Bowl champion, and our new BetQL Network teammate, doing a great job on NFL Sundays on Inside the Betting Lines. And we just tweeted out the video of him saying he doesn't think Brock Purdy should be in the MVP conversation. Absolutely love that from Brandon Marshall. If you missed it, you can check it out in podcast form. Just search You Bet wherever the hell it is that you find your podcasts. Over the course of the next 60 minutes, we'll continue our handicap of Week 15 in the National Football League. Ken will tell you about the betting movement happening in the Vikings-Bengals game on Saturday, with Nick Mullins announced as Minnesota's starting quarterback. And we will continue to talk the Titans and the Texans. We'll get to the Dolphins and the Jets, the Saints against Tommy DeVito and the Giants, and the two primetime games on Sunday and Monday night, the Ravens and the Jags in Jacksonville, the Eagles and the Seahawks in Seattle. But speaking of those Jacksonville Jaguars, it is an absolute pleasure to welcome to the show right now. We had him on a playoff show, but this is his weekday debut on the show. Pro Football Hall of Famer, in my opinion, the best player in the history of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Hall of Fame left tackle, and NFL analyst for our friends at Westwood One, and good friend of our good friend, Pete Prisco, and Tony Baselli is going to join us in just a moment here. Tony, just so you know, I asked Pete a little earlier, Tony's coming on. I know you guys are friends. What are some things I could say to Tony, to kind of whatever, make the interview fun, whatever, loosen him up, whatever. And Pete said a couple things which I don't think I want to say on the show, but just so you know, I did reach out to Peter, and he said a couple things to me that I thought were a little suspect. Tony is on Twitter at Tony Baselli. My man, welcome to You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Ken Barkley. How are you?
I always worry when in the introduction that part of my introduction is being friends with Pete Prisco. That's you can go down and that's kind of that's an interesting crowd to be a part of. But I do love Pete. He's the best. We have a long history, a long friendship since 1995 when he was the beat writer, and we used to battle and yell at each other in the locker room.
That's not where I expected that answer to go, but all right. Tony, a bunch of things we want to ask you about, a bunch of games we would love to ask you about. I want to start, though. We've spent a lot of time on our show today and this week, and I think a lot of shows have, talking about most valuable player, because it just seems to be like a unique discussion for this season, too, where the betting market has two big favorites to win MVP, just two favorites that are the most likely. Dak Prescott, which I don't think is surprising to that many people, and Brock Purdy. And there's just been a lot of discussion. I'm sure you've seen some of it too, Tony. Maybe you have a strong opinion on it. Can Brock Purdy be the MVP of the league? His team is so good. There's so many all-pro players, so many great skill position players. Can a quarterback in that offense win most valuable player? I think a lot of people have a lot of different opinions on that. Some people think probably, yeah, no problem. Some people, we had Brandon Marshall, former linebacker, on last hour. He was like, I kind of roll my eyes at that he can win. Where do you kind of come down on this, Brock Purdy as that valuable to the Niners' success?
Well, I'd love to know why he can't. What would make – and I played against Brandon Marshall, respect him. I mean, not played against him. He was in Jacksonville for a little bit before he went – I know him. Before he went to Denver. Why would Brandon roll his eyes at Brock Purdy? Because if you tell me it's because he has so many great players on his roster, is Dallas talent deficient? I mean, go look at that roster. Look at that offensive line. You could argue that the offensive line is much better, or as far as star-studded, they probably have two Hall of Famers in Tyron Smith and Zach, the right guard.
Martin.
Martin, thank you, Zach Martin. And they got CeeDee Lamb. They got one of the best defenses. They got Micah Parsons, a Defensive Player of the Year guy. I mean, they're stacked. So if it's because of the talent around him, I don't buy that. If you look at the numbers, he puts up amazing numbers. He's productive. He does nothing but win. So yeah, I think Dak's having an amazing year, but I think Brock's having an amazing year as well. And I don't see why he couldn't be up there. I think a guy they're probably leaving out. If you watch Monday Night Football last night, pretty obvious that Tyreek Hill makes that offense go in Miami. and is doing things that few people ever have at that position. I think you had to put Tyreek Hill in the conversation, unless you are of the ilk that you think really the MVP is really who's the best quarterback, because that's really at some level it feels like what it's become.
All right, Tony. So Brandon kind of dismissed Brock Purdy as an MVP candidate, and it's his right to do so, right? So you won't do that, right?
Nick, real quick, just Tony, I know you kind of asked. I know it was kind of like, not sure why people would dismiss Brock Purdy. Just the case was, and I think this is easy to understand, and you're right with everything that you're saying, but I just to kind of defend his position just because he's not here. Just the idea that he argued if you take Brock Purdy off the Niners. And we've seen the Niners swapping a lot of quarterbacks because of injury and because they wanted a different quarterback. His argument was basically if you swap in another quarterback, they're at least still maybe a playoff team and they're at least pretty good. If you take Josh Allen off the Bills or Dak Prescott off the Cowboys, his argument was the drop off is greater. Just to kind of color in with, I think, a little bit more of the argument there. Do you buy any of that, I guess? I mean, maybe that's part of this too.
Yeah, these hypothetical situations we'd like to build out. I mean, you kind of have to, I guess. I don't always buy because, if you look at the win record since Brock Purdy's been the quarterback and the production and what he has done, I think it's hard to argue you can just put anyone in there. I know I've heard, so I was going to say I know for a fact, but I've heard from good, reliable sources that because of Brock Purdy's ability and how he can comprehend and how he can control the offense, Kyle Shanahan's whole playbook's open. He can digest the entire thing. This was a similar argument early. You remember Tom Brady? Remember it was everyone but Tom Brady at the Patriots? This is why they won Super Bowls. It was the defense. It was Belichick. It was this, that, and the other. I think history has proven the one constant that was in New England is why they won was Tom Brady. And he proved that when he went to Tampa. Now, and it took a while for people to realize that. And I think it's going to be the same thing because of where Brock Purdy was drafted. The measurables aren't kind of off the chart. All the different things that kind of go into it. I don't think Brock Purdy will win the MVP for a lot of other reasons that have nothing to do with what he does on the field. And maybe it's fair because he is, from top to bottom, that 49 roster is stacked. And so is Dallas's. They're both great teams. And it will probably take Brock multiple years to prove people that, oh, yeah, you are a franchise quarterback. Yes, you are really dang good. You're not just because what you hear today around Brock is he's a system quarterback. He's successful because of the system. And while I do agree partly that because I think Kyle Shanahan's one of the best offensive minds in all of football and how he designs his offense and what he does. So, that's a fair argument at one level. And so I think it's going to take Brock a number of years to play at this level before people kind of view him as a franchise guy. Because if we sat here and talked about who are the best quarterbacks in the NFL, who are the franchise quarterbacks, my guess is it would take a little bit of time before we got to Brock Purdy's name.
You bet here with Nick and Ken on a terrific Football Tuesday, talking the National Football League with Pro Football Hall of Famer, Westwood One NFL analyst, our friend Tony Baselli. Tony on Twitter at Tony Baselli. All right, Tony, so you made a good case that Brock Purdy should be an MVP consideration. As of right now, if you had to pick, who do you think the most valuable player is in the NFL in 2023?
Well, just because of my recency bias, I'm going to go Tyreek Hill after seeing how inept they were without him on the field as an offense. And maybe just to be the contrarian, because I don't think it should be just a quarterback award, which it has been because just the way the game is played. I think Dak will win it the way that he's playing this year. And I think he could deserve it. And I could be talked into voting for Dak, but I think what Tyreek Hill's doing at the wide receiver position and how important he is to that offense and how he makes that entire offense go and be explosive, I think he has a strong argument as well to be the MVP. But, I could be swayed pretty easily because I saw Dak on Thursday night, called the game for Westwood One against Seattle, and he is absolutely fabulous right now.
Tony, just curious then, Dak, obviously a huge game coming up this week. Maybe this obviously affects his MVP candidacy, and maybe Josh Allen can get back in the MVP conversation. Dallas heads to Buffalo. Early weather forecast might be really windy at the game too, which could impact maybe how both quarterbacks play in the game, like 20, 25 mile per hour winds and cold. As Buffalo in December, I think we all kind of have a mental image of what that's going to look like. So the Bills, Tony, are a very small favorite in the game. It's essentially just pick the winner of the game. You mentioned you like the way Dak's playing right now. Buffalo obviously beats Kansas City last week. If you had to pick the winner of that game, Dallas at Buffalo, who wins and why?
Well, I'm gonna go Buffalo. I mean, a lot of things you said, weather, home field. I think they're playing at a high level right now. Both coming off emotional, physical games from the week before, so no advantage there. And I think, Josh Allen's an interesting case as far as MVP because what he means to that team. And in games where it is, questionable weather and everything else, obviously his strong arm, and Dak has a strong arm as well, fighting through the wind and throwing it, obviously important. But what Josh Allen can do with his legs, he runs like no other quarterback. Now, Will Levis tried to run like Josh Allen last night and took some huge hits, but Josh Allen, he tucks the ball and it's like he's a fullback all of a sudden. I mean, he's more athletic and nimble and good movement than you would think a guy his size would be. And so I think his legs make him super dangerous in these late December, January games where weather is a big factor. So I'd probably give a slight edge just because the Bills are hot. It's desperation. I mean, every game is really based on, they're at 7-6. The AFC is super crowded. At home, I like the Bills.
All right, so that's the Bills and the Cowboys coming up on Sunday. Tony, let's talk about the Jaguars on Sunday Night Football, hosting the Baltimore Ravens, and Jacksonville reeling a little bit, obviously, right now, losers of a couple straight games, and Trevor Lawrence not 100% healthy. And here comes Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens a 3.5-point road favorite at the Jags. Lowish total in the game, about 43.5. Do you look at this as a bounce-back opportunity for Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars? Do the Ravens come in and roll? What do you think we see play out in Duval coming up on Sunday night with the Ravens and the Jags?
Yeah, I think it's going to be – I don't think – neither team is – I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think it's going to be a very close game. I think it's a tough matchup for the Jaguars based on, kind of their injury situation. They're without, their most important receiver in Christian Kirk on IR. They were down to their fourth left tackle against the Browns. Now there's a chance that, Walker Little will come back at left tackle. I think he's day-to-day is the last I heard. So there's a chance, but, he had an injury just a couple weeks ago, so that's questionable. You're down some guys in the secondary that they're going to try to get back. That's going to be important because, Lamar's proven that he can play from the pocket this year under Todd Monken. But the biggest thing is going to be just the physicality of that Ravens front. And the Jaguars have really struggled to run the ball as of late. And it's put a lot of even more pressure on Trevor. And I think he's responded. He's tough as heck, fighting through an injury, and and he'll be game. He'll be ready to play. But can the Jaguars' offensive line handle the physicality of a really good front seven who can rush the passer? They're good against the run. And if the Jaguars do what they ended up doing against Cleveland, where they called 57 pass plays, he was sacked 4 times, he ran 3 times, and he threw it 50. That's not how this team play. That's not how the game needs to flow if the Jaguars want to beat the Ravens. They're going to have to get something going on the ground. So I think it's going to be a close game. I'm the worst at picking Jaguar games because my heart gets involved, and obviously I have a strong biases towards them. And so I'll be rooting heavily for the Jaguars. I know that for sure.
Tony, only about 30 seconds left. Would love to just hit one more game very quickly. And it's really just, do you think the Kansas City Chiefs can blow out the Patriots on Sunday? The betting market for this game, and Chiefs have not been very good for a few weeks, struggled in some of these big games they've had the last couple weeks, Eagles, Bills. Do you think the Chiefs can win this game by 10 or more points? Do you think they could beat any team by 10 or more points right now in about 30 seconds?
No, because I don't think they have the explosive players outside. I think their passing game is limited. Obviously, they have one of the best tight ends ever in Travis Kelce, but they don't have the speed. They don't have the skill set on the outside. and it's hurting them. And so they have to play a completely different game. And I think the Chiefs still they have the best quarterback on the planet, in my opinion, in Mahomes. Their defense is playing really good this year. But I think this is a team that has to rethink how they play and how they win games. And I think, they're not going to – I don't think they blow out anybody.
Maybe trade for Tyreek Hill, get him back, and maybe that would help matters after the Kansas City Chiefs trying to get some explosive plays on the perimeter. Tony, we appreciate it, man. This was fantastic. Even though we both have the association with Pete Prisco, it was still awesome. Pro Football Hall of Famer Tony Baselli. You could listen to him calling games. Analyst for our friends at Westwood One on Twitter at Tony Baselli. My friend, have a great broadcast coming up this week. Enjoy the games, and we'll catch up with you soon. Hopefully, you're on You Better You Bet.
Thanks, guys.
Tony Baselli joining us here on the show. Absolutely awesome. Great. Brandon Marshall and Tony Baselli both great on the show today. Yeah, it's really great. On the other side, we'll continue our handicap of Week 15.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. On the BetQ.
Thanks for watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium. Airing live weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Patrick Mahomes, not happy, Brad.
No, not at all, but silence, Patrick. And I can't believe I'm really saying this, but there was no legitimate gripe at all for the offsides call on Kadarius Toney. I mean, he saw the replay here, but he saw that his foot was firmly across the line. Yeah. By definition, he broke a rule. That deserved a flag. As great as a play that was, Travis Kelce kicking it back, and for the touchdown that was wiped off the board, it didn't count, and for, again, good reason. So Kansas City, Mahomes really should be yelling at his defense right now because they stink. The back end, they've gotten worse. On the front end, they've been terrible the entire year. Number 30 in EPA rush defense. That is the bigger problem for Kansas City right now moving forward. This team showing their true colors and one that ain't going to compete for another title.
Well, let's take a look at the AFC odds here as they stand right now. You see the Ravens, as Cam was just talking about there, at plus 225 to win the AFC. The Chiefs have lost 4 of their past 6 games. Everything feeling a little bit more tenuous, especially with that Broncos victory over the weekend. Cam, you went and got a prop, and I'm itching my head to understand what's going on here.
No, I'm just channeling my inner Patrick Mahomes right now because everybody saw that in slow motion, what he was doing with his helmet, just throwing it down because he was so upset with the officials. But he really should be upset with his wide receivers because that was the issue as Brad laid out. So I just saw this lovely BetMGM football hammer, and I'm not going to smash it down because we know we love BetMGM. And just channeling my inner Patrick Mahomes because I need my receivers to be competent because it's looking rough for this Chiefs team.
No kidding.
drives and scores, and Tennessee has tied it up with the PAT coming. Incredible rally.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
Chris Fowler with the call last night on ESPN. Feel like Chris might walk out of that booth being like, "Where's Kirk Herbstreit? Kirk, where are you at?" Chris on the call with Dan Orlovsky and Louis Riddick last night of the other Monday Night Football game with the Titans and the Dolphins. Narrator, the extra point was good, and the Titans would go on to beat the Miami Dolphins in like stirring comeback fashion last night. Pretty improbable, 28-20. So over the next 40 minutes, we will hit as many games as we can. Coming up week 15 in the NFL. We will wrap it up coming up next hour, Power Hour on the show. We'll also have a conversation with our friend Matt Moore, talking NBA, and we'll give you all our bets for tonight. Just last thing here, and Jake, bring the music up on the Titans and the Texans. We touched on this game to end last hour on the show, and Ken, you were kind of saying like, maybe it's Houston up in a teaser. We'll see, obviously what the injury situation is going to be. Is Stroud going to play? Is Nico Collins going to play? Is Dalton Schultz going to play? And my thought was, look, if these guys are all going to miss, and we don't know about Stroud yet, the concussion protocol seems like roll of the dice. DeMeco Ryans addressed the media yesterday on Monday in Houston. He kind of made it seem like this was pretty iffy for Nico Collins dealing with a strained calf muscle. If Nico's going to miss this game, and it's not just Nico out, right? Tank Dell's out for the season too. Schultz plays, is he going to be 100%? And you might be looking at Davis Mills potentially throwing to Robert Woods and John Mechie and Noah Brown and like Brevin Jordan with two running backs. And like Singletary's had a couple nice games, but like a largely inefficient rushing attack this year up against the Titans. And a good defensive coach, obviously, in DeMeco Ryans. This total seem a little high to you if that's going to be the case here. And Ken, I'm sure the total would go down if all these guys were ruled out. And I don't know, maybe trying to get ahead of something here if we get word that, Stroud might miss. The total kind of stuck out to me a little bit as maybe being like a smidge high if this is going to be the case.
I mean, my only concern, though, is like what we've known about the Titans all along, right? We don't know if Jeffrey Simmons is going to play necessarily, but like their pass defense is atrocious. So I know like the way we frame like, like Davis Mills and Mechie and Noah Brown, these guys like, and Robert Woods, like, I mean, like that offense can still score a lot of points against like every offense can potentially score a lot of points. Like the last night's game, like did go over the total, but a lot of Miami's offense was obviously obscured by the fact that like Tyreek gets hurt early. Well, like Jalen Waddle and Mostert get hurt on the first drive. They come back in. Tyreek gets hurt, and you could tell. And Tony Baselli did a great job of pointing this out. Fowler did a good job on the telecast of constantly pointing this out. Like, is this... excuse me, is this the best argument for Tyreek Hill's MVP candidacy? Is like, look at this. Like, look at how, just like sort of inconsistent, I guess would be maybe the right word, just inefficient this offense is if Tyreek Hill's not there. So my whole point of like saying that is just, if he plays, like, I think there's no question they have the potential to score 1 billion points in that game. And Houston can show up with basically anything, I think, and have the potential to score a lot of points. Like, if the weather's okay and the total's in the 30s, just like, I think the Titans' pass defense and the Titans' ability to give up explosive plays kind of just like, I feel like would hinder my ability to like bet an under in the, like, I wouldn't, it's still like a forward-thinking offensive coordinator who has orchestrated an offense, scored a lot of points this year and generated a lot of big plays. Like, that didn't go anywhere. The guy pulling the strings is not as good, but like the concept, like the strategy, the whether to be conservative or not, the aggressiveness is still there. So yeah, I would actually kind of be thinking the opposite. I'd be like, maybe guys miss and it's like 35 and the weather's okay and you play the over, and maybe you get like a 2017 type of game pretty easily.
I think this is the game where we'll have to like know more about like the Texans injury situation before we're able like to finalize any bets. Kind of similar to the Packers-Bucks game. So more conversation on this game coming up tomorrow. First injury report will be out, and obviously over the course of the rest of the week. All right, let's go to this Dolphins-Jets game on Sunday in Miami. And I agreed wholeheartedly with what Whale said when he joined us on the show yesterday, Drew Densick. Like, this was 11.5 yesterday before Miami played, and I saw that. I'm like, well, I hope we get something similar to this, because I'd love to bet the Jets at this price. Well, Miami loses, and now we won't get that price. And also, Tyreek Hill's day-to-day and starting center Connor Williams torn ACL, like done for the year for the Miami Dolphins, and kind of like the feeling around this team, like a little bit different right now. And how about Brandon Marshall, our teammate, the BetQL Network, saying last hour, like, Miami can't win the big game, right? They just can't get it done. Not that this is that against the Jets, just that the feeling around this team, I feel like, is a little negative right now for a team that's 9-0 9-4, extremely likely to make the postseason in the AFC. The Jets, a little momentum coming into this game. Robert Saleh said it was Zach Wilson's best game as a professional. 300-plus passing yards as the Jets beat the Texans on Sunday at rainy MetLife. The new market here, Ken, Miami, a 9-point home favorite. Total here, 39.5. And just for context, when these two teams played on Black Friday at the Meadowlands the day after Thanksgiving, Miami was a 9.5-point favorite at close. Of course, that was Tim Boyle as the starting quarterback and not Zach Wilson, just as a method of comparison here between the 2-point spreads. So what do you make of this game on Sunday, Ken? Miami 9 against the Jets at BetMGM, total 39.5.
And not just Tim Boyle, and this goes without saying, I guess, but like on the road too. So like if you're looking and be like, well, how can it be the same number? It'd be like, well, because home field advantage is like different in both places. So it's like Boyle and that kind of like I agree with you, like obscures the difference. Where it's like, can we take anything away from that? Where I'm not, I mean, I'll just speak for myself. Like I'm not using the Black Friday game as some like anchor to make decisions in this game. Like Tim Boyle started, and the Dolphins were not nearly as hurt as they are coming into this game. So I don't know if there's a lot to take away necessarily. Like where like, well, they did this, so it has to be the same, or the market has to be the same, or anything. So I would just start by saying that. Just from a mathematical standpoint, like the tools in your toolbox you can use to make bets. There are 8.5s on this game everywhere right now. I'm looking at a board that's about 90% 8.5s, even though MGM's dealing 9. 8.5 obviously brings to mind the 2-team 6-point teaser, which means like Miami does qualify now, like basically as a result of looking so bad last night and Tyreek Hill's availability being in question. You do have the ability to tease Miami almost just to win the game right now against Zach Wilson at home. So as much as Miami leaves a bad taste in everybody's mouth because of what they did yesterday, they were also up 14 without Tyreek Hill with 3 minutes left. And now you can tease them to beat Zach Wilson at home. Just gonna like throw that out there for everybody, because I know everyone's like trying to pile on how bad Miami is right now. They were up 2 touchdowns with 3 minutes left, and you get to basically just have to beat Zach Wilson now, and you win half of a bet. That's the start of this for me, is now the ability to get that number and do this because of what's happening with Miami. I think that's a buy. In terms of just like the overall side and total market, it'll move as Tyreek Hill moves a little bit. Right? Like if he gets more likely to play, this probably gets bet up a little bit more. If he isn't going to play, we saw how bad it was. It's also, though, worth noting, I'm going to guess, and McDaniel, I talked a lot about after the game about like he could have done some stuff differently or whatever. Always different to be thrown a really significant injury in the middle of a game as opposed to having a week where it's a possibility that player's not going to play. So like I also don't think because I think a lot of people it's going to be, if Tyreek Hill misses, like, oh my God, did you see what happened against Tennessee when he was out of the game? Look how terrible it looked. And the Jets defense is really good, and like they can hold up. Just like it's way different to have even a quarterback injury. It'd be the same thing. Like, yeah, the guy gets all week to prepare for the game. That's going to be a little different than, hey, go in and do something different. I think Tyreek Hill, it's honestly no different, with Jalen Waddle having to do more and having to call the game completely differently. So I'm like still not like out on Miami in a bunch of these situations. Do I want him in a huge game against the Bills at the end? No. Do I want him against Dallas? Probably not. But like to beat Zach Wilson, to you be able to use that teaser now at this price, like I'm almost looking at this as like thank you for losing and blowing this 14-point lead. Like now I get to make this bet.
If Tyreek's out, what do you think the point spread's going to be? And do we think he's going to play?
I don't think it'll be 7. I don't think it'll be 7. It'll be a little less than this. I don't know, something that's not 7.
Now it was worth noting, like they were up 14 at the end of the game. I think like me, you, and like Alex and Jake and company here and Tyler, I think we could have maybe scored a couple touchdowns with the way they gifted Miami the ball in the red zone there with those 2 fumbles towards the end of the game. We talked about this off air a little bit, and I'm kind of like, I don't know what I want to do here. There's part of me, and look, you make a great case, right? And did I say downtown Mike Brown? Mike Brown also. I don't know if I mentioned him. We're really late in the season. We work every day. Yeah. Brain's a little fried at this point. Yeah, you guys are the best. Also would like to go on vacation and not talk to anyone for a really long time. I'm a little unclear about what I want to do. And Ken, like I said, you make a good case potentially for Miami, at least in a teaser leg, right? How bad they looked. It is still Zach Wilson. Part of me feels like the Jets are just going to win this game. And part of me feels like the Giants have a good chance to win against the Saints on Sunday also. So look, we'll analyze both games, and I'll give you my thoughts on both games individually. But I'm thinking about spreading the news and leaving today. We haven't done the New York moneyline parlay since October 2021. Coincidentally enough, The Giants also were in New Orleans for that one and won that game in overtime with Joe Judge still as the coach. In the Saquon Barkley, amazing overtime in fourth quarter. The Giants winning that game at New Orleans, and the Jets beat the winless Jets at the time, beat the Tennessee Titans 27-24 that day also. So I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I do think that the Jets are live in the game. I would never lay Miami at this number. Maybe it is Miami in a teaser, and I'll give some time to think about the game this week. But I do think, Ken, that the Jets are going to be frisky in this game. I do not think that Miami blows them out. Maybe they win by 3, right, or win by 4, and they cover a teaser leg. I don't think Miami wins this game by 10 or more. If I had to bet the side right now, just like 9 or 8.5, bet the side, I think I would take the points with the Jets.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's interesting. Is this going to be the start of a longer swoon for the Dolphins as we go into the end of the season? I know you're really bullish on the Jets in this game, really bullish on the Bills.
Or a good run for the Jets, right? Curious what you think about that. Are the Jets going to start playing a little better now after what happened last week?
My answer to that's a flat no, because it's Zach Wilson. I think it's just going to be inconsistent. There are going to be some games where they play well, some games where they don't. That's kind of what it's going to be. And maybe it's a little hard to figure out when it's one and when it's the other. But I think I'd be more interested in the idea that, the Dolphins just the way the schedule ended up breaking for them, they had so few games that were remotely challenging that when they kind of found themselves in one, look at what happened. And when they've had these test games this year, they've lost. I think it's possible they don't close the year very well, but what is this game in that? Dallas, that's a test game. Buffalo end of the year, that's a test game. Those are games where we know the Dolphins haven't played very well when they play a team with equal talent, when they play a team with equal speed and playmakers. Sure. Is that what this is? Because the Black Friday game, Boyle, the point spread, Boyle against the Dolphins, that's all a toss out. If Tyreek Hill plays, it's a lot of the same components for the Dolphins offense and a lot of the same components for the Jets defense. And the Dolphins offense smashed for parts of that game. They had trouble converting on some of their red zone trips, but I think it was 6.5 yards per play in the game against the Jets defense playing at home. So I don't know. I'm not nearly I know you. I hear all the reasons why you think the Jets are good and you like them, and you might be right. I don't. It's not super confident, and I'm not laying Miami confidently. I'm always mindful of the last thing we saw, because you're you love the Giants, you love betting against the Dolphins. I'm always mindful of what was the last thing we saw? Is that in this? Is that big time in this? And in all the games that we're talking about, the answer is a huge yes. Titans might close a field goal favorite against you. Look at all of these point spreads have changed in 2 days based on what we've seen. Is the idea that oh, well, I know it was 11.5, 12, and now it's 9, but still so much value on the Jets? Whale would say yes. He makes the number way less than this, I think. But I'm always mindful of not of just the extreme recency bias that happens in the NFL sometimes, and how that's sometimes not really indicative of what ends up happening.
Hey, look, you might be right about that. I'm not saying that I want to bet the Jets, just that I would rather bet the Jets than bet at the number right now. I wouldn't lay Miami. I think I'd bet the Jets or nothing. And, let's see how this Dolphins offensive line holds up against the Jets defensive front here. Now, I will say, as we kind of do the segment, and, Miami to win at home against Zach Wilson by 3 does seem like it's pretty good. So we're not in range there at BetMGM just yet. We'll probably get there, right? Considering that we're there, like Ken said, in a bunch of other sports books, right? So maybe that's what this is Miami teasers. I would not lay this number with Miami, though, just I would not lay the 9. I prefer to take the Jets if I had to choose between the two. Let's close the segment and at least start talking about the Saints and the Giants. I think this was 6 yesterday, right? Before the Monday Night Football game, and then it went down to 4.5, and then it went back up to 6. I guess New Orleans got bet a little bit today. So Tommy DeVito, taking the nation by storm, and the Gabagool, and all this good stuff, and all the Sopranos memes that everyone, tweets the same thing, and it's we get it, everybody,
and his
is
agent.
It really that funny?
And I don't think there are any jokes left with the agent. I don't think there are any jokes left. I think they've all been used.
So the agent's name is Sean Stellato, and I have a friend with the last name Stellato, who I think is definitely funnier and more of an Italian than the agent. Just my opinion. As an Italian from New York who's friends with a lot of other Italians from New York.
Sure.
Just saying. So the Giants, kind of one of the toasts of the NFL right now. They're 6-point road dogs at New Orleans on Sunday. The total's 37.5, and I say this half joking, is DeVito better than Derek Carr? Carr is probably a better quarterback than DeVito, but Carr is brutal. And maybe DeVito's not great, but neither's Derek Carr. Ken, curious your early thoughts on this game. We can carry it over into the next segment.
Well, I mean, the better argument there is like, who's the better coach? And it's like not even close. Like that's the big winning argument in this game, right? I mean, it's Dennis Allen versus Dable, and Dable's had a pretty rough season these last few games notwithstanding. But yeah, I mean, that's I think it's a broken record. I almost, if Derek Carr is the starting quarterback, I'm not laying a big number with the Saints in any game, and they covered against Carolina, and Carolina was that bad. And if you bet him was great, I'm never going to lay the Saints in games like this. Not bet the game or bet the other team. That's always what I'm doing.
We'll talk about it on the other side. How to bet the Saints and the Giants. We'll also get to Sunday Night Football at the Ravens and the Jaguars. Monday Night Football at the Eagles and the Seahawks. You Bet rolls on right after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network.
You're watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium, airing live Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
But believe it or not, this is mind-blowing, especially when you take a look at what happened last week. The Broncos are not, they opened as a 4-point underdog. Now it's 5-point underdog. This is not the direction I was expecting the money to be flowing.
No, it's fine because it means more money coming into my account. So I will take them on the spread and definitely on the money line, plus 180 on the money line in this matchup against Detroit. And what did we see against Detroit against the Bears on Sunday? That is not the Detroit Lions that had everybody thinking, more importantly, people like Brad, that they were going to win the Super Bowl and go to the Super Bowl. It's not happening. Look, the Denver Broncos are riding an extreme high. But then even with Russell Wilson highlighting the defense in his post-game interview, saying that they really, really held them down and made sure that they were in that game to solidify that win for themselves. So I like the Broncos, who are fearless on the road, especially in the recent stretch. Since week 4, this team has been real. I keep telling you people about this.
Jared Goff has not looked good recently. He already has 10 interceptions this season, but 5 just came in this last month alone, 2 against the Bears. I think that this Broncos defense could potentially cause him some fits. Brad, I'm curious to know where you're going on this one, just because you were singing such high praises for the Lions not too long ago.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I've changed my tune, guys, because Jared Goffel has resurfaced. There's no question about it. So many miscues and mistakes that he has made. You guys hit the nail right on the head. The Broncos defense has really risen the occasion here for the second half of the season. Russell Wilson's playing at an extraordinarily high level. And Courtland Sutton, guys, all he does, the modern-day Chris Carter, is catch touchdowns. Probably going to do it again. Yes, I'll have an anytime TD prop on him later this week, but I like the Broncos to keep this one nice and snug. I'm not going to say they're going to win, Cam, but I think they do cover the plus 5.5.
Barkley back at tailback. They hand to him. Edge. Touchdown Giants. And a nice answer by New York.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
Joe Buck with the call on Monday Night Football. Saquon Barkley, really good game up until, the phantom fumble at the end when no one touched him, and he just was like, hey, here you go, Green Bay. Go down and take the lead. That's weird. But Saquon played well otherwise, and the Giants end up upsetting the Green Bay Packers, setting up a game against the New Orleans Saints in the Big Easy coming up on Sunday. We'll continue our handicap of that game, and we'll get to Sunday night and Monday Night Football in a moment. But I want to remind everybody, it's the holiday season, and if you haven't done your gift shopping yet, what better gift to get for the person in your life that loves sports betting, and loves You Better You Bet than checking out YouBetterYouBetShop.com to check out T-shirts, hoodies, short sleeve T-shirts, by the way, long sleeve T-shirts, hoodies, hats, all sorts of good stuff featuring all your favorite show catchphrases, slogans, etc. We got Choose Your Capper with Ken Barkley. We got Don't Be a Slap. We got the Prop King. We got the 8 Buckets bucket hat. So all your You Better You Bet merchandise needs, YouBetterYouBetShop.com. That website again, YouBetterYouBetShop.com. This is our final segment for the day on Stadium. So if you're watching us on Stadium right now, head on over to Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL for the final power hour of the show. All our bets for tonight and a conversation with Matt Moore from the Action Network. He'll give us his NBA bets for a busy night in the association. But for now, we'll continue our handicap of Week 15. Jake, roll the music back up, please, with the Saints and the Giants. So I'll give you my thought on the game in a second. But Ken, you were saying going to break, you never want to lay points with Derek Carr, and look, like the Saints did cover on Sunday. Like, look at the box score. They did nothing. The Panthers outgained them by 100 yards. It was Bryce Young was so inept that New Orleans ended up winning the game by 20-plus points. Much less, it was less what the Saints did and more what the Panthers couldn't do. So does that mean that you're going to end up betting the Giants, Ken, on Sunday in either a, take the points or a money line capacity?
It's just, I feel like this. I know this was the same number yesterday. Just there's like such a big difference. They played the Packers at home last night, and you could have had 6 or more that whole week. They got to go on the road to like a place that can be kind of tough to play sometimes. You take the same number. Like that kind of sucks, honestly. If you like the Giants in the game, like you're not getting a discount here. You're getting no break on the price. Like it's the same market almost as they had a home game last night against a team that's probably like just as good as the Saints. These average NFC teams. So it's just like I don't love the price. Just to your point about the Saints, I had this. I think I had this for yesterday. You brought up the total yard discrepancy. The yards per play in that game is staggering. As like absolute incompetence on offense for both teams. So the crazy thing is the Saints were actually really good in the red zone, which they never are ever. And that's like one of the reasons why I never like betting them in their games to win by margin. They were 3 for 4 in the red zone. They averaged 4 yards per play. The Panthers averaged 3.8. I mean, I just like eyes bleed level offense from both teams. And so I think the idea of, like Carr played and they won 28-6, like it's all good. Like it's not all good. Like it's a lot. It could be a lot of things. All good would not be like in the first 10 things that you would list. It's none of those things. So it's tough. It's like, it's never the Saints. It's never teasing them or moneyline parlay or anything involving like the positive stuff with them. And then it's just like, is this a good price to play their opponent? Like, is this the opponent to play against them? Is this the price to pay? This is the part that I'm unclear about. It's the coach that you would want to play, like a guy who's like pretty good in these situations and you get a bunch of points. Is it the quarterback that you want to play? And cutlets are great and everything, but like Tommy DeVito on the road, less than a touchdown, might be better spots. It's I think it makes it like a tougher decision, but like this is a very one-sided conversation, I think. And I think we're both like, you're more bullish on this side than I am, but I think we're both like not the Saints. It's just like what number, how do we want to bet the Giants? Do we want to do it? And I think you're bigger on it than I am.
I like this Giants defense right now, kind of like turning into something that's not going to be like a top 5 defense in the league.
Players.
Like I think that's the thing, right? I think the point is that like these young players maturing as the season goes along and like will be even better for next year, right? I don't think they're like going to be like the Dallas Cowboys defense at any point this season, but they are improving. It's like how are the Saints going to, like the way the Saints win this game by margin is if Tommy DeVito turns the football over.
Right.
And to be fair to DeVito, like he's pretty careful in the way he's kind of held on to the football, and the Giants have a significant coaching advantage obviously in this game. I'm unclear if I want to take the 6 with the Giants, if I want to just bet the Giants to win the game. Also, just like one other note, and it's not something that could ever be quantified in a point spread, right? So Derek Carr got into it on Sunday with McCoy, right? With Eric McCoy, the starting center for New Orleans. Yep. They could be seen on camera kind of screaming at each other. And Carr, because Carr's really good with the media. He always says the right things. But at some point, it's kind of like the message is going to fall on deaf ears because he keeps doing the same things over and over again. And then he comes out with a really good explanation, like, I can't do this. I can't wear my heart on my sleeve like this. I can't be this emotional. But every single Sunday, he's really emotional. And he's yelling at a teammate. Or he's super frustrated. And you can understand, right, the human elements of this. I think he probably senses that, I may never, get to where the promised land is the quarterback. It may never happen. I feel like he's kind of feeling that. Just my opinion. I think I'm probably right about that. It feels like there's some, combustibility here with this team, with this coach and this quarterback right now. And look, I'm not saying that Tommy DeVito's Joe Montana or anything close to it. It does feel like this Giants team's a lot more cohesive right now than the New Orleans Saints are. So I don't know how it is that I'd like to play the Giants here. It's never New Orleans, though, Ken. I don't know if it's going to be money line or if I'll take the points, but maybe I'll play the Giants on the money line and root my team home here. Never the Saints, just how do I want to play the Giants? You're also never the Saints, but it sounds like you're more maybe nothing in the game.
Maybe. Yeah, 6 is a little bit of an intriguing number. Anything less than this, no way. But 6 is it's a little bit of an interesting number. It's just it's tough to look at the market last night. By the way? It's a great question. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Something else got bet today, and somebody. It's me. Me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. It was an award market, and I had somebody ask me why does Luka keep getting bet to win most valuable player? And I was like, look, I got reasons. None of them are smart. I don't think it is that smart, but I can tell you why I think he's getting bet in a bunch of these games, or after a bunch of these performances he's having. Also, I think it's not impossible. He can win. It's just really, really, really unlikely that I think he's going to win. But it's just but he can get bet. So yeah, sometimes it doesn't always have to be something that we agree with, I guess. I'm sure there are people that think the Saints are a good bet in some situations where we don't. I'm sure there are some people that think, I'm trying to think of other teams that we like to play on in the NFL, but I'm sure some of these situational things that we people want to bet on injuries, or they want to bet against, to be fair, it's Tommy DeVito short rest on the road, you can frame this a certain way where maybe the Giants don't have enough to win the game. So I can put myself in the other person's shoes a lot. I don't know why they got bet. It's tough to make the case, honestly. To your point, the Saints can win the game. The Saints can cover the number. They beat Carolina badly score-wise. Just okay, all right, let's say this is 28-6. I'll guarantee you the box score isn't a 28-6 box score if they beat the Giants by that score. They probably get outgained in the game. So just okay, you could bet the Saints thinking that'll happen again. That just seems like a bad bet.
Here's the other thing, and you mentioned the Giants point spread. You're not getting a break on the point spread after what last night's was against the Green Bay Packers. What did the Saints close against the Panthers on Sunday? This closed 6, right?
Yes. I think 6-1-10. Yeah.
So is the thought have the Saints been upgraded? Is it the Giants are as bad as the Panthers? Because they're definitely the Giants are definitely better than the Panthers right now.
No team
and
is
that's not
as
Nick
bad as the
Costa.
Panthers. Yeah.
And look, and that's not even Nick Costos Giants fans saying that. I don't care about the Giants. I do. I'd like for them to win, but I'm not a homer at all. The Giants are absolutely better than the Panthers right now. But Bryce Young, you would think, is going to have a better career than Tommy DeVito. Bryce Young's out at sea right now. The guy's completely lost. Doesn't have it right. Shell-shocked. Doesn't have it. So we're you're right. The point spread last night on Monday Night Football compared to this one. Also, is this really what we're saying? That the Giants and the Panthers are the same? No way, right? And I get that the Saints won by 20, but you're even saying it that was not an authentic 20-point win if you actually look at the box score of the game. And I bet the Saints, so God bless, I'm happy it happened. But I mean, really? I'm not saying the Giants are definitely going to cover, just really? That's what this is going to be?
I wonder if part of we know this is true, but part of the market with Saints Panthers was just is Carr really going to play and what percent is he going to be? So, like, that's part of what probably could. Because remember, the whole week, we never thought it was him. And so maybe that, like, kept that spread artificially low because he was, like, playing with 17 injuries and it wasn't, like, a full rating. And maybe now that he's, like, completed a game and he's, like, going to play this week, maybe that's why you see more interest in the Saints because he made it through the game okay. Now, like, we can disagree with that, but, like, that might be partly to blame. Just because, like, when all week the quarterback is like, oh, he's not going to play, oh, he's going to play, like, I guess, then, you know, maybe you don't ever get, like, the full weight of that quarterback news and, like, a team's rating. You're always going to get, like, a half of a car number, you know, like a 2-seater, like a convertible. So, like, the full car. So.
And look, maybe Rashid Shaheed is back for the New Orleans Saints this week. We'll see, which will add like an element of explosiveness to the offense. Taysom Hill also missed last week's game, so like maybe they get some reinforcements back, and the offense can be a little better. I don't know. It's just like Dennis Allen against Brian Dable, and I get 6 points. I feel like I'm going to end up betting the Giants in some way, shape, or form. I will say, just with like the New York thing, if I had to bet one of the teams, just like with the points right now, without manipulating the market at all, I would rather bet the Giants than the Jets, and maybe I will have a money line parlay with these two teams.
What if you had to bet one team to win? If you had to bet one of the teams to win the game, who would you bet?
What's your answer to that question? I'll answer it too. Just curious what you think.
Well, right now I would pick the Jets because I don't know if Tyreek Hill's going to play.
Let's say Tyreek plays. I think Tyreek
the Giants are more likely to win. Yeah.
I think it almost... See, I worry about like Tua in this matchup with this offensive line being what it is now against like the Jets defensive front.
Sure.
Like I worry about that.
With all those jiu-jitsu classes going to be paying off.
Well, I tell you what, man, he took a hit down by the goal line yesterday. I'm not saying this to be funny. He took a hit down by the goal towards the end of the game, right? Like scrambled down to the 2 and just got slammed. And I'm thinking like, please get up. Like, not even for bets or anything, just like human being, like, please don't let this be a concussion, because that would be horrible if that were the case. And thankfully, he was able to get up. Dolphins-Jets has me in a pretzel because part of me thinks the Jets are going to win, and the other part of me is like, I think you're way right on Dolphins 2.5 against Zach Wilson at home. So that one I got to think a little bit more about, but never New Orleans in the other game. Maybe we will dust off the Sinatra for some New York coming up on Sunday. If you're watching on Stadium, now's the time. Head on over to Twitch, twitch.tv/BetQL. All our bets for the night coming up in the final hour, the Power Hour.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetQL network.
Thanks for watching BetQL's You Better You Bet on Stadium, airing live weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
Are heading to New England as a 9.5-point favorite here. Do you think this line could shrink based on Kansas City's flaws and the fact that the Patriots are coming off a win, beating the Steelers last week, Brad?
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I mean, you know that Patrick Mahomes is extraordinarily motivated because he's been whining, he's been crying in the media about the offsides call with Kadarius Toney, and he's going to try to take his frustrations out on this secondary, which is highly exploitable. New England does an extraordinary job, though, of bottling up the run. We'll see if Isaiah Pacheco is back with that shoulder ailment, but there's just too many ills impacting this Kansas City team right now. I think 9.5 points are too many, even given how woeful New England's offense generally is.
I completely agree with you. I think that Kansas City can win this game. I just don't think they can cover this number whatsoever. It's way too big. You've got Ezekiel Elliott, who's been red hot. You think Bill Belichick's not going to prepare for Travis Kelce to make sure that he does not sit, that Travis Kelce does not make the Chiefs pull away with a big victory here. I ride Bill Belichick's defense in this one to keep it much closer than 9.5.
I know Patrick Mahomes is telling everybody in that wide receiver room something that my mom used to tell me and my brother when we would be in public. She'd stop us and say, before we go into the store, don't embarrass me in public. And I'm sure that's what Patrick Mahomes is telling his receiver group in this matchup against the Patriots. But at the same time, though, 9.5 is way too much for me in this one, knowing that this is going to be a road game for Kansas City. And again, offensively, this is going to be another week where we just don't see the chemistry with Mahomes and his receivers. And Belichick, as Danny and Brad mentioned, he's going to have something up his sleeve for Mahomes in that offense. So I like the Patriots to cover the spread in this one for sure.
Welcome to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome into a new edition of Inside the Association. I'm your host, Cam Smith, and you know we have a heavy slate for you coming your way. And you know I got to welcome in my guys to unpack everything. So let's get right to it, starting with the NBA insider. He is none other than Shams Charania. And we also have my guy, Harrison Sanford, joining us, host over at MSG Networks. Well, fellas, you know it's Tuesday, and you know how we do on Tuesday. It's time for our Never Ordinary News presented by Bet365. And the season is never ordinary, especially when you're talking about the Chicago Bulls. So, Shams, we're going to start with you on this conversation because that trade market is pulling up and that trade season is pulling up very soon. So what are you hearing on the latest with the Chicago Bulls and their two-time All-Star, Zack LaVine?
The Bulls are going to continue to probe the marketplace for potential trade opportunities for Zack LaVine, but there's major dates coming up. December 15th, most of the free agents signed last offseason can be traded on the 15th, but then also January 15th. You think about the Lakers, Sixers, those are two prospective suitors, I'm told, for Zack LaVine, but the Lakers, they will not be able to move two guys like D'Angelo Russell, like Rui Hachimura until mid-January. So there's a little bit of a waiting period that's going on right now around the league, and specifically with the LaVine situation. But even beyond that, LaVine is out for the next 3 to 4 weeks. So he's going to be out for at least a total of 4 to 5 weeks with right foot inflammation. And so teams that are interested in Zack LaVine are going to wait to see how he looks upon his return to play, how that injury situation goes. And so I would expect this to be somewhat of a gradual process with Zack LaVine. And in the meantime, the Bulls have won 4 out of their last 5 games. They're on a 4-game winning streak as well. And so the team is starting to play better and compete for potential play-in opportunity, but they're still going to probe the marketplace and a team that will be intriguing to watch going into the trade deadline.
Yeah, no doubt that front office for the Bulls will definitely take their time to make sure that they can put the right deal in place to help this team. And Shams, you mentioned that, and Harrison, I'm going to go to you with my next question because they have won 4 of their last 5 games and really took Milwaukee to the test last night in Milwaukee, and unfortunately losing that game for them in overtime. So when you look at their matchup tonight, back on the floor, welcoming in the reigning NBA champions in the Denver Nuggets. Now, the line was the Bulls as 8-point underdogs. Now it's dropped down to 7, but you still like this Bulls team to cover. Tell us why.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense if you look at the ATS records of both of these teams. The Bulls are 3-1 ATS as a home underdog. Meanwhile, the Denver Nuggets are 3-8 against the spread as road favorites. So leaning towards that way. You have to factor in the notion that the Nuggets also played last night. So I think you can mess around with this Bulls plus 7, but I'd be careful. Maybe a live this matchup considering the talent discrepancy between these two teams. For example, last night the Pacers they lost the first quarter to the Detroit Pistons. They were only laying for the end of the first quarter, ended up winning by 8. So sometimes a live number might be your best move, especially when you look at the talent discrepancy between these two teams.
Again, right now on Bet365, the Bulls are 7-point underdogs in this matchup. It was 8-point underdogs, but now it's dropped down just a little bit. So some interesting movement right there for this Bulls team, welcoming in the Denver Nuggets. Shams, let's get back to this team in terms of other possible pieces that could be moved on this Bulls roster with trade season almost upon us. So what other teams are expressing interest in possible other players on this roster that could be moved?
DeMar DeRozan's a name to keep an eye on. He's going to be a potential free agent in the offseason. The Bulls and DeRozan have been discussing an extension as well, but the sides are not close to a deal, which makes you think that he could be a name to keep an eye on as well. And Alex Caruso, their star utility player, I'm told several contenders. They've been getting a bevy of calls on Alex Caruso, but to this point, I'm told the Bulls have been shutting down all interested parties in Caruso.
Yeah, Caruso is a very valuable piece no matter what team he is on, but he's currently with the Bulls right now, and I understand them really valuing what he brings to the court on both ends. But let's keep this conversation in the Eastern Conference, Shams, with the upcoming trade season. Now, let's talk about the Toronto Raptors because they have barely found their footing this season. Some up and downs for this group, but when you look at what could possibly be on the transition for them in terms of their roster, any deals that we could see happen with Toronto?
They're definitely a team to keep an eye on as well. Slow start this year, 9-14 record. They're not in the play-in tournament race as of yet, and I think that's given teams belief that more than ever right now, either Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby could be on the move before now on the trade deadline. The Raptors are known to take these things up right up until the deadline, so I don't think anything's going to change there. So look at some of the same teams to be interested in both players. Atlanta, Sacramento, Indiana, from what I'm told, they're going to have interest in both players, have had interest over the last year or so in both players, and I think this will be a gradual, slow process. The Raptors lost Fred VanVleet for nothing in the offseason. When they could have traded him last season, they lose him in free agency to the Rockets. So teams around the league are definitely monitoring how exactly Masai Ujiri and that front office handle this situation.
Yeah, and speaking of Masai Ujiri, president of the Toronto Raptors, let's take it here. Both of you guys, really, and Harrison, I'll start with you on this question because he's known as a very tough negotiator. And as Shams mentioned, the Raptors aren't going to be forced into a specific deal, but a team that's lost 6 of 7, you got to think that he's working those phones. So when it comes to best negotiators in the NBA, Harrison, where would you rank Raptors president Masai Ujiri when it comes to that?
Man, I only wish I was tapped into some of the agents and other general managers in the league. I could really give you a better answer for that. I'm sure Shams could help you out with that. But even as a Knicks fan, I remember Carmelo Anthony made it a hard deal for him to get over to New York. Remember when Masai Ujiri was previously over there in Denver. So it dates back for a very long time. And sometimes, and I'll tell you this, being connected to the Toronto fan base, sometimes they wish Masai Ujiri would pull the trigger on some trades. Because if you look at that 2019 NBA Finals team, a lot of Raptors fans feel like they didn't get enough off of those players that eventually left. Nonetheless, Masai Ujiri is definitely respected around the league, and I don't need to be an insider to know that one.
All right, well, let's go to the insider for that question, and Shams Charania, because Shams, we know that you are tapped into many circles. So when it comes to the best negotiators in the NBA, where do you rank Masai Ujiri?
You have to put him up there for sure, but I mean, he's not afraid to make decisions. He's also not afraid to do the total opposite of what everyone thinks. He went out and got Kawhi Leonard in 2018, and they ended up winning the championship that season. And then last season, we were talking about Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, and he ends up trading for Jakob Poeltl at the trade deadline to double down on that team. Well, they've doubled down. They've doubled down again, and now I think is where there's going to be a real fork in the road because both Siakam and OG Anunoby are scheduled to be free agents.
All right, well, let's move and transition from the Eastern Conference and go to the Western Conference because a possible debut of the Suns' Big Three could be on deck tonight for the Suns game against the Golden State Warriors in the Valley. So, Shams, we know Bradley Beal was targeting a return for tonight's game against the Golden State Warriors. So could we see the Big Three finally debut tonight in the Valley?
Bradley Beal will make his return after missing 1 month with a back injury tonight against the Warriors. But I'm told Kevin Durant will not be playing tonight. He's got an ankle injury that he suffered last week against the Lakers, and so he's still nursing that. His status is potential for tomorrow against the Nets at home in this back-to-back. They play the Warriors tonight, the Nets tomorrow. He's possible for tomorrow, but he is out tonight. We will not see that Big Three debut, but Bradley Beal, Devin Booker will be back in the lineup tonight.
All right, well, Suns, you have a little bit of hope there with Bradley Beal and Devin Booker in that backcourt, but you just got to wait a little bit longer. I know you've been more than patient to see this Big Three, but in due time, they will be on the court together. All right, we're just getting started on this Tuesday edition of Inside the Association, and when we come back, look, it has been a polarizing season for Zion Williamson and the Pelicans, but after last night's big win against the Timberwolves, should the media take it a little bit easy on the former #1 overall pick? That more when we come back. This is ITA.
You are watching Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Welcome back to Inside the Association, presented by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
What Barkley and Shaq said last week, like, do you view that as a legitimate critique?
And what exactly did they say?
I mean, essentially it was like both those guys said we struggled with some conditioning stuff early in our career, and like that got better, and we see that in his game a little bit too.
If it comes from a great place and a place where they just want to see me do better, thank you. But if it comes from anywhere else, everybody entitled to their own opinion. Can't control that.
All right, we are back on ITA. Thanks to the NBA insider Shams Charania for joining us in the first segment. Cam Smith back with my man Harrison Sanford. And Harrison, we saw Zion Williamson on the recent criticism that he's received on the state of his conditioning, and I'm glad that he held his tongue when he said if it was coming from another place, you know what he really wanted to say, but he understood that there were mics in front of his face. But when it comes to what we saw last night, 36 points, a season high for him, it feels like he's taken that criticism very personally. Has the criticism really been too much for Zion Williamson? Now, if you rewind it back, the previous two games before that 36-point outburst, it was 13 points against the Lakers and 10 points before that in the quarterfinals for this Pelicans team in Sacramento. So where are you in terms of with your thoughts on the